Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, chat. Or should I say, hear ye, bring the jury, because today we are assembling in, well, Alhambra, California. We are in Los Angeles County. It's Thursday, October 2nd. We are rejoining the Cardi B case from just about a month ago, because we were in the middle of the Donna Adelson case. And so because we were in the middle of the Donna Adelson case, we did not have the opportunity to, party with Cardi in court. And this case has been an adventure. I was not anticipating everything. I had seen clips of how Cardi B answered on the stand. I had not seen all the other wildness. I was not prepared for plaintiff's counsel to act like he learned law, not in law school and through taking the bar exam, but I don't know, by watching Liar, Liar. I don't know how we are here where counsel is just trying to gaslight the court and said, I didn't violate the motions in limine, which are those pretrial motions where the evidence that's coming in is decided and the evidence that's staying out is decided so that smaller issues can be dealt with during trial, but you save a lot of jury time. I was not prepared for counsel to look at the court and go, that wasn't in the motions in limine. And the court went, nope. I've never seen it. The court just went, nope. I don't know. We might need to replace Yanetti's nope with the court's nope, because the court was like, nope. And then they were asking fact witnesses other things. Fact witnesses were being asked other things. And when those fact witnesses were being asked other things, the court said, this is a fact witness. How about we ask them factual things? And then we had another witness. The court interrupted plaintiff's counsel again and said, this witness wasn't there. And he asked her, were you there in spirit? And she said yes. So spiritual witness. And then at the end of the day on day 2, because we covered day 1 and 2 together, at the end of the day on day 2, very end of the day, they called Cardi B as a hostile witness. And that was lovely because it's actually a hostile witness. But you know what counsel didn't do? We learned this yesterday too. How wild was this? Counsel didn't depose Cardi B. So he can't ask leading questions because he doesn't know what she's going to say, because he never deposed her. Ever. Which is wild. So he can't ask the leading questions that you could ask if you got a hostile witness declared. He's just on a fishing expedition because he has no idea what she's going to say because he never deposed her. So it feels more and more from day 1 and 2 that plaintiff's counsel was not at all prepared for this to go to trial. I don't know what research you did, but you don't know who you're suing then. If you don't think Cardi B is going to go to trial on this, you don't know who you've sued, because she's not the one. And we've seen Cardi B settle other cases, but we've also seen that when Cardi B's like, I didn't do that shit, she's going to trial. She's like, I didn't do that shit. Take it to a jury. And a lot of you have asked, couldn't this case just be thrown out? No. And here's why. This case has a true factual dispute. Cardi B says, I didn't touch her. The other woman said, she scratched me. There is a true factual dispute in this case. The only way to resolve that factual dispute is by a jury. And here we are. There's nothing else that could have really been done to kick this case out. But it seems like plaintiff's counsel thought that Cardi B will just settle to make it go away. No, she's going to serve court in court and then make you go away. She's not just going to give you money. She's like, So So, Cardi B's like, I'm trying to go get my cat checked. The security guard, Cardi B says, was tracking her cat all the way to the OBGYN's office. And Cardi B's like, no, this is not what we're doing. So today we are going to resume with day 3. We will see which of Cardi B's fabulous wigs come into court today. Law nerds, if you're watching on replay crew, love you. Everything's timestamped down below. These are long days, so I imagine most of you will pop in and out. If you want to know when we get to like verdict time, just get the Law Nerd app. We'll let you know, because I'm hoping that we'll get there today. But who knows how today will go. So make sure you have the Law Nerd app. It's free. We built it for you. But I'm excited to see what wig has come to court today. For those of you that were familiar maybe with Cardi B's music, but were not super familiar with her on social or on Love and Hip Hop or anything like that, did Cardi B charm you? I just want to know. Did you watch Cardi B testify and went, oh, she's fun. We enjoy her. Let me know in the chat if you were not super familiar with Cardi outside of music or people talking about her music. If you were just like, oh, I love her. Let me know. Let me know. All right. For those of you that were already familiar, you knew what was happening. You knew what was coming, right? All right. It's time for us to go to court. It's time for us to go to court. I'm ready for another day of court, kind of. Emily, are you still a little under the weather? Sure, it's going to be fine. The voice is fighting with me. It's going to be fine. We ready? Let's roll the intro. Let's go to court. Law nerds! Let's see if the judge is going to let those witnesses in, huh? I think he's gonna, because he indicated to counsel he was gonna. He's like, I'm going to take a little more time to think about it. I think the judge is just thinking of more creative ways to tell plaintiff's counsel to get his shit together. I think that's what the court was thinking about. Cardi B's counsel wanted more time to sleep yesterday. The court said sleep is for transactional lawyers. So I've got coffee. It's court and brunch, y'all. Let's do it. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. That's not the right screen. This has happened to me once before. Hold on, let me refresh that so it will actually pull up the court screen. I prepared things so far in advance that my computer is like, what have you done? We're not prepared. So get me one moment. I was so excited that was going to work just smoothly. Take 2. We'll fix it in post. We'll fix it. We'll just fix it in post. Let's go to court. Law nerds.
Bring the jury.
That's 100% not how that should look. Everything today is just like, what are we doing? What are we doing today? I'm not quite sure what we're doing today. Is that where we're at? That's where we're at. There we go. Take 3. I miss the OnlyFans. This lighting, first of all, this lighting looks like a migraine in a box formation, and I hate it, but I am ready. I'm going to put on Law Nerd Court Replay because there's been much confusion about whether this is live. It's live court. It's just not live right this moment. And that has caused confusion in the chat. Ready? Let's go. Let's go to court. I want to see what the judge is going to do.
We're just meeting and conferring about witnesses, the special verdict form, and the jury instructions. And okay. Did the court want us to continue doing that now or during the break at 11?
Yeah, probably during the break.
Thank you.
Yesterday I ruled that Dr. Finke could testify at one rule on the Malcolm.
I muted myself because I was going to drink coffee and then I didn't. Dr. Finke is Cardi B's, is the OBGYN that Cardi B was going to see. So that is who Dr. Finke is. He is going to testify. He's been allowed to testify.
Issue. I don't think that there's any evidence of intentionally hiding this witness. I think both parties wanted to identify this witness. I think both parties made attempts to investigate and to identify this witness. At the final status conference, the receptionist was identified as a witness. We had discussions about attempting to identify her.
Yep.
She subsequently was identified, so I don't think that there's unfair surprise. I don't find any evidence of bad faith in terms of the discovery process, and so I'm going to allow her to testify.
May I add one thing about that, Your Honor?
What's that?
May I add one thing about
What's that?
Counsel, when the court has ruled, you get to just stop. You stop. The court has ruled. May I add one thing? No. The receptionist is going to testify. The receptionist is going to testify. Period.
Yesterday you suggested that I believe the purpose of saying it is to have fairness to my side is you would allow me to depose her. If I wish to depose her, do you allow that?
Ship
I think
fucking
if-
sailed.
If she can be deposed over, say, the lunch break, because I think you're going to call her today.
Plaintiff's counsel left a message yesterday that apparently it sounds like he's going to run out of witnesses this morning.
Okay.
We intend to call her this morning. She is unavailable in the afternoon. She has a child that she has to take care of. The child is in preschool at the moment, and so that's her only window.
May I respond now?
Go ahead.
It's not that I'm going to be running out of witnesses. I wanted to learn what is going to happen with the hearing today about these witnesses, and there was no ruling about my witnesses. There's still 3 more to go. So I did leave a message for Mr. Peterson that my intention was to have Cardi B testify today, possibly put on the plaintiff, recall her as to some of the facts that are discussed in Cardi B, and then
If you had done your homework, counsel, you wouldn't need to recall the plaintiff after Cardi B.
and have the defendants put on their witnesses in the afternoon, and I would then, if it drags on, bring more witnesses next week.
Your Honor, if I may. First of all, I would object to him recalling in his own case in chief a witness apart who's
Ding,
already
ding.
been questioned and there was cross. But second, the idea, what he's referring to in this phone message last night, was that Your Honor said that you would be willing to allow parties to take witnesses out of order, which I understood to mean that if there was a defendant witness, I could put them on during the plaintiff's case in chief.
Calling a witness out of order for scheduling means, hey, this doctor is available like Tuesday. No matter where we're at in the case, can we call this doctor Tuesday because of their schedule? That's what calling a witness out of order means. Or this witness has a vacation plan and they are leaving. They can only testify this day. Calling a witness out of order does not mean you recall the plaintiff because you didn't ask her enough questions during your direct examination. Your failure to prepare is not this court's problem, counsel. And I'm not talking to Cardi B's counsel. Cardi B's counsel raises the fair point. That's not what this is for. That's not how this operates. You can't just be like, well, the rule is I can do this and then describe the rule in a completely different way. No. You are not going to get a mulligan on this.
What he's proposing is that he's run out of witnesses and wants me to take my case before he rests. And I would object to that.
Your Honor, it's not that I'm saying that I'm running out of witnesses. What I'm saying is the court has advised us that we can call witnesses out of order. And because it's a holiday weekend, these witnesses have other plans, the same way that his witness is unavailable in the afternoon. Dr. Azizulahi, Ms. Parsi, and Amanda Kelly, they have their own obligations, and they're not available to testify today, but they would be available next week, on Tuesday right after.
They are running up to the Labor Day weekend here in real time when this trial was happening. And he's like, they're available next week. No, we're not going. We're not going into next week.
Generally speaking, I'm okay with having witnesses being called out of order, but I think, was Amanda Kelly, when was Amanda Kelly identified?
She was 100% identified. She would be testifying as to Dr. Scher that he has died in 2021. If there could be an agreement between counsel and the court, that the court would make an instruction that it is a fact that Dr. Scher has died in 2021, that
Counsel, this is not the way to go about any of this.
the parties have stipulated to that. I don't need to call her back.
Okay.
That's all I want her for.
There was, look, I don't know.
You can look online. There's a death certificate.
I don't know. My understanding and my recollection is the plaintiff testified he died, so I don't know why we need a receptionist to come in and testify that he died.
Because there's not something concrete that establishes that fact. Amanda Kelly also is a
Can we
witness.
just say it's not in dispute?
Why not stipulate it?
I don't have any evidence that he's in Jamaica living a high life. I mean,
Okay. Well,
if that resolves the issue, that's fine. We're not going to put on evidence that he's alive and in hiding or something.
They're talking
I
about
will
the
say
doctor.
this. Amanda Kelly also witnessed when the witness came into their office. She saw the scar. She'd be testifying about things like that they had a medical file for her. There's a lot more involved that really Amanda Kelly would be beneficial for you. So it's up to them. If they want to take that chance and have all that come out, that's what's coming. I'm willing to let that go and keep it simple because the court.
Did you catch the vague, threatening language? I hate this. This lawyer very much rubs me the wrong way in the way that he goes about things. The gaslighting of the court was one thing. The unabashed audacity when the court said that violates our motions in limine, and he's like, no, it doesn't. And the court's like, nope, go back and read it again. That put me off. But well, fine. If they want all of this to come in, then that's what they're staring down, Your Honor. The just aggressive pontificating with nothing to back it up is just so douchey. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's just, we have seen lawyers whose vibe have not been my vibe, but they have been prepared for the most part. They have made linear and logical arguments, but the arrogance mixed with the lack of preparation and then then I'll just threaten you. Good Lord.
Wants this to go fast. All I want is a stipulation.
I want you to go efficiently.
Correct, yes, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a simple request that Dr. Scher has got. Whether she saw him, didn't see him, that's coming through the plaintiff. But he's dead. He is dead.
Well, what proof? I mean, why don't you show defense counsel whatever proof you've got that he's dead, and then maybe you can stipulate to it.
Just bring in the death certificate and you can stipulate to it. Stop it.
Yeah, but he's adding more to it. He's saying that she...
There is more. If Amanda Kelly...
Okay, conversations in court are a triangle. Both parties talk to the court. They don't talk to each other. And you let the other side respond. And he just keeps cutting off Cardi B's attorney, who is being incredibly patient.
Let's not interrupt or address each other. All right.
Good, Your Honor. Get him. Just call him on his shit.
Well, what proof? I mean, why don't you show defense counsel whatever proof you've got that he's dead, and then maybe you can stipulate to it.
Yeah, but he's adding more to it. He's saying that she...
There is more. If Amanda Kelly...
Let's not interrupt or address each other. All right.
He's adding a lot more that was never disclosed before. When he added Amanda, whatever her name is, in July, he said receptionist to Dr. Scher. That was it. Now he's saying that she's going to testify that she didn't see a scar on it. They have no medical records.
He's not done yet.
That there are they produce no medical records by Dr. Scher. So, I mean, this is a complete end-around discovery. They never identified her in discovery. And if he's asking me to stipulate that he's dead, but adding all this baggage to it, if there's any deposition that should be taken, if there's going to be all that baggage, then the deposition should be of this witness.
But I think he's saying he won't call her if you stipulate the doctor's dead, and you say you have proof.
Well, let me tell you, Your Honor, let me tell the court respectfully what the...
Hey, counsel, it's never respectful when you start talking to the judge with, let me tell you what. That's never respectful.
Amanda Kelly knows. Amanda Kelly was the office manager and the nurse. She's a licensed nurse who saw the patient together with Dr. Scher. It would have been great if Dr. Scher was alive. He could testify, produce his medical file. We're prejudiced because he's dead. Plaintiff treated with that doctor. That doctor's name.
I think counsel's just lying at this point. Because what he has previously said is not that plaintiff treated with the doctor that's deceased, but that she saw that doctor and that doctor told her to wait. That's it. Emily said, is this the Linda boy all grown up? No, the Listen Linda kid had a linear and logical argument. The Listen Linda kid would be way more charming. He's now saying that the doctor that's deceased treated the plaintiff, which is not what he said previously. Previously, he said the doctor saw her and she said, wait. Also, you could have done the work to get the medical records from that doctor's office reflecting that appointment and then ask the court to take notice of them and allow them in the record, or bring in someone from that office to authenticate them and say, yes, these are the medical records. They say this. She wasn't treated. And now he's like, she was treated by this. No, she wasn't. You can't change the facts just to make your argument better in court. Also, I don't know if the court trusts this attorney's integrity because he's misrepresented so many things in court.
Address, everything was disclosed in discovery. It wasn't hidden. They have it. So Amanda Kelly is going to testify that, one, this was our patient in 2018. We had a medical file. Unfortunately, Dr. Scher died in 2021. I have no access to it. I did examine the patient with Dr. Scher. I saw she had a scar. It looked to be within a few months of that date. If they want all that.
If you didn't turn any of that over in discovery, it doesn't come in trial. Also, the fact that the doctor is deceased, you should still be able to have that information. There was no preparation for this at all.
That to come in, that's really helpful to me, but it's not that important that I'm willing, as a gesture of good faith, to let it go as long as they still.
We're never getting out of here today. This attorney just said a whole lot of, I didn't turn any of this over in discovery and the court can keep it out. And he goes, but I'm willing to, as a gesture of good faith, do this. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. The court has every right to keep this out. And now you're turning it around going, but as a gesture of good faith, I'll let you stipulate. Shut up, dude. No. As a gesture of good faith. This tactic in court is just abhorrent. I fucked up. I can't get my witness in. The court's going to keep this witness out, but as a gesture of good faith, I'll allow them to stipulate. They don't have to stipulate to shit. And Cardi B's lawyer has not been the level of petty that a lot of lawyers would be in this moment. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm not stipulating to anything because that's not a gesture of good faith. It's just an acknowledgement that he violated discovery. Keep it all out. Tough, dude. Oh, this attorney.
That Dr. Scher is in fact dead as of 2021, so that the jury understands that there's possibly no way that I could bring in.
He's trying to negotiate with cards that he doesn't have. He's just like, well, I won't call that witness that the judge is going to keep out because he violated discovery if you stipulate. How are you going to look at someone and be like, do what I want you to do, or I'll do this, when the or all is just fake?
Dr. Scher to speak about what he knows.
If counsel is saying that he's not going to call this witness, if we agree or stipulate that it is undisputed, that we don't dispute that the doctor died, that's fine.
Okay.
I just don't want all the extra back.
No extra back.
Okay, done.
But how would we let the jury know?
I'll tell the jury.
When?
I do it during jury.
Cardi B's lawyer has been a professional in that Cardi B's lawyer has not gotten lost in the trees and said, look, can we just move on? We'll stipulate that the doctor's deceased. They probably investigated it and found an obituary. Like, fine. But I would have been like, Your Honor, that witness isn't coming in. Shaylin in the chat said, he's literally writing checks his body can't cash. 100%. 100%. And Cardi B's lawyer is just letting it go. Which is in the best interest of his client and moving this court along, which in moments I would find difficult. I would find it difficult to let this go. I'd be like, let me get this, Your Honor, just for the record, let me get this clear. Counsel violated discovery. Counsel wants to bring in a witness that they can't bring in because they didn't disclose any of it with information that's never been disclosed to us. But then they say that in good faith, they won't call that witness that they aren't allowed to call and that the court hasn't ruled that they can call if we stipulate to a fact that they haven't proven to us that they could have gotten a death certificate for. Just so I'm clear, is that the posture of where we are at the moment, Your Honor? Because I'm baffled, truly. That's what's happening. Okay. Is there a jury waiting, Your Honor? Can we just handle this later? Because counsel's now not ready.
And I can do it during instructions, or I can do it now.
I would like it.
Okay.
Well, that Amanda.
Cardi B's like, what the fuck is this? I know, ma'am, it's Kirkland. It's better than Dasani. I promise you it's better than Dasani. If you had hired Alan Jackson, I bet there would have been Fiji water bottles, but I'm just saying.
Kelly was a witness to that fact.
I'm not going to say anything about that.
All right, fine.
Okay.
And I would prefer the word disputed rather than stipulated, just because we don't know.
And what's Dr. Shrigley?
John Scher, MD, and he was plaintiff's plastic surgeon, the first one.
Okay.
In 2018.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And then what about these other folks?
The issue with recalling the plaintiff again?
No, but who's Parsi?
Parsi is the receptionist, Dr. Azizulai. Dr. Azizulai has an office there, several floors down, but he happened to be in that vicinity and learned of the disturbance and came upstairs with Parsi and Amanda Kelly we've already discussed, and Mike Schoaf was just another patient in the building.
And to what extent, if any, is there...
If you're like, why is the court asking what these witnesses will testify to? Because it wasn't turned over in discovery. That's why.
testimony cumulative? Did they all see the same thing?
It's the same like their Dr. Finke and their witness Malcolm.
False.
And I would argue that that's cumulative.
False.
They show D1.
False.
I'm just asking you, did they see different things?
I don't know what they signed.
The court is asking counsel now about his witnesses. Did you see what he just did? We're going to break down bullshit argumentation today. He just switched the topic of the conversation. The court is asking about his witnesses, and he just said, I don't know what they're talking about. Counsel is trying to deflect to talk about Cardi B's witnesses. He's not answering the court's question. He's deflecting again. Again.
They never deposed them. They never deposed them. It's the same like their two. It is exactly the same like their two witnesses. They have a doctor and a receptionist.
False.
I have a doctor and a receptionist. Well, so if the court is going to limit me, I would ask.
But Your Honor, they have a doctor and a receptionist. I have a doctor and a receptionist. This isn't a chessboard, counsel, where you are trying to match pieces. Stop it. They have eyewitnesses. The reason they are calling the doctor and the receptionist is because the doctor and the receptionist walked out and were involved as eyewitnesses. I also have a doctor. I should go call him. Doctor, I have a doctor in the house. I do not have a receptionist, but I do have a doctor. I have worked as a receptionist. Do I count? We also have a doctor and a receptionist. But you know what we weren't? We weren't fucking there. And we didn't see what happened. Your job title doesn't make you an eyewitness. This is so ridiculous. To everyone in the chat who said this is a false equivalence, it is. It's horrible. The judge is still being incredibly patient. But the judge is also giving it back to this lawyer more than a criminal judge would in a criminal case.
That they limit them to one witness.
No, I'm not saying I'm limiting anything. I just don't want the same two people to come in and offer the exact same testimony.
What if they did see the same thing? Why can't they say that?
Look, can we just go back to the attorney's camera? Thank you.
This is cumulative.
But they're two separate witnesses that see the same thing.
But what benefit is there to it?
Because when more people testify to the same thing, it makes it more true.
Oh.
You did not just fucking say that. You did not just fucking say that. You did not just fucking say that. When more people testify to the same thing, it makes it more true. Emily, why are you shocked? Yesterday, this lawyer literally fucking said, but Your Honor, I wasn't paying attention to the witness list. The trial wasn't real yet. You can't like vibe code litigation. I've become way too invested in this case in a day.
Offer the exact same testimony.
What if they did see the same thing? Why can't they say that?
Because it's cumulative.
But they're two separate witnesses that see the same thing.
But what benefit is there to it?
Because when more people testify to the same thing, it makes it more true.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, we don't even know.
That's what.
He can't even tell you if it's cumulative because he's telling you he doesn't know what they're going to say.
I know what they're going to say in general. They're going to say that the incident occurred the way that plaintiff says it occurred.
And
They weren't there.
They came upstairs.
They're going to say it happened the way that the plaintiff said it happened, but they haven't gone upstairs until after it happened. So did you just tell them what to say?
During the incident?
At some point. The same way their doctor showed up. These
All
people.
right.
I think it's an insufficient offer of proof. And
Cardi B's lip gloss looks amazing. Cardi B is looking at her attorney and is like, what the fuck? There wasn't anyone else there. And you know how we know there wasn't anyone else there? It wasn't in the incident report that the plaintiff wrote.
Here's what I'm willing to do. I will.
Your Honor, could you please admonish counsel?
The court reporter was like, one at a time.
They weren't there.
They came upstairs.
During the incident?
At some point. The same way their doctor showed up. These
All
people.
right.
I think it's an insufficient offer of proof. And
Here's what I'm willing to do. I will.
Your Honor, could you please admonish counsel not to interrupt me?
I would ask the same.
I don't think he has been. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're not showing the lawyers, so it's harder to hear. Cardi B's lawyer just said, please admonish counsel to allow me to finish. And this lawyer cut him off at the end of his sentence and said, I would ask the same. And the court said, I don't think he has. Meaning, Cardi B's lawyer is not the problem. Dude, a toddler tantrum in court isn't effective argumentation. I would ask the same. Dude, just tit for tat.
Counsel says we didn't take their depositions. They weren't identified until the end of July. We referenced it until the end of July. So we had no chance to take the depositions.
All right. If you want to propose, if you want them to testify and you can offer proof, then specific as to what they saw and when they saw it.
Okay, I have no problem. I will contact them again. I cannot produce them today, but I will take that up time that I need to.
All right. Are we otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there jury? Ms. Almanzar, do you want to take a stand?
Okay, we're going to zoom to Cardi B resuming the stand. Cardi B won her request to have her witnesses testify. The defense was like, well, me too. Or the plaintiff was like, well, me too. I get them to testify. Ooh. This is what happens when people look at someone and like, oh my God, you like to argue. You should be a lawyer. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. Not at all. This is the epitome of, oh my God, you like to argue. Have you ever thought of being a lawyer? No. You like to read and research. Have you thought of being a lawyer? You hyperfixated on like the Magna Carta. You might want to be a lawyer, but you just like to argue. No, go be a PR. Go work in PR.
One, we are still on the record in the Ellis matter. Counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate. We have Ms. Almanzar is still on the stand. Ma'am, you're reminded you're still under oath? Yes. All right, and we are going to resume with direct exam under Evidence Code 776. Would you like to proceed, counsel? Yes. And just one note to anyone in the gallery, if you don't have a media badge that's been approved by the sheriff, please do not be using the cell phones, tablets, computers. Thank you.
Cardi B's like, ding, ding, round 2. Girl, you won round 1. You've already listened to this attorney. She sat in court listening to this attorney be wild this morning. And now she's just like, yeah, we got the other version. Her wigs are so fucking good. They're so good. They're just so good. The hairline, just so good. Ugh.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning. Thank you for coming back today.
Good morning. Thank you for coming back today. Bitch, I didn't have a choice. You sued me. Come on.
Good morning, Ms. Cardi B.
Good morning.
He might have said that to the jury. They didn't have a choice either.
When we were discussing yesterday at the end, we were talking about the issue where you testified that Miss Ellis was recording you with her cell phone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what type of cell phone she was using at the time?
I'm not quite sure. I just remember it was square.
What color was the cell phone?
It had a case. It definitely had a case. But I'm not sure.
Do you know if the type of phone that she was using when she was recording you, would a light go on or would some kind of noise?
It didn't.
Counsel, it's not a fucking camcorder. Would a light go on or some kind of noise if she was recording you? Sir, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a cell phone? Okay, then. He does keep saying when she was recording you. He absolutely does. He absolutely does. Ugh.
Had a light. It didn't have a light.
Right. So if the cell phone was facing Miss Ellis, I'm assuming it was. Well, let me ask you that. Was the cell phone that you're talking about, was it facing you or was it facing Miss Ellis?
The camera was facing me. When I got off the elevator, her phone was here.
Okay.
Then when I was walking and she was behind me, and then she said, "Oh my God, y'all, Cardi B, Cardi B." I looked back and the camera was like right there, like practically on her chest type stuff. I'm like, yo, why are you recording me?
Okay. And you've seen, like, you know, police officers where they have a camera on the front of them. Have you ever seen that, where police officer will have...
Sir, the phone she was talking on and then is holding like this isn't a body-worn camera.
I've never seen that, but that was her phone, not a camera.
I understand, but I'm saying, have you ever seen a security officer, a police officer have a special camera on their chest which records what occurs in front of them?
Relevance,
I'm not saying...
I'm ready for Cardi to be like, I mean, I've seen Cops. Like, I've seen the show. What the fuck?
Saying she was recording you. I am asking you this question. If she was recording you, why does it matter?
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing a
record you.
disturbance.
Time out. Let's not talk over.
He's being argumentative. And now he's saying maybe she was recording you because you were causing a disturbance. Did you catch that right at the end there? I did. He keeps justifying the recording. He keeps trying to justify the recording. So, okay, she's recording then? Because you're trying to justify it.
Because she's a security guard and I'm going to a doctor's office. It definitely mattered.
You were causing a disturbance. Maybe
I
she
wasn't
wanted to
causing a
record you.
disturbance.
Time out. Let's not talk over each other, number one. Wait for him to finish
Sorry.
asking the question before you answer.
Do you own the building of 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
No, I was walking to a doctor's office.
Do you agree that you were a guest in that building? You were
Yes.
a visitor, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. When a security officer tells you to leave, are you supposed to leave?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Sustained, if asked and answered. We covered this yesterday.
You were causing a disturbance in the building.
She started the disturbance.
Did you also...
Ma'am, if you hear an objection, please wait.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Cardi's lawyers are like, I've got the objections. And Cardi's like, I've got the answers, though. I've got the answers. Did you see her just take a deep breath? Just take a deep breath. Just, ooh.
What's wrong?
Do you remember yesterday you said that there was a verbal altercation between the two of you? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sustained.
You used the F word during that fight.
This is not the strategy with this witness. This is not the strategy with this witness. Because the way it comes off to all of you in the chat is the way this has to be coming off to the jury. You sued her, and now you just want to yell at her. She has not been. Look, there are witnesses when they get yelled at, we're all sitting there going, "Get him!" She has not been evasive. She has not been difficult. She has not been hesitant to answer. She has not twisted words. She has not played word games with you. She has not been evasive. She has just answered the questions. And now you are yelling at her with absolutely no cause. This witness is not fighting with you. She's not backing down to you, but she's not fighting with you. And she hasn't even been rude in the way that she is standing her ground. She's like, no, that's not what I said. Of all the witnesses we have seen have room to get snippy with the lawyers, Cardi B's got room to give this lawyer his ass and hasn't done it yet. Maybe she will. But I think that's also what he's trying to do, right? He wants her to be mad at him. He's just going to make the jury mad at him. This is not the right tactic. This is a terrible, terrible, terrible plan, counsel. I hope it goes badly for you, honestly.
Fight, didn't you?
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, bitch, get the fuck out my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again.
I believe her 100%, by the way. He said, tell the jury what you said. She said it and then interrupts her to say, no, tell them what you said. She's like, I'm fucking talking. I had to back it up because that sounds 100% like what she said. I absolutely believe that is what she said.
The altercation between the two of you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And an altercation is a fight, isn't it? It's a verbal fight. You had a verbal fight with her.
Asked and answered.
Yes or no?
Yes.
You used the F word during that fight, didn't you?
Oh, no.
Yes.
What other words did you use? Tell us in your own words what you said.
I said, bitch, get the fuck out my face. Why are you in my face? Why are you recording me? Ain't you supposed to be security?
Tell it to
Why?
her now. Go ahead.
Huh?
Say it again. Say it.
Objection, Your Honor.
You want me to say it to
I
her
want
face?
you to tell it to her face what you said on that day so she can hear it for herself.
He wants Cardi B in court to yell at his client? Ew. You have every right, ma'am, to look at the court and be like, what the fuck is this shit? This is so inappropriate.
The objection is sustained.
And, Your Honor, do we have civility in the
Yeah.
courthouse?
Why don't we just take the temperature down a little bit? If you have factual questions to ask her, please do so. It's not the time to.
This lawyer was just admonished. All of you are like, can he be admonished? He's being admonished by the court right now in front of the jury. Take it down, counsel. This is uncalled for.
Down a little bit. If you have factual questions to ask her, please do so. It's not the time to argue with her.
What were the words that you used
She just told
when
you.
got off the
Asked and
elevator
answered.
to this security guard who's no longer security
Asked and
guard at this
answered.
time?
Objection to argument and
Asked and
also
answered.
covered yesterday.
It's been covered several times, so it's asked and answered. It's the objection sustained.
What did you tell Emani Ellis yesterday?
Counsel, you need to move on.
That was the court. The court just said you need to move on.
What were you holding in your hand at the time when you got off the elevator?
Objection. Oh, excuse me. Argument.
Overruled.
Nothing, correct? You weren't holding anything, were you?
No.
You had both of your hands free to do whatever you wanted to do, correct? Yes or no?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And if you wanted to scratch or cut her face with your right hand or your left hand, if you wanted to do it, you could have done it, correct? So
But
you're
I
not
didn't.
disabled.
But
right?
I didn't because I had a baby inside me.
How did she?
He literally just said, you're not disabled, are you? Oh, the jury is going to hate this shit. I hate it. You hate it. We all hate it. Oh, counsel.
Time out. Let's slow down the pace just a little bit before the opportunity to give objections and for the court reporter. What was the objection?
Argumentative. Relevance.
Overruled.
And again, I would ask that counsel lower his voice. This isn't.
So, Your Honor, I was told yesterday that my voice was too low by others, so that's why it's a little bit higher
Nobody said that to you, counsel. Shut the fuck up. Nobody said that to you.
today, so that everybody can hear what I can say, as well as the witness.
I think that there's a difference between volume and tone. I think the volume is fine, the tone is a little bit argumentative.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I apologize for that. I will try to do
Don't lie to the court.
my best to tone it down. So, again, I will ask you to tell us and admit to this fact that you are not disabled, correct?
I'm not what?
Are you disabled?
At that moment, no.
No. Are you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you the things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability?
I'm glad this is blowing up in his face. I'm glad this is blowing up in his face. Yeah. She's like, I'm pregnant. I mean, she's like, I'm pregnant. There are so many things I can't do. Yeah. Let me tell you what. Her facial expressions. Get him. Just, yep. And the jury is going to be right there along with her.
At that moment, no.
No. Are you disabled?
Overruled.
Are you disabled? Yes or no?
At that moment, when you're pregnant, I'm very disabled. You want me to tell you the things I can't do?
Fine. What was your disability on February 24th of 2018. What was your disability?
I was pregnant. I couldn't protect myself, even if I wanted to. She's like twice my size.
No problem, no problem. Let me ask you this. How many
Counsel, if you
months
ask a
pregnant
question,
were
you
you?
need to wait for the answer.
Okay, yes.
He just got admonished by the court again. And she's like, look, she's 4 months pregnant. She feels vulnerable. She doesn't want to fight somebody twice her size. And she's at the doctor because she's worried something's wrong. That's the only reason she's going to the doctor after traveling. That's a really fucking stressful thing. And counsel's like, yeah. And the court's like, excuse me, counsel, you asked her a question. You have to let her answer. And she has been so patient with him. I'm sure she's sat through terrible interviews, right? But she has been so patient with him.
You done, man?
How many months pregnant were you?
I was around 13 to 12 weeks.
Months? 4 months? 3 months? 3 to 4 months.
12 to 13 weeks, counsel. In the zone where you don't want to tell people you're pregnant and you worry about your pregnancy. It's weeks, counsel.
Fair enough. Did you have a bulging belly?
No, I didn't.
Did Miss Emani Ellis know that you were pregnant?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know if Emani Ellis
Calls for
knew that you
speculation.
were pregnant when you walked out of that elevator?
No,
on
I
that-
didn't know. But she knows that I'm a patient. When you're a patient to go see a medical anything, you shouldn't even try to fight nobody. You don't know what disability they have.
Okay. Now let me ask you.
Facts, Cardi. You don't know what people are walking through with life. You don't know. Let people be. You don't know what people are carrying them with them.
This
Ugh.
question. When you say you were disabled, were you disabled in your upper extremities, your arms? Were your arms disabled? The reason I'm asking is I want to make it very clear for everybody that your arms can go up and down, and they could go up and down now, and they could go up and down
This
on
dude's
that day
pissing
as
me
well.
off.
You agree to this?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered in a different way. And
Ew.
I guess that's fine.
I'll let you can answer this once. Please don't ask it again.
If my arms were disabled? No, my arms weren't disabled. No.
Can you raise your arms up?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you? You don't have to do it physically. I'm saying, are you able
I
to
put my
do it?
hands up.
Yes.
It just which hands up song is your favorite? I put my hands up in the air sometimes, saying "Ayo." You know the difference between millennials on the dance floor. Look, and younger Gen X. Every song we danced to had us throwing our hands in the air like we just don't care or raising the roof. So yeah, we're putting our hands up. But I hate this attorney. It's official that he might be, I think he is at the very, very tippy top. He's S tier for lawyers that have irked EDB. Because damn, I hate everything about all of this questioning. But you know what? As much as y'all are annoyed, the jury's going to be annoyed too. All the feelings you're having, yep, the jury's having it too. Hate it, hate everything about it.
And on that day, you were able to do it as well, correct?
If I wanted to, yes.
Okay. That's all I'm asking.
No, when you're pregnant, you're going to put your hands in front of your body.
Aside
counsel.
from your disability of being 3 to 4 months pregnant, did you have any other disabilities?
No.
Do you have a disabled placard? Are you legally disabled in any way?
Why don't you move on, counsel?
He is asking for the legal classification of pregnancy. However, sir, she can't make that conclusion. Anyone on the jury that's been pregnant and has had to file for like FMLA leave is going to be sitting there going, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? This attorney is going to piss off his own mother with this line of questioning. That's how bad it is. Mom, I'm going to be on trial on TV. Can you imagine? And then she watches and is like, the fuck?
And the hoodie that you had on, what color was it? Was it black, white, yellow, purple, pink?
I really don't remember.
And was the hoodie over your head or
Yes.
no? You wore it for what reason over your head? To protect your identity?
It could be I don't really want people to recognize me. My hair not done. My makeup not done. I probably just woke up. A lot of reasons.
So real.
And when you went there in the afternoon at 1:30 p.m., had you just woken up at that moment? Well, shortly before 1:30 p.m. on a Saturday?
No, Stephen, I love it. I'm the same way.
Attention, relevance.
Assisting.
When you went to the building at 1:30 p.m., were you fasting or you had eaten something before you went to see the doctor?
Relevant.
Assisting.
Are you also going to ask her if she was emotional because she's pregnant? Because you're trying to ask her if she's hangry. Lolly in the chat said FMLA leave, like fuck my life. That's how Cardi's feeling on the stand at the moment. Same.
Now, when you saw Miss Emani Ellis and you got out of the elevator, not asking who did what, I'm asking was there any contact between you and her of any kind? What that means is fingers to fingers, shoes to shoes, knees to knees.
If you want to ask about physical contact, counsel, just ask. You could have asked these questions in a deposition.
Any contact between you and Emani Ellis of any kind, was there? Yes or no?
No.
So she didn't touch you, correct?
No.
So if somebody comes here and testifies that she did do something to you physically, you disagree with that testimony, or you will, correct?
She didn't touch me.
Okay.
She didn't get to touch me. No. She was going to touch me, but she didn't get to touch
When you
me.
say she was going to touch you, how do you know that? You
Because
assume?
we were chest to chest at one point.
So then your chest did touch, right?
I'll say that, but you did say when I got off the elevator,
Okay.
we
Ding, ding, ding.
walked a little bit. That's when we got chest to chest.
You're
When
right,
we
ma'am.
got off the elevator, we didn't do no contact.
I understand.
You're right.
I understand. So
You were
here's
correct,
how we're gonna
ma'am.
do this. The date of the incident
Cardi, you're a better lawyer than this lawyer is.
is February 24th of 2018. You agree?
Yes.
Now I'm going to talk to you about the whole day. Not just the minute you got off the elevator. When I say the whole day, from the moment you got off the elevator, you saw Emani Ellis, you had your fight with her, whether it was verbal or not. At some point, she went away or you went away.
James in the chat said my niece was so sick during her pregnancy she had to get IV fluids. Me too. I was in urgent care frequently to get IV fluids. But we can talk about all of the issues. I love my children very much, but we can I did not do well at being pregnant. But also it's like, what could you do during pregnant? I could have thrown up on you. I mean, that's about it. Because other than that, I did not have much. I built a human and puked a lot. Like, it's not great. And it's interesting watching this in hindsight now that she's announced that she's pregnant again, knowing that she's pregnant there now. And you can see also that there's times when you can tell you're like, oh, yeah, yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
So during that segment of time of your life, which was how many minutes in your opinion? 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute?
It was probably like a minute.
Danita didn't help.
45.
IV Zofran didn't help me
It was
either.
so quick.
Perfect.
It was really quick.
Perfect. So from during the 1 minute and 45 seconds,
No.
Mischaracterized.
I didn't say 1 minute
You know,
45
we
seconds.
haven't had a question yet. Please phrase one that's intelligible.
during the few minutes or 1 minute or whatever minutes it was that you were with Emani Ellis, during that period of time of your
I'm
life
so sorry.
and her life, during that segment, just told us now, during
love.
that time period, at some point, you were chest to chest. You agree?
Yes.
There was physical contact between her chest and your chest, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you had the chest-to-chest contact, at that moment, were you angry?
I was mostly nervous.
Were you angry?
Yes, I was angry.
How angry were you?
More or less angry than you are at this lawyer. Of course she was angry. She had every right to be angry.
Depends on the level of angry, to be honest with you.
Let's talk about the level.
She was
I'm gonna go from a scale
frustrated.
of 1 to 10. On the scale of 1 to 10,
How mad are you
what
right
was the
now?
level of your anger when you were chest to chest with this person?
Objection.
On the date of the incident.
Sorry, objection taken and taken this.
You
How
were
mad
at a
were
high
you?
level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection regulated.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern. Very concerned.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello, I'm here.
I'm just rewinding it. He's like, hello, I'm here. She's like, she's not saying like, hello, is it me you're looking for? Counsel, do you not exist in the world? That's not a hello, like, hi, hey, how are ya? That's not what that is. Cardi has to be sitting there going, dude, are you thick? Like, what is happening? Why are you playing stupid? She's so right. Oh my God.
You were at a high level of anger when you were chest to chest with her, correct?
Objection regulated.
I don't think I was like on a high level of angry. I was more on a high level of concern. Very concerned.
Fair.
And why were you concerned?
Because I'm pregnant and this girl's about to fucking beat my ass. Hello?
Hello. Hello, I'm here. So, when she was going to beat you, like you just testified, what did she do to have you believe that she was going to beat you? What did she do?
She was on my face, chest to chest.
Sir, Cardi B seems like a petite woman. I have a different physical presence, but I do have friends that are quite petite. Anyone who has had somebody physically impose on their space, counsel, maybe not you, maybe you're the one imposing on people's space. I'm just speculating. I'm not saying that I know that for a fact. I have no idea who this counsel is. But anyone who's had somebody physically larger than them impose on their space, it does not matter. It is physically imposing. It is intimidating. It is stressful. And then, in addition to that, you are in your first trimester of pregnancy and not feeling well and trying to go to the OB. Of course she was fucking stressed. When someone is being physically imposing in her personal space. Counsel, have you never had anyone physically impose into your space? I'm guessing nobody wants to get that close to you, huh? Just, good Lord. I hate it. I hate everything about what's happening in court other than the fact that I know the jury will hold this attorney to account because it's just bruh. Oh.
And while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you, is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking. I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you saying she's...
He said, I'm looking and I don't agree with that. And the jury has to be sitting there. The jury has watched Cardi B walk to the stand, and the jury has watched the plaintiff walk to the stand. He's like, I don't agree with that. Look at her face. Look at her face. He's like, I don't agree with that. I'm going to try to let this play. I am dying. I am dying. She's like, what do you mean she was bigger than you? Sir, she was in my face looking down at me. And I was like, get the fuck up out of my face, ma'am. I have eyes, sir. I perceive the world.
That she was going to beat you. What did
Oh
she
my
do?
God.
She was on my face, chest to chest, and while we arguing, she's backing me. So we practically arguing, and I'm backing, and she's like walking forward.
Right. And she's, you said she's bigger than you? Is that correct?
Absolutely.
How do you know that?
I mean, look.
I'm looking. I don't agree with that. What is your basis? Are you saying she's physically bigger? She's taller?
I mean, you have her medical records,
I don't
right?
have anything. I'm asking you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right?
Queen. She's just like, look, I'm smaller than she is. This came up on cross-examination yesterday. She's like, I mean, she's like, at the time. And again, the weight isn't the only thing. It's how much taller someone is in her space.
In your opinion.
Objection, relevant.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer me.
Okay.
She's like, I mean, at the time,
Did you make fun of
before
her
I had
that
4
she
kids.
was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
Do you think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection.
I mean, if she's being a bitch, you call her a bitch. Did you call her fat? No, I called her a bitch. Oh my God. I can't believe counsel's asking these questions. And Cardi B, like, Cardi B can drag someone to hell. I mean, it's not like we haven't seen her say worse. But she has kept her composure on the stand so well. And she's just... I'm just going to back it up and let it run. For all of you that have already seen this, thank you for riding with me. But some of you are saying, I thought she said 103 pounds. I think she said 130, but it doesn't really matter. But she's like, at the time, look, I just think Cardi is just keeping it so real, right? She's not trying to be mean.
Are you saying she's physically bigger? She's taller?
I'm just gonna let it roll.
You have her medical records,
I don't
right?
have anything. I'm asking you the question.
I mean, I was 130 pounds at that time.
So she's overweight, right? In your opinion.
Objection, relevant.
She's a little.
You don't need to answer me.
Okay.
Her face is everything.
Did you make fun of her that she was overweight when you were there in the hallway?
I don't think so.
Did you call her fat?
No, I was calling her a bitch.
Bitch?
Yes.
Do you think that's respectful to call a security guard a bitch?
Objection, relevant.
Is that how you talk to everybody?
Objection.
Counsel, you're lucky she hasn't called you a bitch yet. Is that how you talk to everybody? That's how I talk to people in my face? Being disrespectful? Sometimes, yeah. Oh my God. Cardi B's like, I could have said worse. Let's be glad we left it there.
Now, you said you felt, I don't know the words. Let's go back to it. Did you feel scared, threatened, afraid at the moment your chest was touching?
Absolutely.
You were scared?
Absolutely.
And you had your cell phone on you, right?
I did, but she's in my face.
That's fine. Did
Just
you
focus on the question and just answer.
Did you
Also, she already said her cell phone wasn't in her hand. You're not looking into your bag to grab your cell phone when somebody's over you in your face, chest to chest. Counsel, you just don't exist in the world, do you?
use your cell phone to call Karan Newton, your security guard, who was downstairs, or the police?
How?
Did you call anybody for help?
Overruled.
When I got inside the doctor's office and I said like on the little bed thing, I told him, yo, you wouldn't even believe what just happened. Meet me downstairs when I leave. I'm gonna call you when I leave.
Okay. If you were really scared and really afraid, isn't it true that you could have called your security guards to come upstairs and help you? Or you could have called the police. That was a possibility because you had your phone in your hand, correct?
Objection. Compound mischaracterizes the testimony.
Argumentative.
The phone was in my hand.
Sustained.
You had your phone in your pocket on the date of the incident?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Can we agree that you didn't call your security guard to help you after the incident, correct? To help you. You did call him, but you didn't call him to come upstairs.
I apologize. I thought it was mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled.
I didn't call him to help me. It was already done. It was done.
Okay, now let's talk about...
Unlike you, counsel, Cardi B is pragmatic. She's like, it was done. I was in the doctor's office with the doctor. I wanted to check on my kid. We're trying to move on.
the fingernails. Okay? Fingernails.
Something new?
Well, I want to...
Oh, shit. Let's talk about the fingernails. The court. Something new? Hey, counsel, if you had done a deposition, you wouldn't be retreading the same ground and getting your ass handed to you by the witness. Though, for all of our enjoyment, I guess, thank you.
Okay, now let's talk about the fingernails. Okay, fingernails.
Something new?
Well, I want to show a couple of things about the fingernails.
Her eye roll was epic.
This side of the ruler, okay, is 2 centimeters.
For all of you watching or listening in the background, for this witness, I would suggest that you just need to also watch the nonverbal communication of Cardi B's face. He's gone and grabbed a ruler to try to measure the fingernails. And a couple of you asked, is the judge asking these types of questions unusual? Yes and no. It is, the judge's response is appropriate for the level of ridiculous this lawyer is being. You will see it more in civil than you will in criminal. And the judge is not holding back in front of the jury. The judge is not going to excuse the jury to admonish counsel. He's like, something new, move on. So in civil, no, I expect this. I worked as a civil research attorney for a judge who at this point might have been throwing things across the courtroom at counsel. And definitely would have said, just put your checkbook on the desk and start writing me out fines. We'll talk about lawyer fines maybe next week, because there's California just had a monumental and unprecedented fine of an attorney. It was not this attorney to my knowledge, but it'll be better if it was. But yes, in civil cases, you will see judges interject and say, move on. This judge is looking for efficiency, not fuckery. This lawyer is bringing fuckery, and the judge isn't having it. We don't see it often because we don't see this lawyering. This is horrible. It's just horrible.
You need me to bring it closer, or can you see it from there?
Objection, Your Honor. You went over this yesterday.
I'm sorry.
2 centimeters. You know the size of 2 centimeters? How big it is?
Excuse me, counsel. It's America. Can we please not use centimeters? You were asking about the nails in inches yesterday. Do you want her to convert it? Ask her. How big do you think 2 inches is? Just ask her to just measure with her fingers.
Ask and answer again.
I have like an understanding of how it would be. Yeah.
2 centimeters.
She's like, I'm not stupid, sir.
It's a little bit less than an inch. Okay? Now, Miss Emani Ellis had a scar to her face of 2 centimeters long, and she received plastic surgery for that. And my question to you is,
Because she's gorgeous.
did you at any time see a scar on Miss Emani Ellis's face, or a cut, or a scrape, at any time during the time of the incident?
No. And she couldn't get a scratch from me because I didn't touch her.
I understand that's what you're saying. I get it.
I do think, Chad, I agree with you. I don't know if he's trying to be demeaning or if it's so ingrained in him that he can't be anything but demeaning, but it is falling completely flat because she is winning these interactions.
Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's left cheek at any time during the incident? Did you specifically look for that because you thought there might be a scar on her face?
No, because I
Or
didn't
did
touch
you
her.
not look?
Why would I look? I didn't touch her.
Compound and row.
Existing.
Did you look at Miss Emani Ellis's face when you were arguing with her at the time of the incident?
Yeah, I looked at her face. How do you know if she's going to throw a punch if you're not looking at her face?
Looking at her face, but I wasn't looking like. She got a pimple on her face. No, I wasn't looking at her details or anything.
So if she had a scar on her face or cut, you wouldn't be able to know because you weren't focusing on it,
But
right?
actually calls for expert testimony relevance.
Existing.
Counsel's just losing this interaction. She's like, yeah, I was looking at her face. I wasn't examining her pores.
Counsel, she's a fact witness. She didn't see a scar. 121.
Court just told counsel to move
You
on.
testified yesterday that
Jinx
when
in
you
the
go to get your
chat said,
nails
grab a
done,
bucket and a mop for
you
this
tell
whack attorney.
Your nail person
Technician.
to be careful not to make your nails too sharp.
Yeah,
Do you
those
remember saying
corners
that?
will fuck you up, man.
Do you tell them that every time you go to get your nails done?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
You don't have to. Again, if it's your nail tech, shout out to Cindy, my nail tech. If it's your nail tech, they know. Those corners, especially if you're doing a coffin shape, those corners will fuck you up if you don't get them filed down a little bit. They will fuck you up. So yeah, you get them rounded down or you will scratch your own face or other things or other people.
Did you tell your nail person that before you had your nails done, just before this incident?
I didn't have to because of the shape. So the shape that I had that week, it wasn't like a shape that is like harming. It was like a square coffin shape. So it didn't have like no points or like sharp edges and stuff like that. I mean, there's pictures of me of that week everywhere. So
Do you have a picture now with you?
Please, please, for the love of everything, Cardi, just say Google it. Will you just look at him and say Google it? Go pay the Getty Images fees to grab it. I was at events all week. Google it. I'm not doing your work for you. Google it. Come on. Google it. Google it.
Do your attorneys have it?
yes.
The nails that you have on now, are they sharp
Google
and
me.
pointy?
I don't consider them that. No.
You consider them pointy.
No.
Can those nails that you have on now, can they become sharp to the point where they could cut somebody if you were to scratch them?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Did you
I gotta say, I'm still a Lincoln Park After Dark girly. I know some of you You guys are welcome to put your favorite nail shades and shapes in the chat. We are not, it is on mods, all discussion of nail art is on point. We are completely on topic. But yeah, I have a deep and unwavering love for Linkin Park After Dark. I really do. I really do. But, you know, it's just in my heart. All right, let's continue on.
See any
Some of you are going to be like, no, Cajun shrimp.
Blood underneath your fingernail after the incident? Any of your fingernails?
There was no physical incident for me to even see nothing like that.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying if you saw anything.
No.
Okay. Did any of your fingernails break after the incident?
No.
All 10 of them were in perfect condition?
Yes.
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke, did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
No.
It's fair. Also from Holo Taco, toe beans, absolutely 10 out of 10, one of my favorite. And I think Holo Taco has a new launch this weekend. Love, love, love. But I think I've been wearing Linkin Park After Dark since I was in like junior high school. So it has a deep, deep place in my heart. But yes, toe beans is one of my favorite Holo Taco shades. There's so many good ones though. I love the taco toppers. Anyway, if I start talking about taco toppers during this trial, we're going to go a different direction with that. So, quick side note. Yesterday, Dr. B was watching one of the sports balls because I was like, Dr. B, isn't it football season? And he's like, yes. I'm like, then why is baseball and hockey on? He's like, they overlap. I'm like, did they not used to? Anyway, there was an advertisement for Audible. I love Audible. And we were watching it. I'm like, all of the books that Audible highlighted, I'm like, oh, they're all smut. Those are all smut books. And he's like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, every single one of those books. Look at that. All of them. All of them. Like Akatar was in there. Quicksilver was in there. I'm like, okay, Audible. Anyway, we're continuing on. I'm not disassociating. I'm trying not to. This attorney is hurting my fucking brain. So.
Did you even bring it up to him?
No, I just told him. Like,
Coco B, there's a new one coming out.
This is your security? This is your security?
I lost the question in me chatting about nail polishes and Audible. So I'm going to back up. Because I lost the, whatever this is. This is not the rhythm of his direct examination. This is just abysmal.
After the incident?
No.
All 10 of them were in perfect condition?
Yes.
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke, did he look at your fingernails? Did he go over that with you?
No.
Did you even bring it up to him?
No, I just told him, like, it's like, this is your security? This is your security?
Besides your chest-to-chest touching, did anything else touch?
No.
Okay, and you're a firstborn child?
To my mother, yes.
Okay, and you have other siblings, other brothers and sisters? Right?
Is that a yes, ma'am? Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, and as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your
Counsel, I might not be picky with everybody, but I'm going to be picky as fuck with you. Not her stomach. Not a baby in her stomach, counsel. I don't know what just happened. Not in her stomach. Counsel. At all. I don't know what just happened. I must have hit something on my keyboard. Hold on. Let's get back to where we were on day 3. Even my keyboard objected to whatever the fuck that was. Let's see if we get back to counsel not understanding basic human anatomy, because that's deeply concerning and disappointing. But again, I am Apparently, I have streamed too close to the sun on that one. So apologies, chat. We'll fix it in post. It's fine. Emily, you should have soliloquied about spicy books and nail polish colors when you switched feeds by accident. Yeah, I should have. 100%. All right, let's find where we were in this.
Correct.
Incredible example of how to deal with a difficult attorney. So, yeah, I'm. Ask her about the little dangly thing in the back of her throat, counsel. Let's get there next if we're talking about babies in the stomach. Emily, too far. You've gone too far. You've gone too far with the lyrics from WAP.
At some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was the hamburger.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are we talking about hamburger buns? Okay.
When you went to see the doctor, Dr. Finke, did he look at your fingernail?
All right, we're just about close. Oh, so she was seeing Dr. Finke once for one thing. I'm sure her other doctor would have said, hey, after birth, you're going to want shorter nails, right? That's for a conversation with her doctor. Dr. Finke was just to check because she was nervous.
Touch?
No.
I don't think we missed anything.
Okay. And you're a firstborn child?
To my mom.
Jamie J said, how is he not embarrassed by his incompetence? He doesn't think he's incompetent. When I tell y'all you're too hard on yourselves, remember that this man probably thinks he's doing a great job at work. Y'all are way too hard on yourselves. Y'all need the audacity of this dude. He thinks he's doing something. Yeah.
Mother, yes.
Okay. And you have other siblings, other brothers and sisters? Right?
Why does it matter?
Yes, ma'am. Is that a yes?
Yes.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what her birth order is. I want her birth chart, her Enneagram number, her what are some other ones? Damn it, there's others. What other Myers-Briggs? What else? All of it. Let's just do all of it. I want all of it. Sure. If we're going birth order, let's do the rest of it.
Okay. And as you testified yesterday that the baby in your stomach that was 4 months or 3 to 4 months old was your first child, correct? Mm-hmm. And you've had other children, correct?
After? Yes.
Beyond irrelevance.
Assistant.
Y'all, a lot of you in the chat have touched on what is maybe I'm teasing with this, sensitive subject for some California attorneys. Many states do not allow reciprocity with California without very specific requirements being met. Because California has a whole bunch of different standards for how you can go to law school and unaccredited law schools and the rest of it. I'm not saying that's what this dude did. Bad attorneys can come from any law school. Good attorneys can come from any law school. This is a him problem. But yeah, a lot of states don't have reciprocity with California. So.
Okay. Now, back to the words. I asked you yesterday if you used the N-word, if you called Miss Emani Ellis the N-word. You said you did not, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay. But you've said that word before in your lifetime, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Assistant.
And
It's not relevant at all. Are we going to try to bring up her song lyrics? If counsel starts to rap in court, I'm going to fall over.
in your music, you actually say it many times, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Move on.
First Amendment.
Her counsel objected First Amendment, and the court was saying at the same time, move on. Move on.
Do you know what the word ghetto means?
Objection.
Well, counsel, you're going to enjoy the hole that you're digging for yourself.
Your Honor.
Did Miss Emani Ellis call you ghetto?
I don't remember.
If someone called you ghetto, would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
Me?
Yeah.
If somebody calls me ghetto? It depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Emani Ellis tell you that?
Is counsel going to start asking about hood rat behavior? Where are we at with this, counsel? She's like, I don't give a fuck, counsel. I don't care. This was not the right choice of lawyer for this. She's like, I don't care. Counsel, what's the definition of ghetto? This line of questioning, counsel. Cardi's like, I've been called worse.
You're stupid.
Your Honor, relevance.
Counsel, just keep digging this hole.
Would that make you angry?
Objection, relevance.
Me?
Yeah.
If somebody calls me ghetto? It depends on how you're using it, but I don't really feel offended if you call me ghetto.
Did Emani Ellis tell you that you're stupid?
Your Honor, relevance.
I really don't remember. She did. She was cursing at me though.
What were the words that she used?
You're gonna get the fuck out my building. You're gonna get the fuck out my building. I can do whatever the fuck I want. And then it's like when I was telling her, like, it's like, why you was recording me? She's like, it's my fucking phone. It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, she also was saying, like, cause I don't go.
Counsel, she's like, thanks for jogging my memory, counsel. Thanks for reminding me. Thanks for reminding me. You've actually jogged my memory. Thank you. Thank you.
It's my phone. You're in my building. That's what she was telling me. And she was like, she also was saying, like, cause I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't give a fuck who you are.
Okay. And you remember her telling you that?
I remember that.
Those exact words?
Yes.
And did that make you angry?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay. When you get angry, you black out and maybe not realize what happens next.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Do you know if you blacked out on the day?
I want to teach an entire law school trial advocacy class on these, the however many hours this examination took of everything that's a what not to do. She was like, I just wanted to go to the fucking gynecologist. And this woman's like, oh, there's Cardi B. And she's like, don't record me. And then all shit popped off. And she's like, why the fuck is this popping off? And then she went to the doctor. That's it, counsel. This is horrific. And she's handling it incredibly well. Cardi B ever gets sued again, y'all, we're covering it in real time. Because now I'm bummed I didn't go sit into the federal case when she testified in Georgia. Because the jury must have loved her then too.
The incident at any time. All right. And when you were yelling back and forth, and you were speaking and yelling and screaming, you were, correct?
See?
You were yelling and screaming at each other,
Yes.
correct? When you were doing that, did your spit come out of your mouth and go onto Emani Ellis?
I don't think so. No.
But it's possible.
You'll be back. Wait and see. Like, what are we thinking? That she's just spitting as she's talking? Sir. The swiftness with which some of you just put Haktua in the court. There is a line in WAP about spitting, though. But I don't think that's what happened on this day.
Right? Because when you're speaking, sometimes you use many, many words, the spit comes out. Correct?
Objection?
You agree with this?
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
Well, relevant, sure.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I'm not sure. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be happening. I don't know.
Could it be that Miss Emani Ellis was not recording you with her phone? Is that a
Calls
possibility?
for speculation.
Speculation?
Aside from what you've just told us now about the recording, is there anything else that you have? Any other testimony about how you know Miss Emani Ellis was recording you with her phone?
She told me, when I told her, why are you recording me? She said, oh, my bad.
Right.
She practically apologized.
Did she apologize to you?
If you say, oh, my bad, when I'm telling
She got called out and she said, my bad. Yeah. I take that as a what? Chat knows. Counsel doesn't know because Scotty doesn't know. Counsel doesn't know. But chat knows. Adoptive admission. Good job, everybody. Law Nerd University is more powerful than whatever this dude's working with.
you why you're recording me, to me, that means you're recording me. And it's right there, right now. It's on my face.
Well,
Not on my face, literally on my face. I'm
My
trying to be
bad.
as
Adoptive admission.
detailed as possible, but she had it right here on her chest, like this.
and when Miss Emani Ellis told you
I don't know if any of you have all ever been recorded in public, but you can tell when someone's recording you. You can tell. You can tell. You can see it. And people act a little weird when they're recording you in public and they don't want you to know. They act a little different. You just know. So why are you recording me? My bad.
to leave the building, you refused
knows.
to leave, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you were trespassing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Where did you go? Did you leave the building? Did you go to your doctor's office? Where did you go next?
To my doctor's office.
And where did Miss Emani Ellis go?
I don't know.
Did she see you walk into the doctor's office?
Objection.
Speculation.
Assisting.
Did you see Miss Emani Ellis when you walked into your doctor's office?
Did I saw her?
Right.
Who was arguing? The receptionist came out. She got in between us. They were like, kind of like, she was like trying to calm her down. The doctor was already coming out.
I can't wait to hear from the
He's like,
receptionist.
go to my office. So I'm like, after that, I just went to his office and I never seen her again.
And that's the other thing. She didn't know where the office was. She's never been in this building in her life. You know, I don't care that she is a celebrity in this moment. You know, she is traveling for work. She is in her first trimester of pregnancy. She is stressed that something's wrong because she doesn't feel right. She had to find a doctor that she's never seen before. She is trying to find an appointment she's never seen before. And the fact of her being a celebrity only plays into this because she's also worried that someone is going to share that she is pregnant before she wants to share that she is pregnant. And good for her for not sharing that she's pregnant. Because going through pregnancy in the public eye can't be easy, but going through pregnancy loss in the public eye is not going to be easy. It's not easy no matter what. So yeah, she's stressed and she doesn't know what doctor's office she's going to. So it's not like she can get away. The poor woman is processing so much information. I am so mad that this case is even happening, but I'm also like so glad we get to see Cardi B just handing this lawyer his ass. So, but I'm so frustrated for her.
And when this, how long after, from the moment you saw Mr. Emani, how long after did the Dr. Finke come out of his office? Was it in the middle, towards the end? Can you give us an estimate of time?
Can you repeat that a little better?
Sure.
Can you repeat that a little better? Ma'am, I don't know if he can.
So, just for argument's sake, I'm going to estimate the time was 2 minutes.
If your question is starting with just for argument's sake, your question is in fact argumentative. It's argumentative. You don't get to give hypotheticals. She's not an expert. It's argumentative. Shut up, counsel.
I'm not saying it was. It could have been half a minute. Just for argument. So during the 2 minutes that you and her were outside
Cal
in the
this
hallway,
lawyer. I should have done it yesterday.
screaming at each other, whatever you were doing, for those 2 minutes, how long after the 2 minutes, or sorry, how long from the beginning of the 2 minutes to the end did Dr. Finke come in? So he could have came in at 59 seconds, 119 seconds, 1 second. Do you understand my question?
But it wasn't 2 minutes.
No, your question is dumb as fuck.
Go ahead.
It wasn't.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
All right, let's do it again.
Your
How
question
many
is
seconds,
argumentative.
I need to know this. How many seconds were you and Miss Emani Ellis in the hallway?
Counsel, if you needed to know shit, A, ask your client. B, do a deposition.
Let's just pick a time. You pick it.
I'll say from like the beginning all the way to like walking down, it had to be like a minute or less.
Okay.
Like,
And you say walking down, you mean walking into Dr. Finke's office or leaving the building?
excuse me?
When you say walking down where?
Remember, I got off the elevator, so I'm walking, trying to find the room, the office. So in between that was like the minute there. Like I like the verbal dispute, it had to be like 20 seconds of that.
Fine. When did Dr. Finke come out of his office?
At the end.
When it was all done, correct?
Well, when Tierra was calming down, she was still like screaming and like trying to explain herself to Tierra. I just walked away.
All right. When you got off the elevator, was there anyone else in that hallway or in that vicinity?
No.
And how long did it take before Tierra came out?
How long did it take?
And that's Tierra Malcolm.
Yes.
What's your best estimate?
Like 40 seconds at most, or like 50 seconds.
I could never answer these questions. Yesterday, how long stream going to take? It won't be that long. 8 hours later. I don't know. Time blindness gets me. I don't know. How do you answer this question from 2018? It went quick. Also, when you're stressed, how do you know?
It's like around there. I don't know.
So you and Miss Emani Ellis were alone for approximately 40 to 50 seconds before anybody came out into the hallway, correct?
Yes.
And in those 40 to 50 seconds, anything could have happened,
Objection.
right?
Assisting.
You could have scratched her face, you could have cut her face in those 40 seconds.
Counsel, we're not going to engage in speculation.
The defense attorney didn't even get to object before the court jumped in and said, we're not doing this.
If you have fact questions to ask her, please do so.
When you had the fingernails on that day, what color were the fingernails? Do you remember?
This attorney was admitted to the bar before me? Counsel. You were admitted to the bar in May of 2004. Which means you probably passed the bar in what? When do February bar results come out? April? So you passed the February bar. So you probably didn't pass the July bar the first time. But May of 2004? Counsel, you're not normally a litigator, are you?
They were like
Green?
No. They were like orangey.
And you said that there were some kind of flat, I don't know, stones on them?
Yes,
Were those flat stones on all 10 fingernails?
most likely yes.
Were the 10 fingernails all the same size and had the same exact stones on them? Mm-hmm. So if there was one
Is that a
stone,
yes, ma'am?
Yes.
if there was one stone, it would be one stone times 10? Or is one might have 3 stones, another one may have 1 stone? Do the stones change?
Objection. Vague, ambiguous, calls for speculation.
Assisting.
What do you call them? The things that you said yesterday, what did you call them that were on your fingernail?
Flat rhinestone.
Flat rhinestones. Mm-hmm. Were any of them sharp?
Not if they're flat, they're not sharp. If they're like 3D, like popping up, they sharp. But if they're flat, they're not sharp.
Okay. And do you ever wear the ones that are 3D?
Objection relevant.
Assisting.
Were you wearing the ones that were 3?
Chat. I shouldn't have Googled while we were doing this, but chat, when court takes a break and we zoom, remind me to talk about this attorney a little bit more. Just remind me.
3D on the date of the incident?
No,
At any time?
no.
And how do you know that those rhinestones that are 3D, how do you know they're sharp?
Objection.
Why did you just tell us that now?
Counsel, why are we talking about things that she didn't testify she was wearing?
That was the judge who just jumped in again.
Do you remember how many rhinestones were on each fingernail? If it was 1, 2, or 3?
Objection. Ask an answer.
Who would remember that? I love the way rhinestones look. I pick at them. I can't. Glitter I can do. Rhinestones I'll fuss with too
Aside
much.
from that day, the date of the incident, which was February 24th of 2018, aside from that day, have you ever seen Miss Emani Ellis either before or after that day?
No, honest truth, I wouldn't even recognize, like, I totally forgot how she looked until I came here again, like.
Well, isn't everything you just told us the honest truth?
Yes.
Counsel, it's a turn of phrase. And she's like, I forgot about her. I have a lot going on. Austin B, EDB, why wasn't there a deposition? He chose not to do it. He said we didn't do a deposition. She was out of town. It might have been a financial consideration, or this is my speculation through the lens of someone who is not impressed with this attorney. I think they didn't want to spend the money to do the deposition because they would have had to pay for it because they were hoping this would settle. Either that or BJ, but no bear said the trial wasn't real. Yeah, he didn't think the trial was real. I think he still thought that Cardi B was going to blink and he was going to get cash. Honest truth is a turn of phrase, counsel. And the way Cardi B has been testifying, look, if a different witness in a different case had said, truthfully, we would have all been like, well, we've heard your testimony. We don't think you're being truthful then or now. With Cardi B, it comes across as a turn of phrase because she is just coming across as transparent as one could be. Her testimony has rang completely true and has come across as incredibly candid. Even when the court said, sustained, you don't have to answer. And she's like, she's just listening to the questions and answering them.
Now, when Miss Tierra Malcolm came outside, she came outside, it was about 40 to 50 seconds, and she came out first, right? Mm-hmm. How long after that?
Yes.
How long after that piece did the doctor come out? Because he came out after her, right? They didn't come out together, did they?
Tierra?
I withdraw. Okay. Piece of time. But anyway. When Tierra Malcolm came outside, did she come by herself or with the doctor or someone else?
She came out by herself.
So how long after she came out did the doctor come out?
He came out like 4 to 5 seconds later, 3 seconds later.
Quickly.
When Tierra Malcolm came outside,
Her faces are so
how
good.
did she get between the two of you if you were chest to chest?
Ask her.
She literally, she was like, "What are you guys doing? What's going on? And what's going on?" And then she was like, "This bitch just fucking hit me. This bitch just hit me. I'm about to fuck her up." And I'm just like, I was so confused because it's like, no, I didn't. Like, I didn't hit you. And then that's when like Finke came out, and he's like, what's going on? Go to my office. So I just like went to his office and stuff like that. Like, that's it. It's done.
Right, but you testified that Tierra Malcolm at some point was in between the two of you.
Yes.
You got a hamburger bun with a hamburger.
Yeah.
She was the hamburger, and the two of you were the buns, correct?
Who's the hamburger and who's the buns? Also, no Melanie taco, no Melanie corn dog, no Melanie hamburger. No Melanie sandwich. No.
Yeah.
Right. How did the
We're
hamburger
going to pull from
get
all the Reese
inside
Witherspoon
bun?
movies.
I'm not sure if I gave her space or one
No
of us
Melanie
gave her
hot
space.
dog.
She wasn't like really like in. She was just like, "What are you guys doing? What is this?" And then she just got in the middle because she just was like going crazy. I don't know where she just turned up like.
And you just testified now that
Right.
Emani Ellis was yelling that you hit her, right?
Yes.
She was saying that.
She didn't say that in her report. She didn't say it in her incident report,
You
did
didn't
she?
hit her.
No.
Did you take a swing at her?
No.
When Miss Tiara Woods was in between the two of you, did you try to take a swing over Miss Tiara Woods?
No.
How tall are you?
I don't know who Tierra Woods is, but
Tiara Malcolm, I apologize.
Huh. Sounded like the court again. The judges again, like, who are we talking about?
Tiara Malcolm.
Do we have a question?
How tall are
what
you?
was the question?
How tall are you?
This is some of the worst questioning I've ever seen.
How tall I am?
Yeah.
5'3".
Okay, how about on that date of the incident when you had your shoes on? Were they flats? Were they heels?
She was probably in
Maybe
sneaks.
flats.
So, and do you know how tall Miss Emani Ellis is?
No.
When you were standing
Taller than me. You have her medical records. The jury saw Emani Ellis walking around the courtroom. They know.
face to face, were your eyes like the same level, or did she look taller? Did she look shorter?
She's
What is your
5'3".
recollection?
She's not
She
fucking hell.
we was face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just much taller, but she was practically my height. But she is like
What? Say it.
security heavy.
What does security heavy mean? Just tell us.
Cardi B's like, she's bigger than me. She's bigger than me. Oh, girl, I know what you mean. Because guess who was security for her friends in college? Mm-hmm. Yep. I get it. She's not wrong.
There's no harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect the building. Type dude. You know what I'm saying? She just look more developed than me.
And aren't security guards to be more developed than you?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, counsel. She just looks strong, counsel.
She just.
I had to back it up
We
and let
was
it run.
face to face, so she's practically like my height, or just much taller. But
I
she
guess
was
that the plaintiff was
practically
taller than
my
that.
height. But she is like
What? Hey,
security heavy.
what does security heavy mean? Just tell us. There's no harm. What does that mean?
Like she just looks a little like she could protect a building type big. You know what I'm saying? She just
Right.
looked more developed than me.
Okay. And aren't security guards to be more?
Cardi B's like, she's the friend you call to help move furniture. Like, I get it. It used to be me, and now I'm old and all of my joints are mad. But yeah, I get it. She looked like she could protect the building. Sir, she looked like she was good at her job, and then she had a full fucking breakdown over Cardi B yelling back at her. Security was not for her.
More developed than you?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
26, 34, 20, no. 36, 24, 36. Only if she's 5'3". We knew we were going to bring Sir Mix-a-Lot into this somehow. Sorry, Sir Mix-a-Lot. Just lyrics. This case isn't your problem. But only if she's 5'3". I like them real big and juicy.
Tell Miss
So
Emani
get me a
Ellis
piece of
that
that
you were
bubble.
pregnant?
Miss Lot's in trouble. Begging for a piece of that bubble.
No.
That building?
Counsel, Cosmo says you're fat, but I ain't down with that. Because your waist is small and your curves are kicking. Come on, counsel, leave it be.
You agree? It's not Cedars-Sinai Hospital, correct?
Objection, my submission. Also, this was covered in...
I withdraw the
That's
vote.
asking us.
The building you were in was a medical building, correct?
Yes.
But it wasn't a hospital.
No.
Was it a hospital?
No.
And there's all type of different tenants that are in the building, right?
Objection, last submission.
Assisting.
Do you know if there were other tenants that had offices in that building?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
These are the stupidest questions. Lyndon in the chat said Miss Ellis could have dialed 1-900-MIX-A-LOT to get those nasty thoughts. 100%. And Mix-a-Lot would have said, what you don't want to do is take Cardi B to court.
You were on the 5th floor, correct?
Yes.
And when you were walking down the hall, there were other doors there, correct? It wasn't just Dr. Finke. There was other different offices there, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Assisting.
I'm out of coffee. There's no amount of tipping the cup that's going to make it better.
When you were getting angry, did you believe that your anger would harm your baby?
Objection, relevance.
This medical plaza also is like down the street from Cedars-Sinai. Also, in LA, it's not surprising to me that someone who caters to a wealthy and or higher end and or celebrity clientele, because Cardi B said, somebody find me a high end doctor. They all deliver at Cedars-Sinai. Cedars-Sinai has the ability to keep that private and secure. Lots and lots of the celebrities in Los Angeles deliver at Cedars-Sinai. That's not a shock. It's like right down the street.
Assisting.
When you went to see Dr. Finke, did you tell him, I got so angry right now, something happened, whatever you told, is it harmful to my baby? Did you ask him?
Assisting. Counsel, do you have anything in?
The courtside counsel, do you have an actual question or no?
Why is no one ready?
Well, I'll withdraw that. Yeah, did you post anything about the incident of February 24,
Relevance.
2018 on the internet?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
I think I said something because around that time she did went live and said something, and my fans caught it, and she was just practically saying like all of these lies about me and stuff like that, and I was like, I did not touch that girl at all. I never really got into details about it.
And when she was posting things, she was telling other people that you assaulted her or hit her or did something physical, correct?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
Her fans
Yes.
caught it and she responded to it.
And then you replied and posted things as well, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you posted?
It was, I don't think I posted something. I'm not even sure if it was a comment or like if I did like a live or something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was it?
Is he going to ask her to repeat that? Counsel, that's a bad plan. Bad plan. Don't ask her to repeat that. I'm going to back it up. Don't ask her to repeat that. Don't ask her to repeat that. Ooh, counsel.
Something. It had to be quick. I was like, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Trying to get some money.
What was that?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
How do you know that?
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you sue her?
The jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know any of this. And now they do. Now you've said it. Now you've said it. There is nothing to undo the jury sitting here after seeing the photos and the microneedling and the rest of it, and counsel just stepped right the fuck into it. Just stepped in it. Yeah, she's trying to get some money. She's suing me for $24 million.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
The jury's heard it now. They've got, can you imagine sitting on this jury? Can you imagine sitting there going, what?
I said, that's a fucking lie. Fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money.
Who's trying to get some money?
She is.
He keeps
How do you
doubling
know?
down.
Because she sued me for $24 million.
Did you sue her?
No.
Could you have sued her?
Objection relevance?
Sustained.
Calls for expert opinion. That was a dumb question, counsel.
Did you ever apologize on those internet or emails or whatever you posted? Did you ever on the posts?
Yes, counsel. She emailed all of her millions of fans and said, that's a fucking lie. Get the fuck out of here. Just trying to get some money. Yeah, she emailed. Emailed all of them, counsel. Yep. Hey, counsel, why didn't you go find the posts?
Apologize for anything that you did that day.
Objection relevance?
Sustained.
Argument?
Do you feel by using all those words you should have apologized?
Objection relevance?
Sustained.
Why should she apologize?
Are you aware that your security guard spoke to Emani Ellis in the lobby shortly after this incident? Are you aware of that?
My explanation.
Overruled.
I'm not aware of that. He didn't tell me he talked to her.
Okay.
Right. I don't know that.
Are you aware that your security guard,
Asked and answered.
Karan Newton, on the day of the incident, apologize to Miss Ellis on your behalf.
Asked and answered.
Assisting.
Did your security guard tell you that he
Counsel,
apologized to
are you aware that you have to have like a reasonable belief before you ask the questions? Because I think you're asking questions out of nowhere. Though if his client told him that, he could say, well, my client told me that happened. Because you never did a depo on the security guard. The security guard doesn't seem to be on the witness list, so you're just asking shit to ask shit.
Miss Ellis on your behalf at any time?
Objection, asked and answered, argumentative, black foundation.
Assisting.
I'm waiting for
Have you
Cardi
ever
B's
been
lawyer.
assaulted and
I'm waiting for Cardi B's lawyer to say objection, all of them.
battered in your life?
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Have you ever been abused in your life?
Counsel, if you're out of questions, you can pass the question.
Did you know
The court just said in front of the jury, counsel, if you're out of questions, can you ask a question?
that by your actions you took away the feeling of safety for Emani Ellis?
All right. Counsel,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you done?
I have a few more questions.
Have them be fact-based.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court is straight. You're done. Counsel, you're done. You're out of questions. You're not prepared to question this witness. You're not prepared for this trial. You're asking questions that are inappropriate. You're getting your ass handed to you by the witness. Have the, freaking closed captioning. But the court said have them be fact-based. I have a few more questions. Have them be fact-based.
And do you agree that
Not
this,
fact-based.
this incident, which
Fact-based.
we're talking about, why we're all here today, is occurred 7.5 years ago? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that this incident occurred 7.5 years ago? What the fuck is that question?
Okay, and that's 2,741 days ago, based on my math.
What are these questions? The court said have them be fact-based. And he's asking how many, are we going to get to how many minutes? Seconds? Do you just want to quote rent? What are we doing?
Is occurred 7.5 years ago. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and that's 2,741 days ago, based on my math.
Sustained.
How do you remember all of these details that you gave us from 2,741 days ago?
Objection, as to the days.
Over.
You can answer.
I mean,
How do you remember?
I remember like the basics. I don't remember like the whole. I remember the basics. Like it was, but it's not really much to remember. It was a in and out thing.
That wasn't the judge sighing. That was Cardi B sighing. All I can hear is papers rustling.
And have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite? Have you ever done that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
Have you ever used your nails to scratch yourself? Also, I'm pretty sure that at one point, Cardi did maybe an Instagram live about cutting herself with her long nails. But counsel didn't do any work, so he couldn't pull that up. But it's also not relevant if it wasn't in 2018. Have you ever tried to scratch a bug bite with the nails on your fingers?
Used your nails to scratch yourself? Like if you get a bug bite?
The worst
Have you ever
bug bites from
done
the
that
last
before?
band company that.
Sustained.
But that was the judge signing that time.
Did you have any jewelry on you at the time of the incident, whether it was on your hands or your neck?
Objection, as to the answer.
Sustained.
Asked and answered. That yawn on the stand was iconic. Iconic. Just yawned right at him. Do it, girl. He deserves all of it.
When you were in the hallway, did you block Miss Ellis from leaving? Even if it was for 1 second.
No.
Did she block you from leaving?
Yes. She blocked me from moving. She was right in my face. She was right in my face.
Okay. And when you were standing there, were you pointing? I'm sorry. Were you facing Dr. Finke's office or a different side? Do you understand the question?
Objection made and ambiguous.
I withdraw the question. When this whole thing happened, did you start to move around in a circle, or were you standing physically in the same spot the whole time?
Objection asked and answered. I think you covered it.
Did she spin you right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round? Sorry, I couldn't help it.
When you say that she was blocking you, were you facing towards Dr. Finke's office? Yes?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yes, the court can cut him off. I hope that that's coming.
Karan Newton, how long was he your security guard as of the day?
Relevant.
For how long?
Sustained.
This isn't a deposition, counsel. Get your shit together. Or stop.
Would you consider yourself a peaceful person?
Objection. Relevant. The jury's going to have a good sense of her demeanor by the way she's put up with this man's bullshit. Right? You don't need to... You're trying to ask those questions, but the jury has a sense from watching this. Right?
And after you saw Dr. Finke, you spent about 15 minutes with him, you left the building, correct?
Yes.
When you left the building, did you see Emani Ellis as you were exiting?
No.
Did you see your security guard downstairs?
Yes.
And he was in the lobby area waiting for you?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And when you left the building, you went to the parking lot, or was the car waiting for you outside?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I did not put this at 1.25 because I wanted to watch her testimony in real time. We'll speed up some of the other witnesses.
Aside from
But the lack of preparation is
Tierra
appalling.
and Dr. Finke and Emani Ellis, who were in that hallway, were there any other people there?
No.
Did any other doctors come up to that floor?
No.
You're sure?
Absolutely.
How are you sure?
So I was standing there.
Sustained.
When you were in the 5th floor, did anybody come from the stairwell up to hear what happened? If you know, do you know if anyone did?
I apologize. I thought you were done.
I'll withdraw it. I will ask it differently.
After you left the hallway, did anyone walk into the hallway after you were already in the office? How the fuck would she know?
When you were up there outside the hallway with Emani Ellis, did you see anyone else, whether it was a security guard, another doctor, or someone else, come up from the stairwell, which was close to the elevator area?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
We feel you, Cardi.
forgot to ask you one thing about when you were chest to chest. Did you ever touch Emani Ellis's face or nose with your finger?
No.
She said that twice.
You never touched her nose like this?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, well, so why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we start back up at 10:50? In the meantime, please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't call the accused or do any research. We'll see you at 10:50.
And while in opening statement, the defense attorney for Cardi B did say that she had food poisoning. She has since announced her pregnancy, so we know she was pregnant during this trial, which might explain the yawning. But honestly, counsel's questions during this, I'm going to raise the desk a little bit. Counsel's questions during this would make anyone yawn. That was terrible. They are going on their morning break, but while they do, I had to know how long this attorney had been an attorney, and then I should have stopped, but I didn't. So we're going to take a brief, just a brief moment to take a look at something from the ABA Journal from 2023, because I couldn't help myself. And then we're going to get to cross-examination. I was just trying to figure out one simple thing, and this just jumped off the page. So we're we rarely look into the lawyers. This warranted it, so we're going to side quest for just a moment. So this is from 2023. Lawyers accused in courthouse altercation offer starkly conflicting accounts of incident July 13th, 2023. This is from the ABA Journal, which is a legal publication. Did a lawyer knock the eyeglasses off his attorney opponent while spinning him around during an altercation outside a Los Angeles courtroom on Friday? Or was the dispute merely a verbal argument between friends? Lawyers offer starkly conflicting accounts of the altercation during a hearing before a judge Wednesday, Law 360 reports. I'm going to have to go grab that Law 360 report. The dispute led to a mistrial. The attorney's behavior caused a mistrial. The dispute led to a mistrial, according to a lawyer for Garrigus and Garrigus, firm of Mark Garridos, yes, which is being sued for an alleged malpractice in the case. One of the lawyers involved in the altercation is Ron A. Rosen Janfaza. That's the lawyer for the plaintiff here. Ron Rosen is the lawyer that we are dealing with. Ron is the lawyer we're dealing with right now. One of the lawyers involved in the altercation, plaintiff's counsel, Ron A. Rosen Janfaza, who represents the plaintiff suing Garrigus and Garrigos. The other is Steve Belilov of Kaufman, Dolowich, Volyuk. I can't even. Steve and Ron. Steve is representing Garrigus and Garrigus. Another Kaufman attorney, Steve, damn it, there's two Steves. Damn it, Steve. Another attorney, Steve Segura, told Judge Mel Red Ricana. No way, this happened in Mel Ricana's court. Okay, the worlds are colliding. Told Judge Mel Ricana that he saw the altercation, and Ron, plaintiff's attorney in this case, was the aggressor, according to the Law 360 account, which we'll pull up and do later. I have so many questions for Judge Ricana. Okay, according to Segura, Rosen approached Steve, called him a bitch. They said in the article, called him the B word, called him a bitch, and said, "Do you want to get a piece of me now?" When I say that lawyers fight, this is wild. Called him a bitch and said, "Do you want to get a piece of me now?" Ron proceeded to spin Steve, the attorney, around, knocking his eyeglasses to the ground, Segura told the judge. Then Ron, the attorney in this case, plaintiff's attorney, stomped and kicked the glasses. Holy shit. Holy shit. Where's the bar discipline on this? Ron maintained the argument was nothing more than a verbal argument between colleagues and friends, according to Law 360. Quote, I don't remember anything physical happening, Ron said. The fucking lies. I don't remember anything physical happening. The jurors saw it? The article continues to say the only thing I did here is one of the jurors said, Mr. Belov, Steve, struck me. So now Ron is saying, no, one of the jurors said that the other counsel struck me. Even based on Segura's account, there's nothing really physical. So my version of what occurred was, I'll say, I did nothing wrong. Ron said, my version is I did nothing wrong. There was nothing physical. I'm not allowed at this point to speak against Steve about what he said, but I'm just going to say I didn't do anything physical. Steve said he never laid his hands on Ron, but, quote, he did lay hands on me. Ron, plaintiff's counsel in this case, asked the judge not to report him to the state bar and to reconsider his decision to recuse himself from the case. It caused a mistrial. The judge, I imagine, reported him to the state bar and recused himself from the case. Quote, there's no reporting requirement. You don't have to recuse yourself. And I'm going to say it. You're my favorite judge in the entire courthouse. Yeah, Judge Rakana's great. He's probably sick of your shit, though. But I can't speak for him. Quote, that's what it is. And the plaintiffs feel the same way. And they want you to be the judge in this case. Don't put your hands on opposing counsel and the court won't have to fucking recuse themselves. Counsel, you are a menace. It goes on to say, from Ron, plaintiff's counsel in this case, that's what it is. And the plaintiffs feel the same way. They want you to be the judge on the case. Well, you've hurt your clients with your behavior then. The judge said he would remain recused and he has an obligation to report the incident to ethics regulators. Good for you, Your Honor. The strained relationship between the two lawyers extended to the trial according to prior reporting by Law 360 and above the law. We might have to do a whole stream about this. Ron filed a motion seeking to bar Garrigus and its defense lawyers from making any more snide comments. Ron also alleged that the defense lawyer told him to shut up in front of the jury. Gee, I wonder what would ever prompt a lawyer to tell this lawyer to shut up. I can't imagine anyone feeling that way. That was the first thing that popped up on Google. Stomping on somebody's fucking glasses, counsel. Was it a verbal altercation, counsel? Damn this attorney. The one thing I miss about being in LA is that it would be real easy to go talk to some of the judges and be like, do you know this motherfucker? Now we just have to do it by phone call. All right. Emily, you would never. I would never talk about it online. They go to the morning break. We haven't even gotten to Cardi B's cross-examination yet, but we've learned that plaintiff's counsel was reported to the state bar for putting hands on opposing counsel and causing a mistrial because the jurors witnessed it. That was 2 years before the trial in this case. And this is how he's acting in court. The parties and the jury are present. Cardi B's on the stand. We're going to get to cross-examination.
Alternate. Folks, as you may remember, we interrupted the testimony of the plaintiff during her testimony in order to call an out-of-order witness. At this point in time, we're going to suspend the...
Oh, that's what happened. They actually didn't finish plaintiff's testimony because they were getting into, when court cut on day one, the videos just cut and we had no idea what was happening. So they didn't finish the plaintiff's testimony. So they're not going to finish Cardi's testimony now?
Testimony of Mr. Almanzar in order to call a defense witness out of order. So we're going to suspend the plaintiff's case in chief at this point in time. We're going to call a defense witness. And who is that going to be?
Your Honor, it's going to be Tierra now.
All right, thank you.
Oh. Miguelina, will you let the app know that they are calling the front desk reception? Because that's who they're calling. Amazing. So we're not getting to cross-examination of Cardi B yet. The defense is calling the front reception. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So they're calling this witness out of order based on her availability and her child care. Thank you all for indulging me the side quest.
Right over here. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now
Good Lord, the
will be the
sound.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Tierra Malcolm. Spell it?
Yes, please.
Tierra Malcolm Malcolm.
Great. Thank you. You may take a seat. Please watch your step.
Okay.
Ma'am, this courthouse lighting is miserable, but I really like that green, even though the lighting is miserable. I love the green.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Love it.
Good morning, Ms. Malcolm. My name is Peter Anderson, and we just...
They are calling a defense witness, the front desk receptionist, out of order, which means the defense isn't in their case in chief yet, but this is a witness for their case in chief. And so the defense attorneys, Cardi B's attorneys, are doing the direct examination, and then the plaintiff's attorneys will be doing the cross-examination. All right, let's continue.
have a few questions. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. Where were you working in February of 2018?
Women's care, OBGYN doctor's office.
Thank you. And do you recall an encounter between Cardi B and the woman to my left?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, the way she said yes.
What was your
She's like, I'm worn out by this woman. Yes.
position at the doctor's office in February 2018?
A receptionist, front office.
Okay. And did Cardi B have an appointment that day?
Yes.
Was it a Saturday?
Yes.
Was there, to your knowledge, were there any other offices that were open that day?
No.
And do you remember the time of the appointment?
It was the end of, we purposely closed, so we had early day, maybe between 12 and 1, I'm assuming.
Okay. And what do you mean by purposefully closed?
For Cardi B. We didn't want anyone there.
To maintain privacy?
Yes.
Did anyone bring muffins? I just have to ask because everyone needs to know.
So, to your knowledge, how did you learn that there was an encounter between the two?
Well, I was waiting for Cardi B's arrival, and I heard commotion out in the hallway, and there was a door to exit right where I was sitting. So I opened the door and I looked, and I heard and saw the commotion, and that's how I learned that something was going on outside.
Could you please describe for the jury what you heard and saw when you opened the door?
I saw them in the corner, Cardi B's back to the wall, and just a lot of arguing and, you know, just
Hubbub.
confrontation.
Okay.
She's like, I heard fuss. I heard fuss. I was waiting for Cardi B. We knew that she was coming in on a Saturday. We had closed early so that she could have privacy. And
do you recall anything that
touche, Chad.
Plaintiff Miss Ellis said?
Well played.
It was just very argumentative as far as, you know, cursing and, you know, just be this, be that. I don't know if I can curse, but.
So we've heard just about everything so far.
The judge looked at the witness and said, she's like, I don't know if I can curse. The judge looked at the witness and said, we've heard just about everything so far. And it sounded like the jury laughed a little bit too. And she did as well. Those are the light moments in court that are just so real. The jury appreciates it. The judge appreciates it. And she's like, I don't want to say what they were saying. It was so much.
It's been one of those trials.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I immediately walked over there and got in between them and was like, whoa, what's, you know, my thing was I'm at work. So the first thing that really came out of my mouth is to Miss Ellis, just as far as, what are you doing? You're at work, go back to your post. And then I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away.
Yeah.
I just was trying to.
Y'all stop. She was like, I was literally trying to squash the beef. To borrow a Real Housewives phrase. I was trying to squash the beef, Your Honor. It would be perfect. I don't think she's going to say that, but I was like, y'all, I'm at work. She's coming into work. What are you doing? Everyone stop. We got you, ma'am.
I don't know how long it was, but I couldn't get her. I just wanted everything to go away. I just was trying to calm everything down, take Cardi B into the office, and I was trying to go. It was my sister's baby shower, so I was trying to get out of there.
That's so real.
But, I mean, that wasn't on my mind then, but just to calm the situation down and get her into the office.
I had plans. It was Saturday. I had
Miss Ellis
plans.
respond?
I don't even know if she heard what I asked, because it was just more of just being upset. And no, I'm not going to do that. And just, you know, them still exchanging words even with me in between.
Yeah. Was Miss Ellis yelling at Cardi B?
I mean, it was pretty loud for me to hear. It was still the same volume from when I couldn't hear them while I was in the office down the hall. So I would say so.
Was Miss Ellis cursing at Cardi B?
There was definitely curse words, yes, on her end.
When you were there, did Miss Ellis attempt to strike Cardi B?
There was hands going while I was in the middle. I know no one landed, or I was, you know, I didn't even realize, I guess because my adrenaline, that I had a mark on my forehead. So besides me getting a scratch, nobody, as far as them two, hit each other.
Who scratched you?
Based off of, like I said, I didn't know that I even got scratched until I went into the office, and the nurse was like, Tierra, your forehead. But I can only assume Cardi B was behind me, because that was my main concern.
Objection calls for speculation.
Cardi B was behind me, so she didn't scratch my forehead. Right.
So Cardi B was behind you, and you were facing who?
I was facing Miss Ellis.
And you got hit on your forehead and didn't even realize it at that point.
Yeah, blood.
Just let him finish the question.
Oh, sorry.
She said, yeah, it bled. I got scratched on the forehead. Yeah, it bled. So the person who got scratched in all of this is the front reception at the doctor's office. That's who got scratched.
And so you got hit. You were facing Miss Ellis, and she was swinging away.
I can say there was definitely, people talk and like this type of action going on.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you were
let's see
hit
the witness.
on your forehead,
Yeah,
which was facing Miss Ellis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
After, just going back and forth, Dr. Finke came out. Once he came out, I believe after that, I don't even really remember what was said, but I know I continued to take Cardi B into the office, to her exam room, and then I went back to the front.
Okay. Did you witness Dr. Finke try to get Miss Ellis to leave the hallway?
Yes, that's what kind of, since he came out and he was talking to her, that's what kind of distracted her, gave us the opportunity to just go into the office.
Okay. And do you recall anything that he said to her?
I think he was on the same temperature as me. Just, you're at work. Why are you up here? Go back,
Right.
downstairs.
You're at work. Why are you doing all of
type
this?
energy.
Okay. And so you turned around and escorted Cardi B into the doctor's office?
Yes, I followed behind her to go to the exam room.
Well, I guess now it's a little bit more clear why the plaintiff's lawyer was fighting like hell to keep this witness off the stand. Friday Ketchup in the chat said, wasn't even supposed to be on the floor. Yep. They were like, what are you even doing up here? You're supposed to be down in the lobby at your podium.
When you were face to face with Miss Ellis, I take it you could see her face?
Yes.
Did you see any scratches on her face?
No.
Did you see any cuts on her face?
No.
Did you see any blood on her face?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face?
No.
Did you see any spit or spittle on her face?
No.
Did anyone spit in that encounter?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there, man.
While I was there, no.
The court interjected while you were there, so he clarified it.
Did you hear Miss Ellis yell at Cardi B, and excuse my language, I will fuck your shit up?
Something, something along those words.
Something to that effect.
At any
All right, I'm going to put this at 1.25. I think this witness is lovely, but I want to get through a lot of court today, so we're going to put this at 1.25. But the witness is like, look, I stepped between them. Cardi B was behind me because I was trying to protect our patient and get her to the office. And then hands were going, and I ended up with a scratch on my forehead. She didn't get scratched from behind her. So, good Lord.
At any point in time in that confrontation, did Cardi B hit Miss Ellis?
No.
At any point in that confrontation, did Cardi B cut Miss Ellis with Cardi's fingernails?
Objection calls for speculation.
While you were there?
Over.
Did you see is the question.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B use the N-word, excuse me, I apologize. Yeah, no, did you hear Cardi B use the N-word? You know what I mean by the N-word?
Yeah. No.
She knows what you mean, counsel. We got you.
After this encounter and Cardi B had gotten into the doctor's office, at any point after that, did you talk to the building management about what had happened?
Yes. That was a Saturday. So Monday, my supervisor and Dr. Finke wanted to make a report since there was an incident and, the importance of making sure our patients, their privacy isn't compromised.
Right.
So yeah, they asked me to go downstairs with them or with my supervisor and make a report.
After this incident, did plaintiff call you? Miss Ellis call you?
I want to hear about this. I'm going to slow this down to real time. I'm real curious about what happened here.
It was, yes, it was a call transferred to my line. It was her on the other end of the call.
How long after the incident? How long after February 24 of 2018?
maybe, I can't recall exactly, but at least within, I don't know, 3 months. It wasn't right after, but it wasn't too long after.
Can you tell us what the sum and substance of that conversation was?
Please tell us.
Just kind of upset about what happened. She got fired. She couldn't believe that happened and wanted, I guess, to see if I can assist in any way since I was there. I pretty much replied as respectful as I could and just said, this is my place of work and I really can't have anything to do with this.
And was there any other thoughts that you had when she told you, or did she tell you she was planning on suing Cardi B?
I don't remember word for word, but based on...
I wonder, and I understand where counsel's questions are, but I wonder if this had more to do with the workers' comp claim. And then after the workers' comp claim was denied, she decided, and that's me speculating, they haven't put that in. I just wonder if she wanted help with the workers' comp claim and then decided to sue afterwards. I'm curious. I don't know if this had to do at this point with Cardi B per se. I think it was, can you help me out with the workers' comp claim? Because that's when that was going on, 3 to 4 months afterwards. So that seems to make more sense to me.
For our conversation, I assumed that was probably going to be one of her steps. But in my mind, I just was kind of shocked that she was calling based off of what took place. I figured, she was at fault, so that was surprising that she would call me.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Okay.
She was at fault. All right, I'm going to speed this up for cross-examination. If we need to slow it down, we will. She was like, I was shocked she was calling me because she was at fault. Like, why are you calling me? Facts, ma'am. Facts. And now cross-examination. Ann Witten asked in the chat, she went for workers' comp. Yes, they talked about it at some point in the very long days yesterday.
Thank you all for coming back. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counsel said again, thank you all for coming back. Counsel, do you think you've annoyed the jury so much they're going to run away? No, the jury's invested now. The jury's like, nah, fuck you. I'm here. Thank you all for coming back. It's so freaking weird. Also, opposing counsel could be petty and object and be like, Your Honor, he's addressing the jury. It's inappropriate. He can address the jury during opening and closing. That's it. It's inappropriate.
Ms. Tierra Malcolm.
We're on cross now.
When Miss Emani Ellis called you several months later and asked you to help her, what is the reason that you chose not to do so?
Well, main reason I didn't.
This question isn't going to go well for your client, counsel. I don't know why you're asking. Counsel, are you not listening to the answers? This is a bad question.
Not to do so.
Well, main reason I didn't feel like she was in the right. I felt like based off of her position, working at the office, everything was handled unprofessionally, and going back and forth. No, she didn't work at our office, but clearly Cardi B was a patient going, she had a purpose at that building where she worked at. So I didn't feel, I don't know what I would help her with. I don't think if I told my truth, it would help her. So.
She wasn't in the right. Between this witness and the incident report, if the jury nullifies like the plaintiff testimony, the defendant testimony, and just relied on this witness and the incident report, the jury could be like, this is not what happened. Right. She wasn't in the right. I can't help her. She was wrong. It's clear that Cardi B was a client. The jury's going to be like, well, whoop, there it is. Counsel, that facts. I believe this witness.
Were you aware that Miss Ellis was a security guard at your building?
Yes.
Do you understand that the security guard is supposed to go from floor to floor to make sure everything is safe? Are you aware of that?
I don't know the rules.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Irrelevant.
Had you ever seen Miss Ellis on other days aside from the date of the incident? And I will represent to you the date of the incident for purposes of all my questions will be February 24th of 2018.
I believe that was the first day I seen her there.
When you saw her, when you got to work,
He's asking, have you ever seen this security guard on the floors before? No. Whose case does that help? Cardi B's. Because here's how I see it as this witness is testifying. This is purely my speculation based on the testimony that we've heard. I wonder strongly if security knew that Cardi B was coming in. Because the security guards waiting at the elevator, they had never seen her on the patient floors before. So instead of being at the bottom of the building, she's on the patient floor to the only office that's open that day where Cardi B is going to go have an appointment. All the other offices are closed. This witness who works at the doctor's office had never seen her on the floor before. So, was she expecting to see Cardi B? And that's why she's like, oh my God, it is Cardi B coming out of the elevators.
did you see her anywhere in the building?
No.
What time did you get to work?
On a Saturday, maybe around 8.
8 a.m.? And had you ever spoken to Miss Ellis before the date of the incident?
No.
Is there any reason why, when you would go to work at the 8920 building, Wilshire Boulevard building, for how long had you been working there before the date of the incident?
For about
Overall,
for about 7 years, just about.
And during those 7 years, did you see other security guards in the building?
Actually, relevant.
And when Miss Ellis's attorneys asked you to cooperate and sign a declaration, did you do that?
Form.
Not a form. Did you ever sign a declaration under penalty of perjury on August 26, 2025, which would be yesterday?
A declaration. Sorry, I'm not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Relevant to it?
Sustained.
Did you give permission to the other side to sign a declaration under penalty of perjury in this case?
Sustained.
Have you ever signed any document related to this incident?
Actually, not irrelevant.
Did you make any type of formal complaint to the building
I'm waiting for the court to just say, counsel, move on.
about this incident?
And make this as formal.
When my supervisor wanted to make a complaint, since I was there, yeah, that's when I went downstairs with my supervisor.
And who did you make a complaint to?
Douglas Emmett, the property management manager that managed the building.
Property
And what
management
was your
company.
complaint? What did you say?
They just wanted me to tell them what happened and the concern of the privacy of for our patients.
They work at an office that has high-profile clients. Of course they don't want this to happen because it could impact their business. Of course they're concerned.
Are you a Cardi B fan?
I know her music. I guess I listen to her music. I listen to hip hop.
Okay. And you like her music, right?
Objection, relevant.
Yes?
Yeah, she's talented.
She's talented. The court overruled it because it can potentially go to witness bias. Are you going to ask her what she thinks about Nicki Minaj next? Where are we going with this, counsel?
All right. Have you ever gone to any of her concerts?
No.
Have you ever, well, I withdraw that. Okay. And for purposes of the visit on Saturday, the doctor's office decided to close to give her a special appearance to see the doctor, correct?
To give her a special appearance, to give her privacy counsel.
I meant it.
I withdraw the question. When Cardi B came to the office, the purpose of her coming to your office was to see Dr. Finke for medical care, correct?
Yes.
When you went outside into the hallway, the confrontation that you testified about was already occurring before you got there, correct?
Yes, that's what made me go outside.
All right. Do you know for about how long this confrontation was going on before you made your way outside?
I was sitting there waiting, so as soon as I heard the noise, it wasn't that seconds after was when I heard it, so I don't think it was going on that long.
I really wish they would just focus on who's talking.
Okay. Did Cardi B, while you were there, in any way
I think
touch
we're
Miss
on
Ellis?
1.25.
No.
Did Miss Ellis in any way touch Cardi B while you were there?
No.
When you got there,
We're already sped up. A lot of you are asking about them focusing on Cardi. I think she's just bouncing her leg. She's pregnant. She's probably trying to stay awake in court. I put no judgment on it. The jury may or may not see it, but I think she's trying to just stay awake, which is fair.
were they chest to chest? Were they touching chest to chest?
I couldn't really see Cardi B because she was kind of cornered with her back against the wall. I really just saw Miss Ellis in front of her, and
That says a lot.
that's what made me rush and get in between them.
Okay. And when you say you saw her back against the wall, how are you able to see her back from where?
The receptionist walks out and can't see Cardi B because she is so backed against the wall by the security guard. It's fairly telling, isn't it?
Where you were standing?
Objection, Mr. Address.
Were you assuming that, I withdraw the question, were you assuming that Cardi B's back was up against the wall when you saw that?
No, I'm not assuming. I could see it because I literally looked down the hall when I opened the door.
And was Cardi B's back actually touching the wall or was close to the wall?
I don't know if it was touching her. It was close. So I didn't.
And you know that this incident happened 7.5 years ago, correct?
Yes,
And
that's
you
why I
remember all
don't
these- you-
remember if her back was touching or
Right.
inches away, but I know it was very close to the wall.
And it was a very long time ago, so how did you remember all these details? Did you write them down somewhere?
How do you remember all these details? Counsel, this shit was fucking wild. When stuff completely out of the ordinary happens, it's often easier to remember. Because that shit's wild.
Somewhere? Did you record it, or is this just off of memory from 7.5 years ago?
I just remember. There's certain things I remember when I was 4. I just remember because it was a confrontation, and I was sitting there ready to go because I had to drive all the way to Tarzana. And it was a story that I had to my sister coming back, like, you can't believe why I was late type of story.
Right.
Okay, so
She's like, I had to get from Wilshire to Tarzana for a baby shower. And I was going to be late. That is the most real LA problems ever. And then I told my sister, I am sorry I'm late to your baby shower, but you are not going to believe this shit. This is not a normal day at work.
And your purpose of coming here is to help Cardi B or help Miss Ellis?
my purpose is to tell the truth.
Of course.
That's my purpose.
And when Miss Ellis or
Love
her
it,
attorney
ma'am.
tried to reach out to you, you refused to speak with them, correct? But when Cardi B's attorneys spoke to you and reached out to you, you talked to them immediately and you signed a declaration for them on the spot, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
When you were there and you got in between the two of them, I want you to think of it like a hamburger bun. You're the hamburger and the two of them are the buns. How did you get?
Where's the beef, counsel? The beef is with you and Cardi B. Leave this witness out of it. However, this witness is so funny. I'm just dying to see. I'm just dying to see how she answers, you're the beef in the hamburger.
In between them? Did you physically push them apart? Did they magically back up from one another? How did you get in between them? How?
Just like you said, it was 7 years ago. So I'm walking upset because of what I'm seeing.
Right.
And that's just how I am when I see I mean, it's not like I see it all the time, but seeing what was going on, I just immediately, that's just what I did. I didn't really think about, I didn't really have a plan. That's just what I did to try to calm it down.
Okay. And Miss Ellis, who's sitting to my left, you heard her cursing at Cardi B on the date of the incident?
Yes.
You actually heard profanity.
I actually heard profanity.
Many different ones.
Yes.
How do you know it wasn't Cardi B that was using the profanity?
They have two different voices.
Okay.
I just wanted her to be like, so I have ears. Sir, I have ears and I can hear things. And people sound different.
Was Cardi B using any profanities on the date of the incident?
Yes, she was upset.
Did she use profanities?
Profanity, yes.
F word?
Curse words.
Bitch,
Who the
F
fuck
you, all that,
cares?
correct?
Yes.
Counsel, no one's shocked that Cardi B used profanity. No one's surprised.
And you don't really know what happened before you got there, correct? You have no way of knowing.
I wasn't there before I got there.
So if...
Because I was in the shower. I wasn't there before I got there, counsel, no.
there was any physical contact, whether it was spitting, scratching, or cutting someone's face, you wouldn't know that because you weren't there during that time period before you got there, correct? Do you understand my question?
No.
Let me withdraw it.
It's a terrible fucking question.
In the, let's just call it the 40 to 50 seconds while there was a confrontation. I'll
Facts
give you
not
that
in evidence.
estimated time. If before, during the 40 to 50 minutes of seconds when they had their confrontation, you would have no way of knowing what happened during that duration of time because you weren't there. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I only heard.
No, anything could have happened, right?
Session for speculation.
Correct?
Yeah, I wasn't there.
Emani Ellis could have hit Cardi B.
She wasn't there.
Okay, I withdraw it.
That was the court saying she wasn't there. Move the fuck on. Did you see her have a scratch? No, you didn't. She already answered that.
You saw Cardi B that day. You spent time with her, right? In your medical office, correct?
Not a lot of time, but I spent the time from taking her to her examiner, making sure she was okay, and once the last patient was checked in, I was out of there.
Okay. And how long did you spend with her?
Sir, she had to get to her sister's baby shower in Tarzana. Aren't you from Los Angeles? You keep saying that your office is right across the street. She had to get to a baby shower in Tarzana. She got the patient checked in and she left.
Not that long, maybe a minute, if that.
When the patient went into,
when we went into the, just to make sure you're saying,
No.
when we went into the office, how long did I spend with her? Yeah, maybe,
15 minutes, half an hour?
no. I was still ready to go. Maybe a minute.
Did you notice that she was wearing, do you notice that she had fingernails? Did you look at her fingernails?
Ma'am, did Cardi B have fingernails?
I don't remember that.
Did you notice that Cardi B had long fingernails on the date of the incident?
Objection is characterized the evidence and argument.
Did you see the size of Cardi B's fingernails on the date of the incident?
I don't remember her having or seeing her nails.
And have you ever seen her before? Does she wear long fingernails?
I don't know what she wears.
On the date of the incident, would you agree
This witness
that
is
because
amazing.
you did not look at her fingernails, you have no idea as to...
Counsel, move on. Plaintiff said she had her nails done. Move on.
how long the fingernails were on the date of the incident. Is that true?
Move on.
Speculation, nice notation.
Did you see that Cardi B had hands and arms and
When you said that you saw arms flying,
shit? I was joking.
You also-
I was joking. If he asks her if you saw if Cardi B had two hands, I'm gonna fall over. Was Cardi B in a corporeal form, or was she an astral projection? Counsel, are you going to ask about being a spiritual witness again?
also testified a moment ago that you weren't sure whose arms were flying, correct?
Mr. Chris, testimony.
Overruled.
I believe I stated I was facing Miss Ellis. So Cardi B was behind me.
Right.
So I could only see the arms that were
Front of me.
flying in front of me. I can't recall. She was behind me, so
I didn't
think
see what
would've
was behind me.
felt something behind me.
Okay. So if Cardi B had taken a swing, you would not be able to see that.
Most likely I would.
She's like, I would have felt that. I wouldn't have seen it, but I would have felt that.
Sorry.
See, I'm not talking about feeling. Would you agree that because Cardi B was behind you, if she took a swing without touching your body, you would not be able to see that? True?
Cardi B, if Cardi B was behind you and she put her hands up in the air sometimes saying, ayo, would you have known? Ma'am, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Could you see Cardi B back there? Was she punching the air? What? Okay.
Chris, the testimony and his also speculation.
Overruled.
I didn't see her hands flying on the side of me.
I understand that. But again, I would like to know the answer to this question.
What was your question? I'm sorry. I
Of
forgot.
course. So the question is...
His question's
because
terrible,
you were
ma'am. It's not
facing
you.
Emani Ellis, you have no idea what Cardi B was doing at that moment, right?
Objection.
So if Cardi B was...
She was
The objection was, Your Honor, what?
pretty much like the back of this chair. That's how close she was to me.
I understand.
So I didn't feel anything or see any hands come from behind me.
Understood. But if Cardi B took a swing, because you were not facing her and you were
Asked and
focusing on
answered.
Emani Ellis, and you don't have eyes in the
No, I
back of
didn't
your
see
head,
her hand.
you would
Asked and
not be
answered.
able to know what she was doing.
Right.
So if she took a swing, you wouldn't be able to know. Fair?
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
Asked and answered.
As far as the...
These
What would
questions.
you characterize the injury to your forehead?
A cut. It was just bleeding a little bit.
It was bleeding.
Yes.
You got scratched and it was bleeding? Wild. You're the only one.
How did that cut get there? I withdraw the question. Did that scratch or cut or anything get there at the time of this incident?
Yes.
Yes, it definitely wasn't there before I went outside.
Okay. All right. So now we're going to get into this. There's only 3 options, and you could add more if you want, but I'm going to give you 3. The cut came from you.
Excuse me, counsel, this is cross-examination. The fuck you doing?
The cut came from Ellis, or the cut came from Cardi B. Or make up your own. Where did the cut come from? And if you don't know, you
Objection compound. Ma'am, do you know how your face got cut?
can say, I don't know. Do you know?
It definitely didn't come from me.
Okay, so that's out. You got 2 more.
And
Ellis
Ew.
and Cardi B. Or
Cardi
your own.
was behind me. So the only assumption that I had
that
was
was
it
me.
was from Miss Ellis because she was facing me.
Okay. But did you ever see Miss Ellis take her fingers or her hand or any other object and cause damage to your head? Did you ever see that?
I seen hands trying to reach over me. So, like I said, the adrenaline and everything was going so fast. But being that she was in front of me and hands were going like this, that's the only realistic assumption I can have is that that's why I got cut.
Okay. But you're assuming, correct?
Objection.
I think you're asking her to assume, counsel.
Are you assuming?
The court said, I think you're asking her to assume because he is.
Your Honor, objection.
Yeah, why don't we move on?
How do you know that Cardi B's finger?
She has been incredibly restrained in her answers. She's like, I didn't scratch myself. Cardi B is behind me. Your client is in front of me. And she was moving her hands all around and I got scratched. She's just being restrained in her answering.
Your nail didn't cut your forehead.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
I think that was the judge
behind
sign.
me.
You don't need to answer.
Oh, sorry.
Did Dr. Finke see the cut to your forehead?
I believe so. His nurse is the one who pointed it out.
Did you receive any medical treatment for that cut?
No, I just put some alcohol,
You cleaned it.
All right, so
Swab.
you agree that something physical happened when the three of you were there because you got cut to your face. Is that fair? Something physical happened.
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Your client scratched me. That's what happened.
If I got cut, I guess so. I don't.
Okay. So would you agree that there was a physical fight?
No.
So you just got cut from the air?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
He literally just said, you just got cut from the air.
Did Miss Emani Ellis have any fingernails?
Yes, she has fingernails.
I don't remember if she had fingernails.
She has fingernails. She's.
Was Emani Ellis angry at the time of the incident?
Yes.
Was Cardi B angry at the time of the incident?
Objection, Your Honor.
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
We are sped up, y'all. We are on 1.25.
And back to the hamburger question, did you at any
Jesus
point
Christ,
use your
let's
hands
not.
to separate the two of them, Emani Ellis and Cardi B?
No.
So did you just squeeze yourself in? How did you get in there?
She walked.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you had the conversation with Miss Ellis on the phone, did you actually speak with her?
Yes.
You
On the
didn't?
phone. Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you, when you were on the telephone, did she tell you anything, Miss Ellis, when she was talking to you that day?
From what I can remember, just being upset about what happened, her no longer being employed there, and I don't remember the word for word.
So she, Miss Ellis, was basically asking you to assist her in some way to be her witness, correct? That was the purpose of the call?
Objection. Close for speculation. Purpose.
I don't know the layout of this particular courtroom, but where counsel is standing seems like he's blocking some of the jurors from seeing this witness because the jury box is going to be right there. It's an odd place for him to stand.
Miss Ellis's attorney contact you?
I don't remember that.
Did Miss Ellis ever come inside your office at any time between the date of the incident and today?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
Do you know if Miss Ellis spoke with Dr. Finke at any point?
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained.
As far as your background, do you have any professional degrees?
Who cares?
I got my AA at West LA College. I'm a real estate agent. That's about it.
That's good. And have you ever been convicted of a felony?
counsel. The fuck is wrong with you? She saw what she saw.
And aside from Dr. Finke's office, were you working other places during that time period? Or was that your main job?
That was my main job.
And at this time, you no longer work there, right?
No.
And on the date of the incident, because Cardi B was your patient, you felt that it was necessary to go outside to bring her inside to help her get inside for the medical appointment.
Asked and answered.
Correct? Objection relevant. Asked and answered.
That's the same.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, you're right.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? Oh, you have one? Okay, great.
I'm going to zoom and see if there's juror questions, because I am just, the juror questions in this case have been 10 out of 10. So let's see. Megan, the jury can ask questions in this case, yes. The jurors have had great questions. So the judge is reviewing them, and then he'll kind of condense them if there's multiple of the same question.
Man, when you...
Oh, I zoomed too. All right,
I think these questions are appropriate. Ma'am, when you... did you actually close your office to maintain privacy for Cardi B?
Yes.
And when you do that, was it your custom and practice to also notify the building security?
That's what the jury wants to know. Did security know if Cardi B was coming in? Did you tell security when you were closing your office early that you had a celebrity coming in? That's what we want to know too. Great question, jurors. The law nerds have the same question.
I honestly don't know if that was done or not.
Did you normally do that, or were you?
That wasn't my task. No.
Okay.
Not her
do you
job.
recall the N-word coming out of Cardi B's mouth?
No.
Can you describe Cardi B's emotional state during and after?
That was also asked by the lawyers, by the way.
Upset, emotional, worried about the reason why she was there. I don't know if
Okay. You don't.
This witness is mindful. Did you see that? Did you see how she switched into professional mode? She isn't sure whether they have addressed why Cardi B was at the doctor, what she was being seen for, and whether or not that's something she can disclose. So she's like, she was worried about the reason she was at the doctor, and she doesn't know yet. The court hasn't told her it's okay to answer that. Incredibly respectful of the patient's privacy. It's lovely. You just see that snippet of she was concerned about why she was there. Love it.
Reason why she was there. I don't know if I'm sure. But.
You don't know the details?
No, I don't know.
In terms of the medical issues? I mean, testimony is that she was there for a pregnancy checkup.
Yeah, so just concerned about that and being upset about her privacy. Did
you notice whether Miss Ellis had a phone or a camera during the incident?
She had a phone in her hand.
She did have a phone in her hand?
Yes.
All right.
She had a phone in her hand during the incident.
Those are the questions that I think are appropriate. Any follow-up from defense?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
All right. For plaintiff?
Yes, just one follow-up.
Sure, plaintiff.
The day when they when you decided to close your office to have a medical appointment, that was a Saturday. Is your medical office usually open on Saturday?
Yes.
And you usually close around 1:30 or 2
You said one. You've had one. Sit down.
or 3 or go all day?
No, it's half the day. So usually, from what I can remember, the last patient was around noon or 11:45 noon, somewhere around there.
Isn't it true that Cardi B was the last patient of the day?
Yeah, she was the last patient. So we finished our morning and we made sure she was the last one.
You work
right there.
I'm sorry. Do you work on Sundays as well?
No.
In the half a day on Saturdays when you're there, were you in charge of closing the office?
Your Honor, this is
Sorry, the objection is, Your Honor, this is well more than one question, and this is well outside the scope of the jury questions, because the follow-up is just based on what the juror questions were. This is outside the scope of what the juror questions were. And again, unfortunately, it's Los Angeles. People work way too much. So having an office opened on Saturday, if people can't take off of work to get to the doctor's office, or if you can get in a high-profile patient without having to rearrange an entire day of patients, makes a lot of sense. A lot of offices do that. Because the reality is not everyone can get to the doctor during working hours. It's frustrating. Sir, you're well outside the scope at this point.
it's outside the scope of the questions.
Assistant.
Sit down, counsel.
No further questions.
Yeah, sit down.
Witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
What a great witness.
Thank you for coming down.
Subject to recall.
Ew, no.
Did you subpoena?
No, she's not subject to recall. Did you hear the judge? The defense said subject to recall, and the judge was starting to say, did you subpoena her? You can't put her subject to recall if you didn't subpoena her. Get him, Your Honor.
Thank you for coming down.
Subject to recall.
Did you subpoena her?
No.
Then I don't think it's subject to recall. All right. All right. Do we want to resume the direct of Ms. Cardi?
Yes.
All right.
The court just said, do we want to resume the direct of Miss Cardi B? Subject to recall? Nope. Back to Cardi B.
Resume the direct case.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
So that was a
Yes. No,
that was a
yes.
776 cross. So now it's
Yes,
the
yes,
defense
yes,
jury.
yes, Your Honor. Yes, yes.
Do you want to resume the take the stand, ma'am?
Oh, okay.
God, that coat is so fat. I don't know if that's a coat or a dress. I love it. All right. Miguelina, if you want to let the app know that Cardi B is retaking the stand. It sounds like she's in heels. If I was Cardi's attorney on this trial day, I might have had her wear something a little more narrowly cut so she looked more petite. I might have had her not wear heels so she looked more petite. She said she was 5'3". People can assume what that means, but I might have wanted her to look petite in court. Then again, her counsel might know, I don't know if they know or don't know, that she's currently pregnant. She might be trying to keep that from cameras as well. So it's a conversation. When we talk about court strategy, that's a conversation. But I love the outfits. I love them, love the outfits. Also, at this point, I don't know if it matters, right? The testimony is so clear that it just doesn't really matter. So let's continue. But I love the sleeves.
You're still under oath?
Yes.
Looks like a suit. It looks like a coat. I love the sleeves on it. It's just stunning. Her outfits have been great. So we should be on cross-examination now unless they're allowing direct to be reopened. We'll see what happens.
He passed the question.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
I apologize. Okay, then it is your turn.
Your Honor, who's going to go beyond the scope?
We already discussed that. He was lodging objections, but you're going to be asking questions? Is that the plan?
Oh, it's been a long 2 days. Her attorneys are doing the cross-examination because Cardi B was called as a hostile witness. So her attorney is saying, can we go beyond the scope? Meaning, since she was called out of order as a hostile witness, can we do our direct examination essentially of her and go outside the scope so that we don't have to recall her? So the attorney is asking, can we make sure to do that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Ms. Moore is going to be asking the questions,
All right.
and the request is to...
No, we discussed that you can go beyond the scope. Just typically, if it's your witness, you're doing the objections, okay? I'll let it go this time.
Oh, that's what the court was upset about. The Cardi B's male counsel was doing the objections, but Cardi B's female, and I don't know the attorney's names, apologies. The other attorney is doing the examination, and the court says, no, the attorney who is doing the questioning is the attorney that's doing the objections. And the court's like, I'll let it go this time, but that's not, One horse, one rider. So we're resuming Cardi B's cross with her lawyers because hostile witness. Can't ride two horses with one ass.
Cardi, can you tell us how you got into the music industry?
Objection relevance?
She's allowed to talk a bit about herself. It's going to be a long cross, I feel.
Got into the music industry. Well, I became like a social media personality, and I had a manager at the time, and he always noticed that like I will always like do songs my way, like my wordings. And he was like, "You're really witty and you're really quick. You should like,
Facts.
you should try making music." And I was like, all my friends do music. If they make it, just think I'm gonna make it.
If you could just pull the microphone a little bit more towards you, or sit one part of it.
Okay. So I was just like, if my friends haven't made it yet, what makes you think I'm gonna make it? And he was like, just try it. It won't hurt you to try. So I tried it, and I really enjoyed like listening to like the end results. It's like almost like cooking for me. Like I was like, oh, I'm not sure if I could cook, but I like the end results. Like I did pretty good. And that's how I got into music.
Were you doing any television?
Yes. Well, now when he suggested that like you should try to do music.
But later, were you doing any television?
Yes.
What type of TV?
Reality TV.
Reality? What show was it?
Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop.
Love and Hip Hop.
Objection relevance?
Overruled, but please move it along.
Yep. When did you release your first mixtape?
Objection relevance?
I'll give you some medication.
It's actually, it's relevant to the reason she was nervous about people knowing about her pregnancy. It is relevant. Why are you having them close the office? Why, like, how are we here? The jury doesn't necessarily know what was going on in 2018 for Cardi B. I don't know what was going on I don't know. So them tying back what was going on in her career in 2018 is relevant.
A little bit more excited.
Sure. I'll cut to the chase. Cardi, do you have a record deal?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
With who?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
Atlantic Records.
Do you have any platinum certified songs?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you have any Grammy awards?
Objection relevance?
Overruled. Counsel, you asked her about her siblings, you asked her about her birthday, you asked her a number of...
Oh no, there's a misunderstanding happening in the court right now. There is a big misunderstanding happening in court. Plaintiff's counsel is saying, I'll move on, but the court's yelling at the defense attorney for objecting. The court's telling the defense attorney, you asked about her birthday, you asked about her birth order, you asked about all of this. The judge is telling plaintiff's counsel to knock it off, and defense counsel, Cardi B's counsel, is like, I'll move along. So everybody's talking over everybody, which is a mess, but plaintiff's counsel's like, I'll move along. She doesn't have to. Sorry, defense counsel doesn't have to. Cardi B's lawyer doesn't have to move along. The court's yelling at plaintiff's counsel. You know what everything's out of order.
Do you have any platinum certified songs?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you have any Grammy awards?
Objection relevant.
Overruled. Counsel, you asked her about her siblings, you asked her about her birthday, you asked her a number of questions.
Sure, happy to move on.
So...
Happy, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Cardi, why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
I wanted
That's a fair way to get right to
my
it.
pregnancy a secret because I just had a hit record. I haven't had my album out. And everybody that I worked with, they were very scared. You know, like I finally made it. And like people that like been in the industry also for like a while, it was like, I don't know if anybody has ever, a female rapper has ever came out pregnant on their freshman year without an album, just 1 or 2, 3 records. So I was very nervous. I was also kind of like, even though I was on TV, when I first had my first big record, Bodak Yellow, I was really like getting used to big fame, bigger stages and stuff. So I was just so worried about overwhelmed with what everybody was like saying and thinking, and I felt like I was just letting a lot of people down. But
and when you were
That's such a sad reality. I feel her so much. She was like, I was just breaking through and I feel like I was letting a lot of people down because I got pregnant. That's just so real of her. And it sucks. I'm not going to go on a diatribe and a commentary on society and how women are treated when they're pregnant, but Cardi, we feel you, girl. It's such a reality though. That's so real. Oh, the jury has to just be like, yeah, I hear you, girl. And it makes plaintiff counsel look like way more of an ass. That's a really vulnerable thing to share on such a public stage.
face to face with Mrs. Ellis,
mm-hmm.
Did you ever threaten to get her fired?
No.
And I want to be very, very clear. Did you ever spit on Mrs. Ellis?
No.
Did you ever call Miss Ellis the N-word? Apologies.
No.
Cardi, where were you living in 2018?
In 2018, I was living in between New Jersey and Atlanta.
Where were your regular OBGYN doctors?
Objection relevant.
Why were you in LA the week of February 24th?
I was doing NBA All-Star Weekend, and I just had like a whole bunch of promotional things to do out here in California.
Was part of your work, did you have to attend an NBA game?
Yes.
Yesterday, plaintiff's counsel asked you some questions about your hair. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Oh, counsel, go there.
And one of the questions he asked you was, on the date of the incident, did you have black hair, blonde hair, or different color hair? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Do you remember how you responded?
Do you remember asking him that? Eye roll, eye roll, eye roll. Yes.
Responded?
I don't know. I really don't remember what color hair I had.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness some photographs, please.
Can you identify?
They've got photos.
Can you show them counsel first?
Of course.
Yeah, if her album was just blowing up.
Are they pre-marked? Are they pre-marked?
No, I think it's for refresh your memory.
Yes.
Okay. You want to just identify the next order?
They should be
Yes, that's fine. Your Honor.
marked for reference
232.
and for identification.
I'm sorry. Counsel, it's her direction. She can identify it for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
232?
Are you going to put this in front of you?
The background noise
Cardi, can you please
on
look
this
at
is so
photograph
hard.
and tell me, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this photograph?
That is me out here in LA at a All-Star Weekend NBA game.
And does this picture refresh your recollection about what your hair color was that week?
Yes.
I mean,
What
she
color
could have
was it?
changed wigs, but
I'll say like a ashy, dirty blonde.
Can you see your nails in that photo?
love an ashy blonde.
Yes.
And were you wearing acrylic nails or some other type?
Acrylic.
And I think you testified yesterday that acrylic nails can last you up to 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, it's
Are those the
2018.
nails you had the entire time you were in LA?
Yes.
How would you describe those nails looking at them in the photo?
I'll say, to my taste, they're like kind of short. They're square, they're boxy. They have like stones, flat rhinestones in the middle. They're orangey.
I'm sorry, did you say the flat rhinestones were in the middle?
Yeah.
And how long would you estimate I know you said you feel like they were short, but could you estimate how long you feel like they were?
Like an inch, maybe less. An inch or so.
And what shape are they?
They like coffin square.
Are those the nails you were wearing on the date of the incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to move this into evidence and publish it for the jury.
Any questions?
Great.
No.
Go ahead.
She's just got to be tired, right? I'm tired of the background noise. It's like things are just not mic'd. Oh, good. They're putting the picture up on the
Cardi,
screen.
do you remember, did you get your nails done before you came to LA or after?
It's most likely before LA.
Okay. But they were the same nails the whole time you were here?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Redirect.
You can see her nails in the picture.
Yes.
So the photograph that we're looking at there,
Back to redirect.
what date was the photograph taken?
I'm not sure the date, but I know it was that weekend of All Stars and stuff.
Okay. And what time of day did this photograph, what time of day was it taken? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
Overruled.
It had to be like around like a 6 p.m., like whatever time like games start. It really depends. Like that week, it was just, I'm not sure, but it wasn't like a night. It was like probably in the afternoon or something.
And when you,
It's like, I don't know, whatever time they told me to be at the NBA All-Star game. I don't fucking know. Whenever the NBA All-Star game was. It's not like it's an event that you can't figure it out. She's like, it's not, And not night. Counsel, come on.
When you go out at night, do you change your clothing and fix yourself up to prepare for the evening?
Objection.
Were you dressed this exact way when you saw Dr. Finke on the date of the incident? So you changed your clothing completely different?
Holy shit, counsel's got it. You guys, this is the moment. She wore different clothes to a public event that she was attending as a celebrity than she wore to go visit a gynecologist. Holy shit. There's the moment. She changed her clothes to attend an event.
Different than this, correct?
Yes.
Could you have also changed your nails?
Objection. Cultural speculation.
No.
Also, why ask, could you have changed your nails instead of did you? Also, when you're traveling, I don't know, man. I imagine Cardi B probably has nail technicians that she trusts. When you're traveling, you're not necessarily just going to go get your nails done while you're out of town with somebody you don't know if you have an event. It's a whole thing. Sir, it's not like she's... Okay, I'm going to let that go. Just, could you have changed your nails? Yeah, but I didn't. She literally, all of you on the chat are like, she literally said she didn't change her nails while she was in LA. Yep. Yep.
Not that easy to change acrylic nails.
No, it's not.
But you told us before that it would take about 2 hours to do that, correct?
Yes.
It's going to take more.
But I know for a fact, I mean, if you could track down that whole week, I had these nails on for sure.
Yeah.
Go Google it.
I would want to zoom in the photograph just to show the nails better than what we can see.
My kid's personal Uber driver said he also didn't know she was wearing wigs, though. I don't know if he didn't know. I don't know if he didn't know, or I don't know if he didn't know. He seemed like he was kind of trying to be a jerk about it. But I don't know that I don't know. But I love that she's like, just
with the focus on the left
Google
hand
it.
or right hand.
Well, that works.
That's wonderful. Thank you. So if we look at that, that's your right hand, correct?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And if you wanted to scratch someone with those nails and
okay,
cause them to have a cut to their face, you could do it with those nails, can't you?
they're thicker acrylics, sir. Also, counsel, if that's what you think 3 inches is, I have questions for you.
The nails that we see in this photograph, are they sharp in your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overall. Well, it's referring to the photograph now.
No, they are not sharp at all. Those are not sharp nails.
Okay. Now, you
They're-
heard
they're blunt and
a
thick.
witness, Tierra Malcolm, a few moments ago in the last 15, 20 minutes. She testified that she also had a cut to her face. Do you remember hearing that?
It wasn't also. She had a cut to her face.
In court?
Yes.
So how did she get the cut on her face? If you know. How do you, if you know?
He's asking for speculation.
It wouldn't be for me.
Is it possible that when you were reaching over, you cut her face?
No,
Objection.
she didn't reach over. That's
And
not in evidence, and you didn't ask the
rhinestones
question.
that you see there, you consider those to be flat?
Yes.
And you consider yourself to be a freshman in 2018. Does that mean you just started your career in music and rapping and all that?
It's her breakthrough year.
Yes.
So before 2018, you were not a rapper?
I was.
Overall.
When did you first start?
I first started rapping.
This attorney objected to everything being asked about her career and is now fucking asking about it?
In 2016, but I became a superstar for rapping in 2017.
Okay.
So, just being blessed in. So,
All right. And why
She was riding the wave.
Why was it,
of
aside
celebrity.
from what you've told us that you feel being a freshman and being pregnant, the two didn't match, was there any other reason aside from that that you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret? Earlier you tested.
If I was her attorney, it's hard when you're in the moment of objecting because you just are like, wrong question, wrong. She's done such a great job answering. I might have let her answer again about how invasive and vulnerable it is to be pregnant and to be in an industry where that's not necessarily going to be received kindly. I would let her put all of it out there, but it's really hard to do in the moment because you're just like, stop it.
Testified that when you went to the doctor's office on the date of the incident, you wanted to keep your pregnancy a secret, correct?
yes.
And the reason you wanted to keep it a secret was
He's going to keep going. Good, keep
you're
digging.
a rapper, correct? Why did you want to keep your pregnancy a secret?
Objection, that's the answer.
My career.
He just kept digging the hole to letting her tell the jury why it was important to her.
My career. I didn't tell my parents yet.
That's a big deal.
I was very overwhelmed.
And when you thought that your secret was being violated, it made you angry, correct?
Objection, recommended, mischaracterized testimony, lies foundation.
Overruled.
You can.
Yes, I feel like my privacy was completely being violated. I wouldn't want to be anything that has to do with my medical records or anything. Even if I do
Nobody does.
cosmetic surgery, I don't want people to be in anything that has to do with medical in your business. It's just, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy is yours.
Yeah.
And you would do anything to protect that privacy, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I don't want people to know about privacy. My medical. I don't want people to know what I'm doing. I don't want people in my business. It's something that's private and sacred. And he's like, so you would do anything? Good God, sir. You're not even listening.
And aside from your assumption that you were being recorded by Miss Emani Ellis,
She's like, no, I was being recorded.
was there any other assumptions that you had at the time of the incident?
Objection, argumentative, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
You had a belief, a state of mind, that Emani Ellis was recording you at the time of the incident, correct?
Objection, outside the scope of redirect. And
Correct.
Sustained.
I'm still at 1.25 speed gel. That's how long this is taking. Oh no, I'm at normal. My bad. Back to 1.25. God, this attorney.
Further questions, Your Honor?
All right.
Oh, he's done.
All right. Any
They're done. They're done. Oh, look at that.
questions from the jury?
Ooh, questions from the jury. Court says I'm not seeing any hands.
Any hands? All right. You step in then. All right. I think we're not going to have another witness before lunch. Or, I'm sorry, does plaintiff have another witness for after lunch?
We do not, Your Honor.
All right, does plaintiff rest?
Does plaintiff have another witness for after lunch? We do not. Does plaintiff rest? I'm going to speed this back down because court was talking real fast.
No, Your Honor.
Well, are you going to have a witness after lunch?
I would like to discuss this outside the presence of the jury.
All right. Okay, folks, we're going to take our lunch break now. We're going to resume back at 1:30. In the meantime, please don't discuss the case with anyone.
Oh, plaintiff's counsel wants to argue again about his witnesses outside the presence of the jury. So they're going to take a lunch break. I'm going to zoom.
Don't form any opinions.
I'm going to zoom till they come back on the record because he wants the court again to rule against him more. Like, rule against me harder, Your Honor. What the fuck?
He was supposed to have his witness.
And the attorneys are arguing over witnesses the same as we saw this morning.
Mr. Peterson, basically, he was supposed to have his witnesses lined up for this afternoon.
Call them out of order. I explained to him and the court this morning that I have 3 witnesses, which are Dr. Azizulai, Ms. Parsi, and Michael Shok, and they are unavailable for today, and we wanted to call them out of order, requesting that the court allow them to testify on Tuesday.
Okay, well, you have any draft for proof with respect to whether or not their testimony is relevant to anything?
Yes, Your Honor. So, may I do that now?
The court, you haven't provided me any proof that their testimony is relevant. Counsel is trying to extend this case over the long weekend to bring his witnesses in after the Labor Day weekend. And the court's like, you haven't even shown me they're relevant. No.
Well, I thought you said you didn't know what they were going to say.
I spoke to them.
When?
During the break.
Okay. And what are they going to say?
So Dr. Azizulahi is going to say that he had been advised there's a disturbance in the building. His assistant, Ms. Parsi, went upstairs to the 5th floor. He did not go to the 5th floor. Michael Shok was on the 5th floor as well.
Okay, let's start. Keep with the doctor. So what's he going to say?
Doctor's going to say that there was a disturbance in the building.
Okay, that's undisputed.
And that's it for him.
Okay, so we don't need him, right?
No.
Okay.
Correct.
So it's the next witness?
Ms. Parsi is his assistant.
Okay.
Went upstairs to find out what was going on and witnessed the confrontation between the 3 individuals with the 2 individuals and the person that intervened, Ms. Malcolm.
So she's going to testify as to what she saw, which includes the disturbance and...
Only...
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Only what she saw, and it could go to the scratch on Miss Malcolm's head. We can gain some information how that came about. I didn't discuss that with her. However, she was present during that piece. And Michael Shok was a patient that was on the 5th floor walking in the hallway, and he's a witness to the entire confrontation.
And so let's go back.
Then all that should have been turned over in discovery counsel, not in the middle of fucking trial. It's your case. You're the plaintiff. Nope.
Back to when you identified these people?
They've been on the witness list for many months now. I'm not sure if it was the 2024 one. However, definitely in July it was there. I can check my records. They've known about this, and it's the same issue that they had that we had.
Counsel repeating the same thing that's not true over and over again doesn't suddenly make it true. It's the same thing they had, Your Honor. No, it's not. It's not the same at all. Saying it's the same doesn't make it the same, counsel. Ugh!
And so when did you learn of Mr. Schultz?
We learned of it when an investigator did investigation several months ago, at least several months ago, and found out that he was an actual witness, an eyewitness to the incident.
And when was that disclosed?
Your Honor, the only witness list that I have is from July 25th of 2025. He's been on this witness list.
He's not on that one.
The court has the witness list in front of him. And he's like, it's not on that one. It's not on that one.
Yes, he is, Your Honor. I have a
Nope.
copy for the court.
Oh, okay. I see him.
Yeah.
Mike Shaw.
Michael Shaw, Aziz Olahi, and Parsi are all on that one. Mr. Lamb and I had a conversation about this at length. We created this list together.
I want to see what the court rules, but I'm putting this at 1.25. So.
He told me his witnesses. I told him my witnesses. He signed this. They've never objected to it one time till recently. And the only reason they've objected is to, I'm not clear why they want to do it. It seems to be very one-sided that they can exclude our witnesses, but we can't exclude theirs. So I would ask the court not to exclude ours.
Sure, counsel.
Since the court has not excluded theirs.
All right, what's Mr. Schultz going to testify to?
Mr. Shok is going to testify that he was a patient at a different doctor's office on the 5th floor, and he was walking in the hallway to go to the bathroom, and he saw the incident himself with his own eyes.
All right, for the defense.
First, Your Honor, just so the record is clear, counsel did say that he could not continue with witnesses today. He did mention something about taking people out of order. I have told him that I don't think he has that right, and earlier today I mentioned that taking witnesses, defense taking witnesses out of order is not the same thing as the plaintiff being unable to proceed with witnesses
Ding, ding,
at
ding.
the trial. As the court knows, the trial was continued several times. The 2024 witness list, jointly filed, does not have.
Excuse me, counsel. You just said this case had been continued several times, but opposing counsel, plaintiff's counsel didn't believe it was real. So because he didn't think it was real, it doesn't count, right? Because trial's not real.
Any of these people. These people were first listed, if memory serves, in the July 2025
I was being sarcastic.
list. And we
This is so
did
preposterous.
object, but that ruling, that has never been heard by the court at this point. They were first identified in July 2025. We were not told what their potential testimony would be. We were told that Dr. Aziz Olahi.
Well, he's not testifying because he doesn't have anything to add.
Right. And the other ones, we were told there was one that was a receptionist and shot a guest. So we were not given any substance at all. At no point did they disclose that, and counsel was unable to disclose it this morning, and now he's making certain representations.
Yeah, if his investigator did this investigation, then he should have disclosed it much earlier.
The fact of the matter is, and I should also say, that we are ready to proceed. We've got two more witnesses, Dr. Rosenberg, who's the designated expert, and Dr. Finke. And we want to get this trial done. We're ready to go.
Yeah.
Okay. May I respond to one thing, Your Honor?
No.
Go ahead. So in form interrogatory responses, back in 2022, the same way that the defendant responded and said there's two.
But Your Honor, they did it is not a valid form of argument. It's just deflection.
Individuals who are witnesses, that is the same way that plaintiff responded. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
To plaintiff's opposition to defendant's request to produce witnesses at trial, it was filed with the court yesterday or the day before. It has all of the discovery. I'm sorry, actually no. This one has the discovery of the defendant, but I do have the discovery of the plaintiff. It was used in this case by the opposing side. They knew that we had these witnesses that we didn't know their names. And the 2024 expert designation was not real because we had agreed to put the trial around this time, and I don't really remember doing anything with the witnesses.
Your Honor,
That may
discovery
be
is
a
not
list
real.
that they created and they filed. I definitely don't remember signing that. I don't think my signature would be on that document. So if they prepared something and filed it, I was not part of it. They just decided to file it on their own.
It's not real, Your Honor.
What I think counsel is
Your Honor, trial is fake. The fuck?
saying is that he did not identify any of these three people back in 2024. He's now contesting
2022.
Well, no, I'm talking about the joint witness list.
I think I understand, and so I think here's the issue: is it certainly would have been appropriate for both parties to have done the investigation at the outset of the case to identify who these witnesses were. That didn't happen. It sounds as though both sides engaged in investigative work after discovery was closed and identified new witnesses. I'm going to take plaintiff's counsel's representations at face value, and that they were recently identified. These witnesses were
He's giving counsel the benefit of the doubt, which is bold given how counsel's behaved.
On the July 25 joint trial witness list, to the extent that they were identified, the people were identified after discovery was closed, I think it's appropriate that they be allowed to testify. But it's going to be on a short leash. And I indicated during the pre-trial conference that I am relatively liberal in the interest of expediting the process in case to call witnesses out of order. And so we'll suspend plaintiff's case now. We'll start the defense case. But your witnesses need to be here Tuesday morning or they're not testifying.
I understand, Your Honor. Will defense be, they didn't give me 24 hours notice. It's fine. I'm not that picky. My question is...
Plaintiff's counsel is trying to push this back on defense. Well, Your Honor, they didn't give me 24 hours notice. The court is being incredibly patient.
Will Dr. Rosenberg and Dr. Finke be testifying this afternoon, so at least during the lunch hour I can do some preparation?
Your Honor, I got 2 voicemail messages which we can play, which were not particularly coherent from counsel, that says that he doesn't have witnesses.
Okay, I've already ruled on that. So do you have witnesses for this afternoon?
Yes, and I advised him as soon as he told.
I'm not disputing the 24-hour notice.
Please stop interrupting.
Okay. Sorry, I was going to respond to the 24-hour notice.
The court told plaintiff's counsel to stop interrupting. The court's like, God, you guys get it to fucking together.
Did in fact tell him as soon as he said
Do you have witnesses for the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you see how fast the judge rolled his chair back? Do you have witnesses for this afternoon? Great, I'm fucking out of here. The judge was just like, wee.
As soon as he said
Do you have witnesses for the afternoon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Never has a judge been happier to get the fuck off the bench. Ever. Ever. Oh my God. I both love it and I hate it. We are at the lunch break of day 3 of the Cardi B civil case. I am going to try to get through the entirety of this trial today. However, I am also going to take a bathroom break. I cannot. Yesterday we took no breaks. That's not going to work today. Must take a restroom break. So I am going to be less than 10 minutes. I'm going to take a restroom break, make another coffee. I will notify you in the app when I am back, but it is going to be really short. If you want to chat in the chat, chat in the chat. I am going to be back expeditiously. So let me go grab, I don't even think I have, oh, we did load up a court break in here. Look at us. We were on top of things. We're taking just a really quick break when the court takes a break because I do need to use the restroom. Law nerds, I will be back. You will hear this sound. For those of you new to watching Trial with me, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Go get a snacky snack. Go get some water. Come on back. I am hoping to be 10 minutes. So that's about it. We're going to speed run a quick lunch break. I will see you in just a moment. Law nerds, you're the best. If you don't have the Law Nerd app, lawnerdapp.com. We will also ping when we are going back to court. You guys are the best. I'll see you in just a few minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Law nerds. All right, law nerds, are you ready? It took me a minute to make a coffee because everything was like, why is nobody ready? Well, because no water in the coffee maker. We now have achieved coffee, but also Dr. B had brought in the mail, and I had a package that I had to look at. Some of you will understand, but I forgot I pre-ordered this because ADHD is a delightful gift, and sometimes you get to be surprised and delighted multiple times by the same thing. But the new release, newly redone Twilight box set showed up, and I had to look at the art because it was so pretty. So I just needed I needed a moment to take a look. I don't remember ordering this at all. I have no idea. It has sprayed edges. It's gorgeous. Each book, I'm going to do this and hopefully not drop anything, but those of you who watch my tech reviews know that I drop things. Each book has its own new cover. It's just gorgeous. So I have no idea. I don't know when I ordered it. I'm glad that I did. It's going to be in the backdrop here. We've got some other book sets up here, but it's just so lovely. I don't know. They've just become trophies, right? It's like, do I read the physical books? Sometimes. Do I listen on Audible? Most of the times. Do I love the pretty, pretty book? Yes, it's so pretty. It's just so pretty. Yes. So there we go. Quick unboxing. Let's get back to trial, shall we? Because it's time to get back to trial. So they took a really long lunch break. And we're going to try to zoom if we need to. I want to hear what the lawyers have to say. I think we queued this up right on time. That was my goal. This always comes in like mid attorneys talking. So it just is what it is.
Yes, Your Honor. I did request a short hearing about the issue that I have. I have someone from my office who did research on this photograph here.
All right. He said, I have someone from my office that did research on this photograph here. So all of you are asking, are the pages in dark mode? No, they're just sprayed. They're just sprayed edges. So the whole page isn't black. The pages are just sprayed around the edges. I wish they were in dark mode. That would be great.
It was taken on February 18th of 2018. And when this was presented, the court was advised and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018. If the court...
That's not true. That's not true. He is saying we were advised that this picture was taken February 24th, 2018. They didn't. They didn't say that. They said that it was taken during the trip when she was there in 2018 during that week. That's what they said. They did not represent that was on the same day that she went to the doctor. They said it was the same trip that she went to the doctor. Counsel, that's not accurate.
This was taken on February 18th of 2018. And when this was presented, the court was advised and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018.
No, they weren't. That's not right.
Would take judicial notice of...
Counsel, you're wrong.
People magazine, I can put it on Elmo if the court wishes to see it. It was published on February 19, 2018 at 11:25 a.m. Eastern Time by People magazine.
Also, when it was published and when it was taken are not the same.
Which shows this exact same photograph. So it would be a misrepresentation.
Do you have a witness to testify to this?
I have Mr. Traffic Grossman.
That he looked on the internet?
The court said, do you have a witness to testify to this? Nobody misrepresented anything, counsel. You not understanding is nobody else's problem but yours. And he said, do you have a witness? He goes, oh, I have Mr. whoever from his office. What, that he saw it on the internet? The judge's wit is so fast.
Representation.
Do you have a witness to testify to this?
I have Mr. Traffic Grossman.
That he looked on the internet?
Well, he does my investigations at this time, and he would be testifying that this photograph was taken on February 18th of 2018. That game that she's speaking of, the All-Star game, was on February 18th of 2018. It's a whole week before. So I would like to recall...
It's not a whole week before. It's during the same week. She said during that trip, those were the nails that she had, and she didn't change her nails. Same trip, not same day. Bruh, what the fuck?
The plaintiff, I'd like to call him somebody to clarify this issue. That's all I'm asking.
It's not an issue.
Yeah, Your Honor. That photograph is provided to us by Atlantic Records. We have someone who can attest to that, Justin Morant. When you search up that photo, you find it was from February 18th, 2024. That was All-Star Weekend in 2024. And there are people that have reposted it and incorrectly put 2018. So what the plaintiff's counsel...
That photo shouldn't be from 2024. If that photo's from 2024, counsel, it's not relevant.
It's saying it's not accurate. It was 2024.
Okay. Yeah,
I mean, 2018. You know what I'm saying? February 18th, 20...
Oh, she was getting confused with the February 24th of it all. You said it was from the same trip. You know what's a trip? What's a trip is this attorney's lack of understanding, the plaintiff's counsel. No one said it was the same day.
2018.
I will stipulate that the date is February 18th of 2018. The problem with that testimony, or the problem with that representation from counsel is this incident happened 6 days later.
Right, and that was my point of view. She testified she was the same nails on.
No, Your Honor, she testified...
The confidence with which this attorney is consistently wrong is befuddling. He's just so wrong and so confident and so wrong.
That she got this picture taken on the same day. She testified under oath that at 6 p.m. on February 24, 2018, this picture was taken. That's
she didn't
false.
Say that.
That is a false statement. Her own attorney admits February 18th of 2018 is the date of this photograph.
Okay, I'm not going to have the jury waiting for...
She didn't say that, counsel. You're wrong.
We're ready to call the next defense witness?
There's one other issue, Your Honor.
Sorry. What was that?
I did have a conversation with the witnesses that I have. They're unable to appear Tuesday morning. It's not possible.
Okay, then you're not going to call them.
I understand that that's the court.
Chronic Shock said this man's a human ChatGPT. He's hallucinating more than ChatGPT does. Did you hear what he just said? He skipped right into the next issue. Your Honor, my witnesses can't be here. My witnesses can't be here. My witnesses can't be here. All of this fighting and the witnesses are not available. All of it.
There's one other issue, Your Honor. Sorry. I did have a conversation with the witnesses that I have. They're unable to appear Tuesday morning. It's not possible.
Okay, then you're not going to call them.
I understand that that's the court ruling, but I just want to put on the record as soon as I learned that I cannot produce them Tuesday morning.
Okay. All right. You want to bring in the jury?
The court said, okay, your witnesses aren't available, then you're not going to call them. They're bringing the jury in. I'm still at 1.25 speed. Let's see who the next witness is.
Bring the jury.
Also, you check your witnesses before you go to the mat with the judge about it.
Everyone, we're still on the record in the Ellis matter. We're now
Hello.
doing the jury and alternates. At this point in time, we're going to suspend plaintiff's case in chief. We're going to begin the defense case in chief.
No, you should just rest the plaintiff's case in chief. They have no more witnesses. They have no more witnesses. Just rest. Make them rest.
Does the defense have a witness to call?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense calls Dr. James Rosenberg.
All right.
I believe maybe in all.
Okay. You want to retrieve him?
Yeah.
They're calling Dr. Rosenberg. If this, I'm curious to see what the direct is. We might just zoom past Dr. Rosenberg. I don't know if Dr. Rosenberg is a eyewitness. I guess we'll see. The court's just like, Lord help me. They're going to swear in Dr. Rosenberg. This is now the defense witness.
J-A-M-E-S, Rosenberg, R-O-S-E-N-B-E-R-G.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
Thank you.
There's a lot of binders up there, Dr. Rosenberg.
Please introduce yourself for the jury.
My name's Dr. James Rosenberg. I'm a licensed medical doctor in California. I specialize in psychiatry.
Can you please outline your professional education for us?
Yes, I studied philosophy.
Oh, well, he said philosophy. Now I'm interested. I was going to zoom. Okay, I want to hear a little bit, and then I'm zooming.
In molecular biology at UC Berkeley.
Philosophy and molecular biology? I love it.
Yes, I studied philosophy and molecular biology at UC Berkeley. I then did a year of surgery research at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, including coronary laser angioplasty research. I attended medical school for 4 years at UCLA.
Go Bruins!
I then did an internship in primarily specialties of surgery and cancer medicine, including neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery. I then did a 3-year residency at the UCLA Neuropsychiatric Institute in psychiatry, and I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland with a Dr. Philip Resnick.
Okay, and what licenses and board certifications do you hold?
Okay. Well, hello, sir. I guess we're going to get into the damages part, and I was going to zoom, but did you bring muffins?
So my license is to practice medicine in the state of California. I have a lifetime board certification in psychiatry. In 1996, I got my second board certification in forensic psychiatry, a subspecialty of psychiatry.
And I got my high school diploma. Good year, 1996.
Involving the legal system. That's every 10 years. I renewed it for another 10 years until 2016. And then due to a very bad experience I had in a criminal case, my wife and I decided I wouldn't renew it again and I would stop doing criminal work.
That's fair.
Okay, can you please briefly summarize your professional experience as a psychiatrist?
When people go after the experts, it's bad.
After I completed my training and came back to my fellowship, I became assistant director of psychiatry at the West Los Angeles VA Medical Center and ran the locked psychiatric intensive care unit at UCLA Teaching Service and was there for...
Dr. B, he worked at the VA down the road. Dr. B did lots of work at that VA.
A few years. I was a member of the UCLA Medical School faculty for 16 years. After I left the VA, because my forensic consultation practice started to get busy, I always continued to see patients at least one day a week unrelated to any legal matter. Most recently, it was 22 years at a nonprofit community mental health clinic in Van Nuys, providing psychiatric evaluation and treatment of homeless and low-income individuals. My forensic psychiatry practice, the first half of my career, was primarily criminal cases, approximately 200 murders, mass murders, serial criminals, and other types of major crimes. The second half has been primarily civil litigation matters of brain injuries, catastrophic physical injuries with PTSD
Well,
claims,
now I'm invested.
and employment-related matters. I've consulted over the years to the United States Attorney in Washington, D.C. on organized crime in the Eastern District of New York, for the Medical Board, the Attorney General, and also for 8 years I was a consultant to the show Law & Order Special Victims Unit.
I'm sorry. This is just the most LA shit ever. I have all of the degrees. I've worked at UCLA. I take care of low income psychiatric needs in my spare time to give back to the community. I have worked with the government, and I also am a consultant for the show Law & Order Special Victims Unit. Dun dun. So the most Los Angeles thing ever. All right, I love this dude. Okay, let's keep going.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to show Exhibit 220 to the witness. Dr. Rosenberg, it's Exhibit 220 in the blue binder.
Okay, thank you.
Are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this looks like the first page of my resume or curriculum vitae.
And can you please flip through it and let me know if that's a true, correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom past him looking at his CV. He was retained as an expert on behalf of the defendant. Let's find out why. Did he evaluate? Did he do a clinical psych evaluation on the plaintiff?
I was asked to conduct a psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Ellis's emotional injury claims related to the incident on February 24th, 2018.
I mean, if it can't be Dr. Curry, I think I'm glad it's this guy, but let's see.
Have you served as a retained expert in previous cases?
Yes, both criminal and civil matters, probably over my career, maybe 1,500 times.
Experts are paid for their time.
Experts are paid for their time. His base rate is $550 an hour. Sir, you're undercharging.
Just for reviewing records, my face-to-face examination of Ms. Ellis, scoring the psychological testing, and writing a report. My rate for testimony in deposition, which was taken in this case, or trial like today, is $800 an hour, and there's a 4-hour blocks.
500 and sir, you're undercharging. I appreciate you, but you're undercharging. He could absolutely charge more. But he's like, but why? I'm good. All right, let's keep going.
Does your fee depend in any way on whether your opinion is favorable to Cardi B?
No, that's never been the case. For example, I've never worked on the lien, which does involve that type of interest from my non-attorney standpoint.
Do you recall?
All right. So he did an evaluation of the plaintiff in 2023. He reviewed records. We're going to zoom through that. I'm interested in the testing he did and the conclusion he came to. So he did this testing in 2023. He's saying it took about 6 hours of examination and had her filling out the forms. We saw quite a lot of the clinical psych evaluation in the Depp Heard case. So I'm going to zoom a little bit through this, but evaluated all the paperwork and then sat down with her. And let's jump back in as they're asking about the injury with, or the conclusion regarding Cardi B. Because remember, this civil case is asking for damages based on the emotional damage, for lack of a better phrase. I just need to put it on the soundboard.
Correlating that with her real life day-to-day function and any health care that she sought out and received.
Okay, and based on that examination, did you reach any conclusions with respect to whether the plaintiff suffered a mental or emotional injury as a result of her encounter with Cardi B?
Yes, I did reach an opinion, as with all my opinions, I reached an opinion with reasonable medical probability in that regard.
Thank you. And what was
that opinion?
My opinion is that there is no significant evidence that Ms. Ellis sustained an emotional injury at any point in time in this case, from the time of the incident to present, with the understanding that an emotional injury, from my standpoint, consists of the onset of one or more psychiatric diagnoses in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's guidelines or criteria, or the substantial worsening if there was a pre-existing disorder, and that in my opinion, Ms. Ellis has never qualified for that in this case.
Thank you. I believe you testified that
there it is.
one of the parts of your examination was psychological testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please briefly explain what those tests were?
I'm going to zoom through the psychological testing that he did on plaintiff. We saw the conclusion. His conclusion was that there's no there there. I'm going to skip through the different clinical scales that he performed to get to his conclusion. He did the MMPI 3, the MMPI, it looks like from the closed captioning 2 RF. So the MMPI is something that we are familiar with from other tests. He's talking about how he administered that test. We're going to get to the results of the MMPI because that's what I'm interested in. He's refreshing his recollection. And now let's get to, I think, the results of the MMPIs.
Report of the MMPI-2 psychological test that I administered to Ms. Ellis on July 21st, 2023, in which I provided along with other documents to opposing counsel before my deposition.
And does this document refresh your recollection as to which version of the MMPI-2 test you conducted in Ms. Ellis' case?
Yes, I gave the MMPI-2. That and the MMPI-3 are the most recent and, again, the gold standard tests worldwide in this kind of a context.
Thank you. And that report that you have in front of you, did you create that document yourself?
Well, I created it in the sense that I inputted her answers into the test publisher software on my laptop. I then double-checked the answer through a process that's provided by the software. And then I had the software generate this report, again using statistical algorithm that is intrinsic to the software. I don't personally score any of the scales. I don't personally write out any of the text interpretation that's in it. My job is then, how do I use that information once it's available in an overall assessment?
And is it fair to say that you used this report as an analytical tool in reaching your conclusions with respect to Ms. Ellis?
Yes, again, considering all the information available to me from the records, the exam, the testing, I utilized inductive medical reasoning, a best fit logical reasoning, the same reasoning I would use if I was in an emergency room, if I was a surgeon or I was a radiologist.
Well, you've done all those things, it seems, sir.
And the reports that are generated from it regularly in your psychological evaluations?
Yes, I've used these tests several hundreds of times. I have the highest user rating qualification from both test publishers.
Okay, and do you recall when this particular report?
I just want the results of the report. Though I continue to be impressed with this expert, I want to just look at the results. So we're going to go through the test. We're going to get to the scales. He's explaining the different scores. The jury needs to know that, but I want to hear his conclusion, and then we're going to move forward because there's lots we need to get to today. He looked at all the different medical records. Great. They're talking about different types of conditions. It looks like they were talking briefly about PTSD. They're talking about T-scores. I'm going to keep zooming until we get to results. Let's see. They're starting to talk about malingering. Let's see if we need to zoom more, if this is the result.
These scales and scores tend to look like this. And the diagnoses that are suggested are rank ordered in priority of how likely they are. And so the first diagnosis listed is malingering of somatic and or cognitive symptoms, primarily generated by the elevation of the F sub S.
The first diagnosis result was malingering. Shocked. I'm shocked, I tell you. I was not, after everything we've seen. Weird.
fake bad scale and the RBS. And so, and malingering refers to the intentional gross exaggeration or otherwise fabrication or manipulation of symptoms for secondary gain in the field of psychiatry, and is actually in accordance with the American Psychiatric Association's published guidelines.
And again, this section of the report, like everything else, this was generated as a result of the test publisher software. Is that correct?
Yes, the test publisher software, the statistical scoring, which involves hundreds of thousands of individuals.
They'll ask him about malingering, but it
detailed
is
mathematical statistical algorithms.
I've got this at 1.25. He defined malingering briefly as the exaggerating of symptoms for gain. So, faking it. It's like in the old days, if you had a thermometer and you held it against like a light bulb because you needed a fever so you didn't go to school, that would be malingering, exaggerating symptoms. That. But for gain. I mean, I guess a day off is gain, but for gain.
Used to score this test and prepare this report.
You testified earlier that there were other psychological tests that you administered. Are the results of those tests similar with respect to symptom exaggeration or fabrication?
Well, I'd say yes and no. The other test, the personality assessment inventory, does not have as sensitive of validity scales to detect exaggeration or other manipulation, though it does show some evidence of that. But when we look at the clinical scales on the personality assessment inventory, Ms. Ellis generated such huge elevations for scales like anxiety, physical symptoms, PTSD, depression, again, several deviations above the norm that make no reasonable sense.
Huge deviations from the norm that make no reasonable sense. It wasn't just a little off the scale. It was so badly off the scale that the only thing that came through in the testing was malingering. I want you to keep in mind that plaintiff's counsel deposed this witness and had this information and still said, send it, let's go to trial.
Unless somebody was actually, for example, so ill that she required inpatient psychiatric care on medications, was critically ill or terminally ill with physical health conditions. The other inconsistency is that on the MMPI-2RF, she scored, accepting her symptoms at face value, she scored very high on symptoms for paranoid thinking at the level of somebody with a paranoid psychotic disorder like schizophrenia. And that was not seen.
You're telling me she might have malingered so hard that she was tipping the scales for schizophrenia. I think that would be an unintended consequence. Look, here comes the consequence. Counsel, aren't you embarrassed that we're here? The exaggerating was so much that it tipped into psychotic disorder territory.
The PAI, so that would be an inconsistency between them, but it also would be another example of symptom endorsement that makes no reasonable sense except for intentional gross fabrication or
intentional gross fabrication.
Outright fabrication of symptoms in this case, at that level of paranoid thinking, again, would be like a uncontrolled schizophrenia requiring acute inpatient care on medication. But by the same token, taking it at face value, it is, from my standpoint, of relevance to the trier of fact in evaluating somebody with that degree of paranoia and suspiciousness, how that individual reacts to or responds in neutral situations, social situations, potential arguments.
And he has enough experience to be like, the person sitting in front of me does not fit those diagnostic criterias. It is, as the chat said, malingering too close to the sun. Because he's like, there's no explanation here other than the malingering.
You mentioned a high paranoid thinking score. I believe that's correct.
I'm sorry, so what did you say?
Did you mention a high paranoid thinking score? Is that how you phrased it?
Yes, on the 3 key scales of the MMPI-2 for paranoid thinking, again, typically seen in something like schizophrenia, she had significant elevations on those scales, all 3. Again, in the range which the we see here in the text report, how the report interprets it, at the level of somebody who's a paranoid psychotic with delusions, not just somebody who feels a little stressed or like somebody's looking over her shoulder.
And as a professional and a psychiatrist, how would you interpret that score in this case?
So again, I think there are only 2 reasonable ways to interpret it. One would be that it's another common manifestation in how somebody in an emotional injury case produces either gross exaggeration or outright fabrication of symptoms in an attempt to look injured. The alternative is that part of somebody's baseline where in day-to-day interactions she interprets normal or neutral interactions as a personal attack. But the only other reasonable alternative, taking at face value, would be she actually has a psychotic mental disorder like paranoid schizophrenia, with things like hallucinations, believing that there's a plot to have her killed, satellites are watching her, her phone is bugged, things.
And there's no medical records to back that up. There's nothing to back that up. She's never reported any of those things. So that doesn't fit with the medical records, any of them, or with what her family has talked about. This is after having her family testify. Her family said she's the peacekeeper. She holds things down. She is a loving daughter and granddaughter. Not the observations of family members who are observing someone who is dealing with a severe psychotic disorder. So having the family testify is a real interesting strategic choice, knowing that this witness was going to testify, because it stands out so much. And it makes it really hard for the jury to have empathy, because the jury can't sit there and say, oh, maybe that is going on, because it's so distinctly different than what her family testified to. It does not fit the facts of this case at all.
That's like.
And based on the other elements of your examination, did you make a conclusion as to which one of those would be true here?
Well, I think reasonably, from a psychiatric standpoint, given all the other information available to me, the reasonable interpretation is that it's another example of severe symptom manipulation, exaggeration, or fabrication. But again, it also has to be considered, again, from a factual standpoint for the trier of fact. Does it demonstrate paranoid thinking that can affect how somebody reacts in a situation or a disagreement?
But to be clear, are you diagnosing Ms. Ellis with, for example, schizophrenia?
No, that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, because in schizophrenia, and obviously there's a spectrum, there are individuals who are very well controlled on medication. I know I've had schizophrenic patients, who are like run corporations and do very well, but the vast majority tend to have very severe and chronic courses, often homeless in mental institutions. And so, but with these levels of scores, if you actually had schizophrenia, you would function at a very low level. You wouldn't be able to maintain reasonable family relationships. You wouldn't be able to hold a job. You wouldn't be able to function in major life activities. And again, you would require psychiatric hospitalization and antipsychotic medication.
Right. Right. So when he's talking about plaintiff's clinical psych assessment, he's like, look, everything in the records, everything we know about this plaintiff goes against that she has a psychological disorder. Everything links to willful malingering. And malingering so hard that her tests scored in the realm of having a severe psychological issue.
Did you diagnose Ms. Ellis with any psychiatric conditions?
No, again, since I equate, for a case like this, emotional injury with have you developed one or more psychiatric disorders, as a result of your allegations of the incident with Cardi B. I have no diagnosis for her because she has sustained no emotional injury.
Right.
Okay, and apart from the test results, are there any other factors on which you base your conclusion that plaintiff hasn't suffered any mental or emotional injury?
Yes.
What are those?
So the first factor is that, again, I accept Ms. Ellis's report or allegations of what happened that day in that incident, reasonably from a psychiatric standpoint, that would be a stressful or upsetting situation. You might be mad or angry for a day, you might lose some sleep over it, might be in the back of your mind for a few days, but reasonably people don't develop psychiatric disorders like an anxiety disorder, depression, from an argument or an unpleasant interaction like that on a single basis. That just makes no reasonable sense. And as we'll discuss, it makes even less sense in Ms. Ellis's case because it turns out, although she didn't share them with me when I asked, she's had multiple other traumas in her life, and according to her, those didn't cause emotional problems, so she obviously must have great resilience, and it would make no sense that this much more minor thing somehow would, and most people wouldn't. The other reason is that, well, I have a few reasons, but I promise I'll stop talking soon. Another reason...
Oh, no, sir, we love you. You can keep talking. We've got you sped up, but I'm very interested to hear what you have to say.
It's important to understand that this doesn't constitute a trauma. Again, accepting Ms. Ellis's report of what happened at face value, it doesn't constitute a trauma. It would be a stressor to some degree on an interpersonal basis, but under the American Psychiatric Association standards for what constitutes a trauma, for example, to be able to develop PTSD, this does not meet that. It has to be something like life-threatening accident, illness, witness to violence. So, for example, physical or sexual abuse growing up, kidnapping, sexual assault, military combat. These things are traumas, and they can lead to PTSD. An argument or unpleasant interpersonal.
Getting yelled at by Cardi B after you started yelling at her does not count as trauma, sir? I mean, the jury is just going to be like, wow, I could have never guessed.
Personal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD, and that's particularly important for us since some of Ms. Ellis's most dramatic scores on the psych testing have been profound elevations of PTSD scales, again, in a range where no individual who actually had PTSD would reasonably generate those scores.
Yeah. Are there any other factors?
Yes, so another important factor is, again, in accordance with the published generally accepted guidelines of the American Psychiatric Association in our diagnostic manual, whenever there is a psychiatrist or psychologist is doing an evaluation in a legal context where financial gain or some other type of secondary gain is at stake, you always have to consider and rule out the risk of intentional manipulation for financial gain. And in that context, in this case, Ms. Ellis has demonstrated a significant pattern of inconsistencies and other symptom validity issues. For example,
she has a pattern of symptom validity issues. The malingering is so bad that the scales don't know what to do with it. It's not just that she lied, it's that she lied incredibly badly. Yeah.
In my audio recorded examination, again, there's an audio recorded record, she told me, with the exception of a couple sessions of family therapy when she was 12 because her sister had been sexually assaulted by a neighbor, she could not recall a single trauma in her entire life growing up, couldn't remember a single one in response to my detailed questioning. Whereas, for example, in her deposition, she reported that she was a victim growing up of...
So even the stories when she was being clinically evaluated vis-a-vis her deposition were different. Yikes.
Domestic violence in the home, gang violence, other violence. Schoolmates were shot and killed. She was physically mugged in high school. Her car was broken into several times. None of those were reported to me. So those represent an important mismatch in a legal case where an individual potentially tries to make everything about the incident that can be compensable in a lawsuit. Another example along the same lines is...
A lot of you are asking, can he say that about the sister? First, we don't know if that's true. Second, it's what's being reported to him, and he is reporting back. Look, she reported this one thing in her report to me, and then all these things in deposition. It grew from there. He's not saying that any of those things are true or did happen. He's saying this is what was reported, and it's all of this is out of line. So we don't know. But yes, he is there to do the clinical eval so he can report it.
In my audio recorded exam, she told me that all of her emotional problems from the day of the incident, in this case, February 2018 to present, have been entirely due to what happened with Cardi B and absolutely nothing else. And she couldn't identify any other stressors in recent years that could be relevant. Whereas, again, in her deposition testimony, the same year, January 2018, her mother was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. Later in the year, her mother had radiation therapy for cancer.
Objection right to privacy of the mother.
Counsel's objecting to the privacy of the mother. I'm glad the mother seems to be doing well, though. We saw her come in and testify. I'm glad the mother seems to be doing well. However, the plaintiff is trying to object, and the plaintiff put this at issue by asking for the type of damages that require these evaluations.
If you want to just describe the issues more generically.
My apologies, Your Honor.
And the court said, can you describe them more generically? Fair of the court. Plaintiff did put this at issue. Glad her mother's doing well.
The same year, one of her friends committed suicide. And then, again, none of those things were shared with me. So that would be another example. I do have a couple more.
Setting aside that
I think we can move on from the things that were not shared
mismatch that you're discussing. Are there any other general topics, general factors on which you base your conclusion?
Yes. So another factor that I have to consider as a psychiatrist and medical doctor is there a mismatch across sources of information, considering the records I've reviewed, the psych testing I did, the interview. So another factor, which is very important, is to correlate somebody's subjective, meaning what she reports, emotional injury claims of injury, with real-life day-to-day function.
She did testify about her mom having cancer, chat. This is how you remind me. It's because she was talking about the reason when she was justifying being on her personal phone at work. It was my mom was going through cancer treatment, and so I was checking my phone. 100%. It's just the malingering
as a more objective measure. So in this case, if I accepted Ms. Ellis's reports at face value, particularly with the psych testing, she would have profound off-the-charts PTSD, profound disabling depression, anxiety, profound disabling physical health conditions. Whereas when I compare that to her real-life function, she's had intact relationships with her, loving relationships with her family, which would not be reasonable in the context, particularly of profound PTSD. That she's, in a few months after the altercation and continuing to the present, she's had a job that not only has been higher paying for her, but has been more demanding, requires top, excellent interpersonal skills, how to deal with people, troubled youths, and emotional resilience, and has, per her deposition, performed it well. Again, total mismatch. She also reported to me that
she would not be living her life the way she's living her life if the things on the clinical psych exams were accurate. The way she is living her life does not match.
Since the incident, she's traveled to Hawaii, Las Vegas, Mexico, though she couldn't remember, supposedly, that if she had gone to other places or how many times. And again, even if you look in the psych testing report that was generated, particularly severe PTSD, you don't want to leave your house. You don't want to interact with people. You withdraw from your family. The future looks bleak to you. You don't have a job. These things are completely contrary.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, cross.
Well, what's cross-examination going to be of the clinical psych doctor? I'm curious. I really like Dr. Psych. Like the glasses, like the tie. I really like Dr. Psych a lot.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, sir.
I took your deposition on August 5th and went over all of your opinions, correct?
We went over all my opinions, but it's very clear that you didn't ask me for all the factors in support of my opinions.
But I did take your deposition and...
Counsel, are you going to ask him if he's ever been convicted of a felony or gang affiliated? I'm real curious at this point.
It took about 2 hours, a little bit less, correct?
Yes, sir. You were extremely polite and professional, which I appreciate.
Thank you, though.
Well, color me shocked.
You testified today that you billed $30,000.
I have a shocked Pikachu face. Shocked Pikachu face. You are incredibly polite and professional. What? He can do that? I didn't know he was capable.
So you testified today that you billed $30,000 in this case. Is that often the charges that you bill for the type of case that's litigated and without the time for trial, of course, up until trial? Is that a reasonable amount of billing in a case like this?
I would say in a complex case that spans over years, that's probably true of maybe 25% of my litigation matters that I work on.
Okay. And in addition to the $30,000 that you received, you were also paid $1,800 by my office, correct?
Yes, sir, for my deposition fees.
And for today, you're being paid another $10,000 to prepare and appear here and testify and go back and forth. Is that fair?
I think that's reasonable, yes, sir.
Could it be higher than that amount?
I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable estimate.
So my estimate is about $40,000, right?
Yes, sir, I think that's very reasonable.
And in the
Wait,
past,
I was trying to grab this,
29
Helena.
years, you testified at your deposition, or I can ask you now, isn't it true that in 70 to 80% of cases you testified on behalf of the defense up until recently, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a...
So in his criminal cases, he often testified for the defense. Great. He charged money. Chat says that he's worth it. I don't care how many times he's been an expert. He's the expertiest expert. I'm going to zoom until we get to the testing part. So that's where I'm at. Also, okay, he got paid. Nobody cares.
I'm early in 2023.
Okay. And when you were hired in 2023, did you ask... Well, strike that. Did you examine Emani Ellis in 2023, correct? Or was it 2024?
Sorry, I mean to interrupt you, sir. I believe it was July 21st of 2023.
Okay. Did you ever do any type of examination on Cardi B at any point?
Given that that would be inappropriate since she wasn't the plaintiff with a psychiatric claim, I did not, sir.
You know it's a good expert when that's the answer you get. Sir, you are not new to this game. You didn't evaluate Cardi B? Well, sir, she's not the plaintiff with the claim, so that would be inappropriate. What a great answer. Just everyone, just hire this man. If you can't hire Dr. Curry, hire this man. We've got two that we like. Absolutely fantastic answer from an expert. That's the kind of answer you want to see from an expert. No, not just no, I didn't. No, it would be inappropriate. Bing, bing.
Right, but she was involved in some type of altercation, correct?
Objection. Incomplete hypothetical.
I don't think it's relevant. It's not relevant whether she has any members in it.
And what is your understanding as to what is the basis of this claim? What is Emani Ellis' claim? Why is she here in court?
My understanding is that she felt that she was verbally
great answer. She felt
by Cardi B, including foul or demeaning language, that Cardi B touched her face with a long fingernail and caused some injury to her face, and that also resulted a month later in Ms. Ellis being fired from her security job.
Okay. Do you know, in psychiatry, do you treat patients that deal with assault and battery?
In my patient care practice, putting aside legal matters?
Yes.
It's not relevant. It's just not relevant to this case, what he treats. But let's hear what he has to say.
So by simple, I don't mean to say it's not important or it's not serious to the person, but I mean, for example, let's say somebody being pushed or a hand on a shoulder in an aggressive way or something like that, all the way up to people who are beaten and kicked on the ground with skull fractures and being hit over the head with clubs and pistol whips, a variety of things, stabbed.
And when you treated the various patients, would you treat them more than once? The ones that you're speaking of?
Typically, and again, it depends on.
Getting treatment is great. Getting treatment's fantastic. He's done all of the work. He's worked at the VA. He's worked in a very busy area. He has worked in psychiatric hospitals. He has worked in all different populations of humans. Great. All right. Let's see if we can get back to this incident. They asked him about how wonderful he was. I zoomed. Let's see if we can get back to this incident.
Any type of physical injury. Isn't it true that you are not giving any type of expert opinion about physical injury, correct?
Aside from her inconsistent reports of whether or not she's actually touched on the face by the fingernail, that's correct, sir. I'm not a plastic surgeon. Other than that, I'm not giving any testimony with regard.
This expert has the best answers. This is how you want an expert witness to answer. Aside from her conflicting reports, no. He's so good.
Physical injuries.
And when she came to your office, did you examine her face to see if she had a scar?
As I do.
Yes or no? I'm sorry.
Well,
I really want this doctor to just be like, I have eyes. I looked at her face with my eyeballs.
I observed her across the table for several hours. I didn't specifically examine her face.
Did you have an intention to look for the scar on her face?
Of course you did.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Did you physically go up to her face and look to see if there was a scar?
I looked across the table at her face.
No, sir.
Are you giving any opinions about Miss Emani's physical scar on her face, whether she has one now, she had one from this incident, anything to do with her plastic surgery? Giving any of the opinions about that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, also beyond the scope.
Okay, and in formulating your opinions, did you
I was
review
gonna
Miss
zoom,
Emani
but-
Ellis's medical records?
Yes, sir. And those were extreme.
He's already said that. He's reviewed medical records. He's going through what he reviewed. I'm going to zoom past that. He's reviewed all her medical records, and they're going through which medical records he reviewed. They're asking about all those medical records. They're still asking about medical records. They're asking about treatment of the scar. And then we're going to back up because now they're starting, it seems like, to talk back about the event.
Different type of studies, or MMPI studies, and all types of different testing that you did, correct?
Over 5, it's okay.
But just so we're clear, the actual treatment didn't have to do with assault and battery or a physical injury. Is that correct?
This has been asked and answered several times.
All right, and then I want some clarity on the other 4 documents. The psychological care. Well, let me ask you this: as a psychiatrist, do you believe that psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
Oh, counsel, fuck off. Do you believe that psychological treatment is a respected form of medicine? Counsel, you need a better therapist. Not to diagnose, just a suggestion. Counselor to counselor. I'm gonna let the witness answer. Emily, why are you still befuddled at this point? You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. You shouldn't be shocked with the other questions that this attorney has asked. You shouldn't be shocked. And yet, do you think psychology is respected? Where's Attorney Alessi? I went from the most respected profession to the least. This attorney might single-handedly be the reason people fucking hate attorneys.
That psychological care with no medication is a respected medicine?
As a general principle, yes.
Have you referred your own patients to receive psychological care?
Oh, innumerable times, yes.
And whether it's a PsyD or PhD or some other type of psychologist that's licensed, you agree that patients can receive medical care from those types of professionals and actually benefit from that type of care. Do you agree?
Well, it's not medical care, but I do agree that they can receive very helpful, effective mental health care.
So are you saying mental health care is not medical care?
Objection to this.
Okay.
They're going to fight with nuances, I imagine, over a therapist versus a psychiatrist versus a PhD versus an MD. And I'm just not here for counsel's nonsense. I think his goal is to probably bolster the I hesitate to say treating doc, but the evaluator who did the evaluation of plaintiff's workers' comp claim. He's trying to bolster that. And I don't think that's going to get very far. So let's see if we can get back to the event, because now he's asking about the other doctors.
True? About 10 times?
Well, when you say alongside, I've been on the same side and on the opposite side in several legal cases, not like next to him in surgery.
I understand. But you worked alongside him, meaning you've worked on the same cases in about 10 different times, correct? That was your testimony.
They're now asking about the surgeon.
Yes, I don't know if it's 10 on the same side or 10 in total on both sides, but happy to accept whatever you say.
Right. And you're affiliated with UCLA?
Not anymore. I was a professor for 16 years, but not anymore.
Okay. And
thank you for your work, sir.
Dr. Mulliken is also affiliated with UCLA? Is that how you know him?
I mean, half the fucking medical community in Southern California is affiliated with UCLA. Hello?
I don't know if he's currently affiliated with UCLA or not, sir. He certainly has excellent qualifications.
Right. You said that at your deposition. Your words were, he has very impressive credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. We've gotten to the UCLA professors glazing one another. That's fantastic. Yay, doctors. Everyone's great. I'm going to try to get back to this case vis-a-vis the plastic surgeon. Yay, credentials. Okay. Let's see if we can get back to this case.
In his office, those 7 visits, you say that psychological care helps. Maybe it helped her.
Objection, calls for second.
Possible, correct?
Assisting.
Do you believe that Miss Emani Ellis benefited from the psychological care she received from Dr. McKenzie?
Objection.
Yes or no?
Call for speculation.
Assisting.
And she also received...
I didn't realize we were just fast forwarding to watch counsel struggle bus some more questions, but here we are watching some more struggles.
From your review of the medical records, 12 visits from Dr. Avila's office and staff, correct? You testified to that. So would you agree that 7 plus 12 is 19 visits of psychological care? True?
Yes, I feel very confident in that. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate that. When you...
I'm confident in math, counsel, nothing else.
Refer your patients out for psychological treatment.
Okay, this is continuing to bolster the evaluations that were done for workers' comp. I don't think it's going to diminish the malingering. It looks like they are now asking actually about the event, so let's jump back in.
How this incident occurred. Is that fair?
Outside of a psychiatric context, that's correct. Factually, it's none of my business to determine what happened.
And isn't it true that you also...
I love this witness. It's not my place to determine what happened. He's doing a clinical psych exam. I am taking what the person reported, how they're reporting their symptoms, and seeing what matches. And what's happening here is it's not a match.
So you don't know if Miss Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered by Cardi. You just don't know, correct?
Factually, that's correct, sir.
And you also
He's like, but what I do know is that there's no psychological damage, whether that happened or not. There's literally no emotional damage. I need to put Stephen He on the soundboard. There's no emotional damage. We're in a civil case. Your client is suing Cardi B for $24 million. And this expert is saying, sir, no.
You don't know if Emani Ellis was cut on her face by Cardi B. You don't know that, correct?
Objection, beyond the scope of this exercise.
I'm going to zoom a little bit.
Help you in your expert opinion.
I'd certainly be happy to weigh that and give it consideration, but my focus was on emotional injuries of the plaintiff, Ms. Ellis, not on an evaluation of Cardi B.
Understood. But would it have been beneficial to at least hear her version of what occurred in the case?
No.
That help you? Objection.
No, it doesn't fucking matter. Cardi B's version of the events don't matter as to whether or not whatever plaintiff thinks happened caused the damages she's complaining of. It doesn't matter.
What sources your understanding is based on?
Yes, so it's based upon my review of Ms. Ellis's deposition, the available medical and mental health records I reviewed. Again, with the understanding several of them I haven't reviewed recently. It's also based upon my detailed audio recorded several-hour interview with Ms. Ellis. And again, in the course of doing my interview, I accept hypothetically at face value that what she's telling me is correct. And then later I form my opinions, which may include opinions regarding...
Right. He works from a place of assuming that she's telling him the truth and then works from there.
Symptom validity, but it's not my role to make a factual determination.
And all of those sources that you've reviewed, the facts come from Ms. Ellis or statements that Ms. Ellis made.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And does that make sense to you that you would rely on Ms. Ellis's own statements in forming a diagnosis or lack of diagnosis as to Ms. Ellis?
Objection outside the scope.
Well, if it was a patient care setting, you typically rely only on what the patient tells you and accept at face value, that the person's there for help. In a legal context, it's not appropriate for me to accept what somebody says at face value without corroborating it against psychological testing and available records.
This is just such redundant. Oh, now we get to the malingering. It's just such redundant and unhelpful questioning on cross.
Testified that you did not formally diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering. What does a formal diagnosis of malingering require, and why did you not? Scratch that. Why did you not diagnose Ms. Ellis with malingering?
Because although Ms. Ellis meets the fundamental criteria from a psychiatric standpoint of gross symptom exaggeration or outright fabrication and a pattern of inconsistencies across information, she's had so many traumas in her life, both growing up and other losses and traumas around 2018, that I can't rule out that she has some sort of emotional problems at a mild level, but they just wouldn't be related to this case.
That's a really fair answer. Look, she reported that she has a lot of other stuff going on. So there might be stuff there, but it's not from this. Fair. 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 All right. I'm going to continue to zoom past where we're at. Let's see if they're almost done.
Other types of
so we can get to the next witness.
Someone who was shot at school, a family member got...
I'm going to zoom past and see if we get to the end of cross. Because I am really just curious as we get to the end of cross if the jury has any question. That's what I'm curious about at this point. So let's zoom past cross the best we can and see. All right, let's see what the last few questions of this is.
Prior to that, but then you had the onset of...
Oh dear. Now the court is interceding.
It's not possible and it's contradictory.
Ooh, okay. Bad hypothetical. Let's back up and watch a exhibit of what not to do in a hypothetical with a very knowledgeable expert, and then we're zooming.
More than welcome to look at it, show it. Objection. So that we know the truth.
Objection, Your Honor.
I withdraw the question. Let's go to another issue now. So, if the plaintiff's emotional injury ended before she went to Kaiser, would you agree that there would be no inconsistency because the psychological injury...
If the emotional injury is over, counsel, why are you suing for $24 million? Stop it.
...ended prior to that medical visit. You agree with that?
Objection, speculation outside of the scope.
It makes no reasonable sense. It's not possible.
Why is it not possible? Why can't she recover? She could have recovered before she went to the Kaiser. She could have recovered, couldn't she have?
Which question would you like to answer?
Could Miss Emani...
Counsel, just because you're getting louder, it doesn't make your question better. I slowed it down to real time, though, because I want to see the judge yell at him again. It's just shot in front at this point.
Ellis have recovered in 2021 or 2022 before she went to Kaiser Hospital. Is that possible? Yes or no?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Taking her symptoms at face value, it's not possible and it's contradictory.
So if in her mind, in her brain, she felt that she recovered after seeing these psychologists, why would she tell Kaiser that she has a psychological problem if she recovered?
I'm sorry, counsel. So she does an exam with him in 23?
The court has jumped in to ask, what the fuck?
No, Your Honor.
When did she see him?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and you're saying that she recovered prior to that, but then had the onset of symptoms when she's with him?
My question is if the plaintiff recovered in 2022 before...
Then don't sue. Because you must have sued around 2021, 2022. If the plaintiff recovered, why the fuck are you suing?
She went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital. If she had recovered, would there be any reason to tell Kaiser she has an emotional injury? Yes or no?
It makes no sense.
I understand, but if it was true...
All right, I think we're done here.
The court, I think we're done here. We're done here.
Anything else?
In 2023, when Miss Emani Ellis...
I need to look at when this case was filed.
Did she
Give
tell
me a
you
second.
she was still experiencing emotional injuries from this incident?
Yes, in both the interview and particularly the testing.
And when she told you she was suffering from emotional injuries, did she believe that you're a psychiatrist? Did she know that?
Objection, speculation.
He doesn't know what she believed.
Sustained.
Did you disclose to Emani
Okay,
Ellis?
we're beyond the scope here. Why don't you focus on what was in the redirect?
We're on recross. But I thought we were still on cross. We're on recross. I can't believe this is recross. It's so bumbling.
You said there were some inconsistencies in the Kaiser records. Isn't it true that when Emani Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital, she went there for reasons other than psychological reasons?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
In fact, aside from, well, strike, I'll withdraw that question. The first doctor you said, Dr. King, that she saw? Dr. King, right?
It wasn't the first doctor she saw, but it was first of my 3 examples. That was April 2022, sir.
When she saw Dr. King, what did she see Dr. King for?
Objection.
I think we've fully exhausted the
Yep.
scope of
Yep.
the sign-up questioning. Do you have anything else?
Aside from the inconsistencies that you reviewed, well, actually, let me ask you. The inconsistencies that you're telling us about in the records, in the Kaiser records, these are...
This line of questioning is too stupid for us to sit through. Nope. We're not doing this. I want to see if, all right, let's see if the jury has any questions. All right, any questions from the jury?
I don't see a hand. All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right, folks, that's going to bring us to our afternoon break. Why don't we...
No questions from the jury. That's the afternoon break. I'm going to put us back at 1.25. We'll see if the court has anything for the attorneys before we get to the next witness real quick, because the court often talks to the lawyers at the break. So let's zoom and see if we just get to the next witness. And it looks like we are going to get to the next witness. All right. Afternoon break is over. Let's go.
The record in that Ellis case, counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and alternate.
Everybody's back in court.
Witness to call.
Yes, Your Honor, we call Dr. David Finke.
Thank you.
It's time for Dr. Finke, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to zoom while the doctor takes the stand to get sworn in.
INKE.
Perfect, thank you. You may take a seat, please watch your step.
Hello, doctor. Or should we say meow? No? Too much? Not enough?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't even know. This trial might break my brain.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist.
And where are your offices located?
In Beverly Hills at Wilshire and Lapeer.
Is that a medical building?
It is. It's the Beverly Hills Medical Building, I think.
And were you in those offices in February of 2018?
Yes.
And what floor were you on?
The 5th floor?
What floor?
5.
Oh, sorry.
Which floor? The 5th floor.
Were you ever affiliated with Cedars-Sinai in any way?
I completed my OBGYN residency there in 2010.
Very cool.
And then remain on staff. I'm not employed by Cedars, but I'm affiliated. I admit all of my patients to that hospital.
Okay.
Right.
On the 5th floor of this building in
Of course you
2018,
do.
were there cameras in the hallways
Because
outside your
bouginess.
office?
No.
And Did your office sometimes make special arrangements
glad they
for
asked that
celebrity
question, though.
clients for privacy or security purposes?
We do.
And in 2018, did you have an open should I put this? An open office on Saturdays? Did you work on Saturdays?
I worked Saturday office hours for about half a day for around 10 years.
To your knowledge, did anyone else in
The
that
other
building
witness
have
said
Saturday
that.
office hours?
No.
Objection calls for speculation.
It doesn't call for speculation, to your knowledge.
In February 2018, did that building have a building office?
Yes.
And what floor was that on, do you know?
4.
Okay. And did the building have a receptionist?
Not a receptionist.
Okay. Do you recall an
It had a security podium.
incident in February 2018 where there was an argument with a security guard?
Yes.
Okay. And is that security guard in the courtroom?
Yes.
And could you point her out, please?
Miss Ellis?
Thank you. How did you learn of the incident?
I was in my office.
I'm going to slow... The doctor's face is facing. Sorry for the pause. I'm just going to slow it down because I'm curious about what he saw happen.
In my office's office. And then heard a lot of yelling. So I immediately got up, ran down the hall, and went out into the hallway.
Do you have a clear memory of what happened next?
Yes.
Any particular reason that you have that clear memory?
It's never happened before.
Right.
And what did you do after you ran down the hall towards the yelling?
As soon as I got into the hallway and realized what was going on, my receptionist was between the plaintiff and the defendant. And
So she was the burger in the bun situation. We could make a bun in the oven joke, but yeah, my receptionist was between those two.
there was a lot of yelling, a lot of finger pointing. And at one point, my receptionist was struck, not hard, but I remember
There was a
it was
lot
like on
of
the
yelling.
shoulder kind of thing. I think it was her right shoulder. And there was a phone in the security guard's hand, and the phone kept going back from the ear to point and then back to the ear. And at one point, kind of both hands were kind of flailing, but not closed fists or anything like that.
Hands up in the air sometimes.
More swatting.
Saying
Did
AO?
your receptionist show you a cut on her forward afterwards?
I believe so. Very minor.
Okay. And what is the receptionist's name? The woman who was between Ms. Ellis and Cardi B?
Tierra.
So you see all that. You've gone out and I'm sorry. Where was this? Was this?
Mama Bear asked a great question in the chat. Didn't security have an earpiece? She had been holding her personal phone up to her ear, so I don't know if she had something connected to her work phone, but she had been, or her personal phone is what she was doing with her hand.
Was this in your office or in the hallway?
The main hallway of the 5th floor, just right outside the elevators.
Okay. And you hear yelling, you open the door, you see what you've described. What happened next? Let me ask, what did you do next?
I tried to de-escalate the situation.
He thought to himself, are you fucking kidding me? On a Saturday. Stop it. But that's just my speculation.
Separate the two and get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
Do you remember anything that you said in trying to de-escalate?
Based on the testimony, Dr. TJB, I believe the receptionist was scratched by the plaintiff, based on everything we've seen.
I remember repeatedly, I was trying to match sort of with body, language, the intensity of it to get across the point that this was not okay. And
you were trying to meet crazy with crazy? Is that what you're saying?
And who did you address that to?
Ms. Ellis.
Okay. And did she say anything in response?
I don't remember. There was a lot of name calling going back and forth between the two, and threats, that type of thing. But my primary objective was to get our security guard back in the elevator and off the floor.
And how did you accomplish that?
Repeating myself over and over and over. And I can't remember if I was holding the elevator door open, or I've been trying to think about that. I have no idea. I remember
the
pushing
elevator.
the button if it wasn't.
Get in the
but
elevator.
just to try to get the elevator there and get Ms. Ellis back on it.
Did you come between...
I was trying to get her the fuck on the elevator and off my floor.
Your receptionist and Cardi B, between them on the one hand, and Ms. Ellis?
I think to the side.
Okay. What did you tell her to try and get her to move into the elevator?
Move it.
Stop.
I like to move it,
And
move it.
to
I like
do
to.
your job.
Did you say that repeatedly?
Yes.
Did you say it in a loud voice?
Yes.
And what was she doing when you were saying these things?
Yelling and pointing. I think at that point there was enough distance between the parties that there was no longer, any gestures that could be construed as violent. But.
Okay. And at that point, had the Cardi B and the receptionist gone back into your office?
Yes. As soon as Miss Ellis stepped back on the elevator, Cardi and Tierra were heading back into my office.
At any point were you face to face with Miss Ellis?
Yes.
And can you estimate how close you were?
It was close proximity.
Okay.
Within a foot.
Okay, within a foot of her face.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes.
Even the doctor is like, I know to answer better than that. Shit. Yes. Not yes.
Did you see on her face any scratches?
No.
Did you see on her face any cuts?
None.
Did you see on her face any blood?
No.
Did you see any injury at all on her face that day?
None.
And did you see spit or spittle or any other fluid on her, anywhere on her?
No.
During the course of this, did you hear Ms. Ellis say something to the effect, and I apologize, I will fuck your shit up?
Yes.
At any time, did you see Cardi B spit on Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see her spit on anyone?
No.
All right, we're going back to 1.25. The witness has described the event. He's being asked more specific questions. I imagine this direct is going to go pretty quickly, so we're going to keep going. I'm going to put him back to 1.25.
Did you see Cardi B take a swing at Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B hit Plaintiff?
No.
Did you see Cardi B scratch or cut Plaintiff with her fingernails?
No.
Did you see Cardi B threaten to get Plaintiff fired?
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff the N-word? And by that I mean the whole N-I-G-G-E-R.
No.
Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff fat or poor?
What? Did you hear Cardi B call Plaintiff fat or poor? Okay.
Did you see Plaintiff? I take it you saw Plaintiff hit your receptionist. Is that correct?
Yes.
You saw Plaintiff hit your receptionist?
In her deposition, Plaintiff testified that she was, quote, just focused on getting downstairs, close quote. Is that consistent with what you saw?
No.
I backed this up because I very much want to hear about him seeing the plaintiff hit his receptionist.
Okay. And why is it not consistent with what you saw?
He's very expressive.
It took me, I would have guessed, 30 to 45 seconds to get her to get back on the elevator.
Okay. After you got Plaintiff in the elevator, what did you do next?
Went back into my office.
And did you examine Cardi?
I saw her that day, yes.
In a patient room?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have 3-inch nails on her fingers that day?
No.
Okay. And how is it that you know that?
I make a point of looking at people's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room up.
What did you just say? Also, as a fingernail girly, I have conversations with everyone about my nails. I have conversations with my barista about my nails. I have conversations at the grocery store about my nails. I have conversations everywhere about my nails. But I am so curious to hear. It's like, well, I'm about to look at your vagina, but first, can we talk about your fingernails? Thank you. It is much, it might put someone more at ease to be like, oh, thank you. It's a decent icebreaker. It's also LA. It's like, let's just see what the nails are doing. I had to back up. I want to know more about this. He's like, look, it's uncomfortable being the cat doctor. Let's just ask about the nails. I love it.
People's fingernails. I have no idea why. It sort of lightens the room when you're doing an exam, when you're about to do a pap smear, to say, oh, that's a really cool color. Where'd you get it? I can kind of tell all of the nail trends in the city because it's bizarre that once you see one type of nail polish, then that next 2 months everyone has it.
How are you feeling about the cat eye trend, sir? Did everyone go crazy for like the glazed donut nails? And do you see the nails when they walk in with their like Hailey Bieber smoothie from Erewhon? I have so many questions.
And it would have just stuck out to me.
I like him so much.
To your knowledge, did Cardi B complain to the building about plaintiff's conduct?
No.
Did you take steps to make the building aware of plaintiff's conduct?
Yes.
And what steps did you take?
I called our practice administrator that day, and given what I had witnessed of the conduct of our security guard when I was out there, I said she needs to go. Then my administrator on Monday morning, I think took Tierra down and made a statement for the building, and then the building proceeded to do what they did.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Thank you.
All right. That makes all the sense in the world. That he called the practice administrator and was like, this shit's not okay. And then the practice administrator and his receptionist went downstairs and were like, this is not okay. This is not okay. You have celebrity and high net worth and identifiable individuals coming into your practice regularly. What you can't have is somebody going nuts on your patients. It's going to cause problems. I'm not surprised he was like, this cannot happen. And his front desk, who seems absolutely lovely based on her testimony, got hit in the shoulder. You don't fuck with my office staff. Okay, cross-examination. How do we think this is going to go? Emily, you know the answer. I have pumpkin bread. We've got snacks. Let's go.
Good afternoon.
You're at 8920 Wilshire Boulevard?
Yes.
Are you aware that I'm across the street from your office at 9025 Wilshire?
Counsel, nobody gives a shit that your office is at 9025 Wilshire, but it did make it easier for us to just Google you real quick and find out the tea. Are you aware that I work right across the street from you? He's like, all right, girl.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't care.
When I approached you
I put this
outside
at
and I wanted to speak
1.25.
with you, isn't it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that correct?
Oh, now we've got tea. We need to go back down. When I approached you outside, isn't it true you were unwilling to speak with me? Sir, did you try to stomp on his glasses? I just have questions because they're very lovely. I would guess they're probably Armani, maybe Prada. All right, let's continue.
5 Wilshire Boulevard.
Nope.
Okay. When I approached you outside and I wanted to speak with you, isn't it true that you were unwilling to speak with me? Is that correct?
Yes.
And when the defense wanted to speak with you, you did talk to them, correct?
Yes.
You even prepared a declaration, and you gave them permission to sign it on your behalf?
Yes.
And
Please, 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 please ask why he didn't want to speak with you. Please, 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 please. Please ask. Why didn't you want to speak with me? Please ask.
you are here because you want to testify in favor of your patient, correct?
I'm here because I'm one of 4 people who were in the hallway that day.
Right.
And
And this fuckery shall not stand. This bullshit must come to a conclusion. I will not allow this to persist. One of the 4 people that saw what happened. And this is fuckery. Sorry, I'm going to let him finish.
I'm here to tell you what I saw.
And you've been... I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I'm just flabbergasted by the allegations that don't seem congruent with what I saw that day.
Right.
Flabbergasted by the allegations that are incongruent to the truth. Mm-hmm.
How many occasions did you speak with the attorneys from the defense?
In person or over the phone?
Combined.
In person once, twice, including today. Over the phone 3 times.
What did you talk about that was so important?
Hey, counsel, if you gave a shit, do a deposition.
3 different times.
They wanted to know what I knew. They wanted to see if they could get a hold of Tierra, who no longer works at our practice. That's the nuts and bolts.
Okay. You are a licensed gynecologist in the state of California since 2007?
Are you board certified?
And
I need to know his skincare routine too. I got questions.
in your field, your specialty deals with
meow
below the waist, correct?
Yes.
What is the reason you would think?
Counsel, earlier today you were talking about having babies in the stomach, so I don't know you know. I don't know if you know. I don't know if you know, counsel. I don't know if you do. Truly.
To look at Emani Ellis's face when you have 2 people that are yelling at each other with...
You're a vagina doctor, so of course you didn't notice that her face was scratched. Is that where this is going? Good God.
With someone in between. Was there a reason that you were specifically at that time looking at Emani Ellis's face to tell us whether there was a scar, a cut, or anything to her face?
When at that moment she was closer to the elevator, there probably was about 3-4 feet between the 2, and I got between her and them, and the elevator was directly behind her, so I was making direct eye contact to try to be...
He was trying to back her down into the elevator by moving towards her so she would back up into the elevator. He was trying to move her off the floor. That makes sense.
As assertive as I could.
Okay.
He was like, she wasn't listening to me. So I was like, get off my floor.
Isn't it true that you don't remember what you ate a week ago? Fair? Objection.
He's like, actually, in my Strava app, I track that. Or Aura. You don't remember what you ate a week ago. The thing about being ADHD is I eat almost the same thing all the time, but you don't remember what you ate a week ago. Counsel, I imagine this this incident caused him to do a lot of things, including go to the building and say, this security guard can't work in this building. This was not a run-of-the-mill type of situation.
This incident happened 2,741 days ago, 7.5 years ago. You agree?
This counsel keeps thinking that he's doing something, and all he's doing is pointing out how terrible his case is.
Correct.
In those 7.5 years, did you take any notes of what happened on the date of the incident?
I did not.
Okay.
He doesn't need
so
to.
Everything you're
I imagine he's going to have the same answer his office staff did, right, chat? Where's this going? Yeah, this stood out in my mind. This was an unusual situation.
telling us right now, from 7.5 years ago, is from your memory of what occurred, correct? And having all these conversations with defense counsel maybe help refresh your recollection, correct?
No.
No?
Nope.
The majority of solidifying it in my brain over all these years is partially because the people who were involved in it, who were there that day in my office, would recount the story from time to time. And it was a very vivid memory and interaction.
Sometimes when wild and unusual shit happens, you remember it more than mundane, run-of-the-mill shit. This was wild and unusual.
When you got there,
I'm going to speed this back up to 1.25. We'll slow it back down if needed, but oh, Lord, counsel.
Tierra Malcolm, your receptionist, was already outside, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that Tierra Malcolm and even Cardi B have testified that for 40 to 50 seconds, you and Tierra Malcolm were not there? Are you aware of that?
Objection to characterizes the testimony.
Not 100% misstates the testimony.
I would guess it was shorter than that, but if their recollection is 40 to 50 seconds, I mean, as long as it takes me to go down the hallway and out into the hall, the type of yelling that was taking place was alarming, and so it was like, get there right away.
He moved
I can't
quickly.
give you an exact time frame, but it wasn't more than 40 to 50 seconds.
Fine. And aside from Cardi B, do you service other celebrities?
I do.
Can we not ask the gynecologist if he services celebrities, please? It's not an oil change. God damn it, counsel. What do you have against vaginas? Stop being so rude. Ugh!
Many different ones?
Over the years?
It's your impression, strike that. It's important to you to help Cardi B in this case so you can continue to receive celebrity clients, correct?
It's very important for me to tell what happened that day and to ensure that anybody coming to my office, celebrity or not, doesn't have that type of experience.
Understood. But you had not gotten there until after many things occurred between the two of them, correct?
Objection calls for speculation. Excellent.
Earlier,
Chat, you are keeping me sane. Thank you.
you testified that you saw Emani Ellis hit your receptionist.
Ooh, I want to hear this in real time, so I'm going to slow this down. Tell me more about my client hitting your front office staff.
Yes.
You remember seeing that?
Yes.
How come your receptionist didn't say that?
Objection.
Are you aware
She also wasn't asked.
that your receptionist who was facing Emani Ellis did not say that?
Objection.
Are you aware of that at least?
I'm not aware of that.
Did your receptionist ever tell you that Emani Ellis hit her?
Yes, in the recollection of everything back and forth, and then she had a thing on her forehead.
Right.
It was very apparent to me that no hits landed on anybody else except for her.
Okay.
My receptionist.
And your receptionist specifically told you that Emani Ellis hit her, correct?
I saw it.
I understand. But did your
I
receptionist
don't know
tell
that
you?
she remembered it. I mean, I don't. Everyone's
There was a lot happening. He's like, I saw it.
adrenaline was kind of elevated. And once, we kind of recounted, there's some background as well. We had An attorney visited our office a few times in the weeks after the incident, inquiring what happened and various things, leaving a business card. So we talked about it a lot, and I think we both concluded that the only one who was smacked was her.
Did that receptionist make any type of claim against Miss Emani Ellis?
No.
Why not?
Objection.
Calls for speculation.
In your
The doctor is dumbfounded by the questions. So are we. Why didn't she make a claim against Emani? Because what the fuck good is it going to do?
declaration, you state that on one occasion, plaintiff's counsel left a business card. I'm the plaintiff's counsel. Did I leave a business card in your office? Do you know? I withdraw the question.
Oh, counsel, stop it.
Do you know if I left a business card in your office?
I don't know. Do you know?
You personally, I do not. It was a male, dark hair, darker beard, and a different receptionist got the business card, who wasn't working that particular Saturday. And I think at one point I came out on a different occasion when this person was came to the check-out desk, not the check-in desk, on a different date, and I said, you need to leave.
Also, I love that there's a check-in desk and a check-out desk for privacy. I think it's great. It's great. There's times you don't want people to know what kind of office you're at. It's perfect. Counsel, who cares?
The declaration that you signed yesterday, have you read it?
It was read to me.
Okay.
So discovery.
Can you look at the photograph in front of you?
Look at this photograph.
Could you identify it to counsel, please? Sure.
I'm gonna zoom.
The exhibit number, but it's a photograph of Cardi B from the 20.
Can you identify it for counsel? I don't know. It's the photo of Cardi B.
Your Honor, it's exhibit 232.
Thank you. Okay. For the record, exhibit 232. You see the photograph?
I do.
Are you aware that this photograph was taken on February?
Counsel is still trying to make the point he was trying to make after lunch, that somehow there was a misrepresentation about the date that this photograph was taken. Move the fuck on, counsel. He knows this witness has no personal knowledge of this fact. An inappropriate question.
18th of 2024, which was 1 week before the incident. Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's why there's the objections.
Do you know when this photograph was taken?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
How would he know? I don't know.
No, but it probably was around the time of the incident, I would guess.
And may I have it back, sir? If you look at the fingernails, since you're a fingernail man, if you look at these fingernails.
Please, doctor, keep laughing at this. Please keep laughing at this lawyer.
Fingernails, since you're a fingernail man. If you look at these fingernails in the photograph, and sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude, I'm just...
No, you just are by default. You just are by default. I'm not trying to be rude. No, it's just your nature, apparently.
Making a joke, if you don't mind. The fingernails that are in this picture, are these the same fingernails that Cardi B was wearing when she entered your office on the date of the incident?
I think so.
Are you sure?
He's like, I think so. I don't know.
I didn't memorize them, but I know that they weren't 3-inch long with a spear at the end.
But
the hell you say, doctor? She didn't show up with like fucking Wolverine claws? Weird.
you're not sure if these are the same fingernails, correct?
I believe they are.
Was Cardi B's hair this way when she came to your office, the same way in this photograph here?
Now the objection.
Was Cardi B dressed this way when she appeared in your office?
Objection, relevant.
Objection, stupid question.
When you came out into the hallway, did you hear Cardi B yelling profanities at Miss Ellis?
Yes.
What were some of the words without going into?
What were some of the words without going into detail? You ask him for detail and then say without going into detail?
Detail. The F word.
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
Okay. And
do you think the jury loves this witness? Because you can hear them chuckling. It was an epic yelling match.
F's and B's and all of it.
So both sides were yelling at each other?
It was an epic yelling match.
And when you heard this epic yelling match, it was so loud that you heard it while you were inside of your office? Is that correct?
There's an additional hallway in between the main hallway and the office I was sitting in. And all the way at the south side of the building. Yes. It took a lot of energy for me to hear it.
When you walked out of your office, you didn't know what areas of the body Miss Emani Ellis was claiming injuries to at the time, correct?
Objection.
I withdraw it.
Just asking a fact question.
I'm going to go back to 1.25. It's not going to make the questions any better. It'll just get us further down the road. This witness is so expressive. He's so great. The witnesses in this case have just been just fantastic.
Do you know what areas of the body Emani Ellis, what areas of her body were injured at the time of the incident?
Objection. Argumentative, lacks foundation, contrary to all the evidence in the case.
Did you have a reason to focus on any part of Emani Ellis's body when you came out?
No.
So, in your state of mind when you walked out, you heard lots of screaming, 3 different women doing something, and you were focused.
He's like, excuse me, my front desk was just trying to protect my patient.
At the whole thing, weren't you?
Yes. That was before I asked her to leave multiple times.
Of course.
But face to face.
Right.
Counsel, are you aware that if a doctor in a building in Beverly Hills asks someone to leave, that they have to leave? Curious.
You saw 3 different women and your receptionist in between Cardi B and Emani Ellis, correct?
Yes.
And when you were facing that, your focus was not only at Emani Ellis, it was at everybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there was a lot of commotion and yelling and screaming and excitement at that very moment, right?
Correct.
And for how many seconds, when you first arrived, how much time passed before Emani Ellis went away?
It seemed like a long time. It probably was 45 seconds.
So in those 45 seconds,
like,
did you
like
have
forever.
a chance to examine Miss Emani Ellis?
I didn't examine her. I looked at her.
Okay. Did you specifically look at her face for some reason?
I was looking directly at her face.
Yes, he was looking in her face, telling her to leave. He was making eye contact with her, telling her to leave.
For at least 20 seconds or so, repeating myself over and over and over.
Right. And when you were doing that, you weren't looking for a scar, were you? Or a cut or any kind of damage to her face? Sarah?
If she was cut, he would know it.
Do you have any experience in plastic surgery?
Objection.
Over. You may answer nothing.
Define plastic surgery.
You're the doctor.
I do cosmetic procedures.
You're the doctor. You asked the question.
On the vagina, the vulva, and I also do microneedling with radiofrequency procedures, CO2 laser ablation of
Wait, really? Okay.
things. I don't do the face.
below the belt. But yeah, I mean, right. You don't want your C-section scars to be all fucked up. I get it. I don't do the face. Below the face. Below the face.
So, if there was any damage to Miss Emani Ellis's face, if there was any kind of injury to it, would you have known?
I would assume I would see blood or a big scrape or some physical damage.
And when you were out there, and you were between the three of them, the three women, when you were there, and in those 45 seconds, did you see the cut to your receptionist's face at that time, not later?
No.
You didn't see it?
I never looked directly at her until we were back in the office.
But at that time, it was there, right? During the 45 seconds, it already...
Well, sometimes little scratches.
He wasn't staring at his office staff member because he was getting between the security guard and them. They were to the back of him. He was focused on the problem. The problem was the plaintiff.
It was there, right? During the 45 seconds, it already...
Well, sometimes little scratches like that might not show up for a little bit.
What's a little bit?
Well, if I just scratch my hand like this, I might see it out in the sun, 10 minutes later. From just air.
Would you need plastic surgery to fix it, though, Doc?
Okay, so if Emani Ellis got a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. Fair? You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
Counsel to tell us what he testified to, but...
The court just jumped in. I'm going to slow this down because now people are talking over each other. And every time the court admonishes him, I just want to hear it in real time because now I'm just rooting for a checkbook to be yanked out.
Okay, so if Emani Ellis got a scratch, she could also develop it 10 minutes later. Fair? You just testified to that. Isn't that true?
Counsel to tell us what he testified to, but I would object, Your Honor. This characteristic test.
All right, why don't we ask what this witness knows about the incident?
The court, why don't we ask what this witness knows about? I immediately regret going back to real time. Counsel, are you trying to find your question?
You spoke to defense counsel 3 times. Which attorney was it? Was it Mr. Anderson or Mr. Lamb or Ms. Moore?
Over the phone, Ms. Moore.
Every time?
Probably, yes.
And for you to come down here and testify, you had to at least cancel half the day of your work, correct?
I canceled my whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Okay.
That's actually really kind of you, Doc. It shows that it matters because of all the witnesses to subpoena, doctors can be the fussiest. Surgeons are the most fussy. And then they have their internal hierarchy of surgeons, but surgeons are the most fussy to try to get into court, from my experience. And he's like, no, I canceled a half a day on a day's notice, which sucks for his patients. I'm sure he opened up Saturday so that they could all come in on Saturday. But yeah, that sucks. But also, he's like, no, I'm going to do what's right. However, I wonder if, because this is heading up to the Memorial Day weekend, if he's like, can you all come in on Monday? Because I imagine he didn't have patients scheduled for Memorial Day. So maybe that helped.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
Why are you testifying if you're not being...
Counsel, this is a terrible fucking question. I'm so glad you asked it. Keep digging that hole you're in, counsel. Keep digging you're in. Keep digging the hole you're in. Keep digging. You're not getting paid, so why are you here? This is the one time when do the right thing is not snarky. Right? He wanted to do the right thing. That's why he's here.
My whole afternoon on a day's notice.
Are you getting paid to be here?
No.
Why are you testifying if you're not being paid? Were you subpoenaed?
I was not.
So you came voluntarily?
I did.
And they believed that you would appear here today in court with no subpoena. That's how confident they were that you were here to help them, correct?
Any other questions?
That's so argumentative and inappropriate.
When Cardi B came into your office after the incident, what did she tell you?
I apologized. She was more calm than I thought.
I bet he was mortified. As a professional, I bet he was mortified.
She would be. She didn't complain about the incident or to me afterwards, which...
You're telling me that Cardi B was incredibly gracious after this whole thing, and it was like, it's fine, doc. Wow.
I was kind of surprised about as well. I would have been upset if I were the client. And then we proceeded to help her with what she came in for.
Could it be that she didn't apologize because she was the one?
Counsel, that's not at all what happened. I'm going to put this back at 1.25 because it will at least get us through these terrible questions faster. She was gracious. And she was like, it is what it is.
That assaulted Miss Ellis? Did you?
How about stopping with the could it be's and just ask him what happened? What you
The court's now admonishing counsel.
saw, what you heard, what you smelled?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you look at the photograph again? The one that you have in front of you, Exhibit 231 or 232? In the
I love this doctor. He's hilarious on the stand.
photograph, you will see nails, fingernails with some rhinestones on top of them. Do you remember seeing rhinestones on Cardi B's fingernails when she came into your office on the date of the incident?
Objection. Mischaracterizes the evidence and the photograph.
Yeah, we're definitely not asking this doctor what he smelled. We're not doing that. But it's something the court probably says quite a lot. What you saw, heard, did, smelled.
Yeah, I mean, they were decorative. She was not made up. She was in plain clothing, but the nails were done.
And those rhinestones, were they sharp and pointy?
I think rhinestones in general have rough edges.
And they're sharp and pointy with rough edges?
On the back, on the front side of the nail, on the top of the nail, they look like they project.
And I see that you're wearing
I see that you're wearing glasses. Counsel. What?
glasses. Do you wear them? Were you wearing your glasses at the time of the incident?
I'm 99% sure I wasn't, because up until a couple of years ago, I just wore contacts.
Were you wearing contacts at the time of the incident?
Yes.
So there was no vision issues?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
All right, read.
Thank God he's done. What terrible questions.
Yes, Ron, just a few. I guess I'll do it from here. Doctor, you said that
A few questions on redirect.
so you were one of 4 people in the hallway. So that's you, Cardi B, Miss Malcolm, and the plaintiff?
Correct.
Was there anyone else in the hallway?
No.
Is it correct? Counsel asked you about cuts bleeding. Do cuts and scratches tend to bleed more if they're on the face than if they're on some other part of the body?
Objection. Calls for expert opinion outside the scope of this witness.
Counsel opened the door for that. Counsel opened the door for that. Counsel opened the door about the scratches to the face. Does the face bleed?
Repeat the question.
Sure. Is there a difference in the tendency to bleed if the cut or scratch is on your forehead or cheek than if it's on another part of your body?
The head face is generally, has greater blood flow, smaller blood vessels.
Yeah. As a fingernail guy, have you?
This doctor is never going to live that down. His friends are never going to let him down. No one's going to let him live it down. It is now as a fingernail guy. He is never getting away from it. Ever. We are never getting away from as a fingernail guy. Like it's Cat Daddy and Mark Jacobs. Like as a fingernail guy. That's where we're at. Do you think his patients came in and were like, I got new fingies. Never living this down.
As a fingernail guy, have you seen fingernails where the rhinestones are flat? They're actually just little inserts. They look like rhinestones, but they're flat.
Objection calls for speculation.
I have seen objects put into, I would guess,
gel.
Is it acrylic nail?
Gel.
And somewhat buried. I have seen
gel.
Yeah. Do you have any recollection now, 7.5 years later, whether the rhinestones in that photograph and on Cardi's fingernails were actually three-dimensional or were flat?
Objection calls for expert opinion.
No recollection.
Calls for expert opinion. Counsel, you asked him if rhinestones were pointy and sharp. You asked, counsel. You don't get to block him from responding.
One second.
I think he and his staff need a spa day. I think they all need to go get their nails done. I think they all deserve it.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, recross?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, this witness be excused.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Notice the jury has no questions. The jury. Do you think the jury's done? You think the jury is done? Just 100% done. All right, let's see what's going on real quick. Hold on. I think they're done with, wait, the defense rests. Hold on. Damn it. I zoomed way too far. I think we're done. I think we're done with evidence.
All right, any questions from the jury? All right, this witness be excused.
Thank you.
I think we're done with evidence.
Thank you, Doctor. All right, does the defense have any more witnesses to call?
No, Your Honor.
Defense rests?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, does plaintiff rest?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, that concludes the presentation of evidence.
Defense rests, plaintiff rests. We're at the end of evidence.
We have some work to do on jury instructions, but there's a number of jury instructions that I can read now. So rather than do those on Tuesday, I'm going to read a set of jury instructions. There will be additional jury instructions read on Tuesday. The order in which I read these instructions is not important, so to the extent that I read some today and some on Tuesday, pay no attention to the fact that they are given at different times. Does not mean that any have any more significant meaning than any of the others. And the parties have stipulated that the jury instructions do not need to be recorded by the court reporter, so at this time she can stop doing so.
All right, I'm putting up a poll.
Right, and again, I'll read these quickly. They'll be available to you in the jury room. Members of the jury, you have now heard all the evidence, and will.
The evidence is closed. The judge is going to the form jury instructions, the first part of the jury instructions. I put up a poll real quick. Do y'all want to watch closing arguments? Because we're almost there. Closing arguments, I think, are pretty short. So I think immediately 90% of you are like, we should watch closing arguments. I think they're pretty quick. I have been trying to hydrate. I am going to take a 30-second, it's going to be a little more than that, restroom break. I'm going to queue up closing arguments. I'm going to put back on our stream break bumper, and then we are going to watch closing arguments. I think we can watch closing. They're pretty short. And then we can just zoom. Because the closings, I'll just put them at 1.25. I think that sounds good. Mods, thank you. Team, thank you. Let's take a real quick restroom break. I'll send out an app notification when we come back that we're going to closing arguments. But less than 5 minutes, I'm just going to run to the restroom real quick because it's needed. And then we'll go to closing arguments because they're pretty short. Let's do it. I mean, we've done this much. Let's go. All right. I'll be back in just one moment. Law nerds, you'll hear this before we come back so that you will know I am back from break. So if you have your volume on and you're bumping to our music, there we go. All right. See you in a second. All right, everybody. Are we ready? Are we ready to go to closing arguments? Technically, it's day 4 of this trial. It went very quickly. I think the facts are fairly clear. I'm interested to hear what the plaintiff is asking for, because what do you even ask the jury for after all of this? We're going to skip jury instructions. We're going to go right to closing arguments. And then we'll skip to the verdict, because they reached verdict same day that they did closing arguments. So let's get to the next day of trial. This will be the Tuesday after Labor Day weekend, which we were we were off. Where were we the Tuesday after Labor Day? We were in Florida. We were in Florida with Donna Adelson. So let us continue to closing arguments.
That future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of.
All right, this is the end of the jury instructions. So I'm going to try to get us right to where we are for closing.
To harm the plaintiff. During the trial, plaintiff testified.
Nope. Almost done. All right. Oh, I thought I was right. I thought I was right at closing arguments. Remember, because this is a civil case, plaintiff goes first.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
And just for any members of the gallery, if you are not a member of the press and you don't have a sheriff's badge as well, you're not allowed to use any electronic devices or phones. Thank you for that.
Thank you all for coming back today.
It's a weird thing to say. Thank you all for coming back today. Ugh.
Okay, so at this point,
I'm too annoyed to unannoy.
We'll be giving our closing argument, basically a summation of everything you've heard, just so
Counsel, just get to the point.
you can jot down things, take notes if you
Not
feel
evidence.
comfortable. So you all heard all of the evidence in this case, and the distinction between a civil case and a criminal case are different. And what that means is...
I'm sorry, I forgot to put him at 1.25 speed. That's my bad, law nerds. I apologize. Please forgive me. Sorry about that. That was awful there for a second.
In a civil case, our proof, what has to be in the box, is greater than 50%. Touch more than...
Can we not talk about the box, counsel?
50%, maybe a featherweight more than 50%. 51%. It's not 100%. The standard is a little bit more than 50%. In this case, you've heard lots and lots of testimony.
Not really.
The plaintiff who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's mother who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's grandmother who's testified. Those 3 witnesses explained...
Plaintiff's mother and grandma weren't there.
Their recollection about the scar. There was testimony that the scar, or the cut, came from this incident. That's a very, very important fact. There's really nothing to contradict that. If anything, our expert witness, Dr. Mulliken, you remember he came to court. He's a very well-respected doctor that specializes in plastic surgery. And his testimony was that, in his opinion, as an expert, that when the way that this scar, the way that this cut happened was from fingernails. And that there were 3 different scrapes, 3 different scratches. And that the middle one was the deepest one. And that's the really...
Chat, this is sped up. Mm-hmm.
The one that he worked on. Now, the issue in this case, well, before I go to that, is the photograph that you saw, okay, which is in evidence. There's a photograph.
There is, in fact, a photograph
of the scar, which is a 2-centimeter scar. The photograph, because of the skin color, it does not show well in photos. The cut that was on the face does not show up as well. So you may have to really look at it deeper than just had it been someone else. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here.
Counsel, the list of shit that I cannot understand in this case is long and distinguished. Your argument at this point is you're going to have to look, you're going to have to just squint your eyes and look at the photo. And maybe someone in the jury room will be like, it's a schooner. I don't know what's happening, counsel, but I don't like where this argument's going in closing. Also, maybe finish a sentence before you jump to another sentence.
Highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot speak this way in a court. I have never.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? You got reported to the bar for assaulting opposing counsel 2 years before this, and you're going to come in and be like, she used all this language. You asked her to 4 different times. Fuck off. Stop it. The audacity to be like, you can't talk this way in a court of law. You're also not supposed to, misrepresent things to the court. We've watched you do it over and over and over again. It's offensive. Bruh. You don't even deserve a code red. Because you're the worst. The what the fuck is high, but just no. You don't get a code. You're not cool enough to get a timestamp.
The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot speak this way in a court. I have never seen this before. And for her to use all of those words, F word, B word, all these different words, it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to the judge. It's disrespect to this courthouse. You cannot come to court and say these kind of words.
Sir, Alhambra doesn't feel disrespected. She's like, the fuck you asked me to. It's a disrespect to this court. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Stop it. I'm glad we watched closings. I'm starting to sweat.
It's just disrespectful. And just because Miss also known as Cardi B, is a celebrity, doesn't mean that she could just say and do whatever she wants and attack people. Okay? If you recall, just give you a little bit of background about Miss Ellis. When she was 19 years old,
correct,
she moved
Cardi.
out of her house. She went to college. She's a college graduate. She has a bachelor's.
Objection sustained. These are facts, not in evidence. It's not appropriate for closing argument. Sustained.
She went on to become a security guard for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018.
Cardi, yawn at him again.
Whatever she needed to do to become a licensed security guard. And she did that job. And when this incident happened in 2018, that was cut off. She lost her future in security work, in something further, whether it's FBI, police, attorney, whatever she wanted to do. The FBI!
Counsel, come on now. You're not supposed to lie in court.
Incident cut it off. No more. Because of the trauma that she sustained. And I get it. There were doctors who gave their opinions. For example, the defense brought Dr. Rosenberg. Nice guy, gentleman. He complimented me. Maybe he's doing that because he's a psychiatrist and he knows what to say to twist everything. But the point is...
You're right, counsel. He shouldn't have complimented you. You're the worst. He shouldn't have complimented you. But the way you're characterizing his testimony is gross.
He got $40,000 to come here and basically tell us that the plaintiff didn't suffer any emotional injury. That's not the facts.
That's not what he said. He didn't. I'm sorry, counsel. Wrong. He didn't say that your client didn't suffer any emotional damage. He said that the malingering was so far off the charts, it was inconceivable. I mean, that's my summary.
Facts are, Emani Ellis was working as security guard. There was a change. Okay, it's very, very traumatic to be assaulted and battered. I can only imagine the embarrassment, the emotions, the pain.
Yeah, that's completely inappropriate argument, which is why there's an objection. I'm surprised the court didn't actually jump in or jump off the bench at this point. But counsel, do you know what the word embarrassment means? Because I feel like it's an emotion that you've never tapped into.
Pain that Miss Emani Ellis suffered. Now, in this case, there was overwhelming testimony that Miss Ellis was working as a security guard at the time of the incident. There's no question. She was in full uniform. She had a badge on. Even the defendant admitted, yes, I understood that this person was a security guard.
Did I somehow slow this back down? No, we're still at 1.25. Damn.
And there has to be some level of respect. These are not doormen or doorwomen. The defendant...
Counsel, there should be respect for people that are in the building too. Also, what do you have against doormen? This is not some doorman. She deserves more respect. Why? Treat people with respect. What the hell is this argument?
When she came to the building, instead of listening to the plaintiff, to listening to her commands, you got to do this, you got to do that, please leave the building, different commands were given to her, which none were followed. Instead, the defendant thought that, Miss Ellis was on her phone. She was telling people that I'm here. These were the thoughts that were going through her head at the time, and she's testified to those. However, that's not the case. Miss Ellis testified that she's never had a fight before. She's never done anything to harm anybody. She's never had any fight with any.
There was another objection and somebody's phone's going off, but at least it's not an Amber Alert yet. But we'll see.
And her mother and her grandmother also testified. She's a model citizen. She's a hardworking person, and she simply, her whole goal of doing this, to be here and sit here and go through this, is so she could move on with her life. Sometimes people...
Objection, facts, not in evidence.
Will have to be heard. Be heard. So by you all being here and hearing everything that's gone on, you have given her a sense of closure where she can move on and go on to the next step and the next phase.
Great.
She's only 32 years old, and she has plans. She has plans to do other things in her life. So we're very thankful that you gave us that opportunity.
Counsel, you need to move
each and every
on.
one of you. We're very thankful. The other thing I wanted to mention is the phone. It would be impossible for someone to be videotaping someone and be on a phone call at the same time. I tried it myself. And the error message that you would get...
This is facts, not in evidence. It's objectionable. Also, isn't it so funny that the phone records show that during this incident, she wasn't on a phone call? Exactly during this time, she wasn't on a phone call. Because that's what the phone records show. Right? This is not in evidence. I tried it myself. Did you also throw it around the courtroom? The phone, not the cat. Did you throw it? Emily, no, stop. Move on.
If you tried it, is recording video is not available while on the phone.
We don't even know what kind of phone she had because you didn't ask her on direct. You didn't even ask. We don't know what kind of phone she had.
So it couldn't be, the two of them couldn't
They
be done
should object. Oh, the objection was sustained.
Miss Ellis
Admonish the jury that they need to disregard counsel's bullshit.
Told Cardi B multiple times, I am not recording you. I am not telling anybody that you are here. I'm simply doing my job. And instead of...
That's also not what was said in evidence.
Maybe agreeing or investigating further. Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, got angry and started yelling and cursing and spitting on Miss Ellis. And
counsel, do you even believe it?
Calling her different words, using the N-word to disrespect her, calling her...
That's not evidence.
The B-word, calling her fat, anything to try to trigger her and make her upset and embarrass her. Sometimes words are more painful than the physical. And to add insult to injury, she then cut her face and caused a scar on her face. And what happened then? Miss Ellis had to go see different doctors. The court did read about Dr. Scher, a sentence that basically that there's this undisputed Dr. Scher died. And Miss Ellis basically testified that...
I'm going to keep quoting Mallrats, sir. R.I.P. to the doctor, but it doesn't fucking matter.
Initially, a couple months after the incident, she saw Dr. McKenzie, a psychologist, through her workers' compensation. She was given that. She got 7 visits with that doctor. During that time, she also saw Dr. Scher, who was another plastic surgeon. Unfortunately, we don't have him here. We don't have his records because he passed away. So that's why that was read to you in open court, so that it's some sense of fairness. Why there's no records from Dr. Scher.
You're actually adding in facts that are not in evidence, and it's objectionable, and it should be stricken.
Objection, Your Honor.
It should be stricken. There's the objection.
Here, we don't have his records because he passed away.
That's
why that was read to you.
Completely objectionable.
So that it's some sense of fairness. Why there's no records from Dr. Scher.
Objection, Your Honor.
I would ask to have the jury admonished on that. He knows better, and he doesn't give a fuck.
Then
It's
we learned
appalling.
throughout the case that when Cardi B came to the building, she caused a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, going crazy, yelling and screaming, to the point where 2 other witnesses, Miss Malcolm, which was the secretary of the doctor, and Dr. David Finke, it was so loud that those 2 people came out after about 40 to 50 seconds. Now, the issue with that is those 2 witnesses didn't see the 4 things that happened before that, which happened in the 40 to 50 seconds before. So yes, they're witnesses, but they're not witnesses to that first part, that first segment, which would include taking a swing at Miss Ellis, spitting on Miss Ellis, calling her the N-word, and ultimately cutting her face. None of that was seen by those 2 witnesses. So yeah, they're witnesses, but they're witnesses to the aftermath. They're witnesses to what happened afterwards. They're not eyewitnesses. They don't know what really happened.
Sir, do you know what an eyewitness is?
And when they arrived, Miss Ellis was so upset. Can you imagine all those 4 things happening? Being disrespected, embarrassed, who knows what else happened? All of that was done.
What do you mean, who knows what else happened? Both parties testified. Who knows what else happened? They testified. We now know what happened.
To her, and she still was able to contain herself to a certain degree. But yeah, sure. I mean, naturally, she was angry, she was emotional. So when these 2 witnesses come out of their offices, they can only see an angry person. They didn't see what led up to that, and they had assumed that it's her fault, maybe, or that she did something wrong. But again, those 2 witnesses didn't really see much. They saw something after the fact. And then you have Miss Malcolm, who decided on her own, this was her choice, to squeeze herself in between the 2 people. Well, that's a risk that she took. And if she somehow...
That's a risk that she took, is where you want to go, counsel? Why don't you explain to them the jury instructions and how to find liability? You'd be a lot better. You'd be doing a lot better.
How? Got a cut to her face or a scratch or something? Well, we don't know who did that. We really don't know.
Yeah, we do.
She didn't even know. Miss Malcolm testified
We know.
that she did not know who scratched her face.
We know.
What does that mean? It could be from either one. It
We
could be
know.
from the commotion that's going on.
We know.
These things happen so fast, we have no real idea as to what really happened. Unfortunately, there was
Yeah,
no
we
video
do.
camera there. There was no other witnesses that actually saw it. So it really comes down to one thing. Do you believe Miss Ellis? Why not? You should. She's a
She might really fall asleep during his closing. It would be fair.
hard-working security guard. She was doing her job with no prior anything.
I should have started counting the sustained objections with hash marks. We have more than a handful of sustained objections at this point.
At some point during the trial, the defendant showed you Exhibit 232. You all remember this photograph? Exhibit 232.
Is he going to misrepresent this photo again?
This is a photograph. Now, the issue with this photograph is there's really no way to know the date that this photograph was taken. There's no way to know. We don't know when it was taken.
Cardi B told you it was taken that week.
Objection.
There is no proof of when this photograph was taken. It could have been taken
Misstates evidence.
at any time, before or after the incident. It could have been, and in this case, the defendant testified that this photograph was taken on the date of the incident.
Objection.
That misstates the evidence, and they're objecting to it.
The defendant testified that this photograph was taken on the date of the incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
That was her testimony.
No, it wasn't.
But where's the proof? Do you really believe that a celebrity can't prove when this photograph was taken? She testified that.
Are you fucking kidding me, counsel?
This photograph was taken at the NBA All-Star game. There's no proof of that anywhere. That's just false. There is proof of when this photograph was taken. It just wasn't given to us.
Go get it then. You're plaintiff's counsel. Go get it. Go get the proof.
Wasn't provided to us. So we can't rely on this photograph because there's no date on this photograph.
Yep. Okay. Sure. Are you done, counsel? Are you just done? Where's the rest of your... Are you done? Wait, are they approaching? What happened? Can we stop looking at Cardi B? What happened? Did they ask to approach? Maybe.
The next thing that Miss Ellis did is she made an incident report. 2 days after the incident, Miss Ellis wrote an email to her boss and followed what she was supposed to do to explain all of the details of what happened to her. And she did follow company policy and...
I wish they would get back to focusing on the speaker.
Did what they asked her to do. She called her supervisor, made an incident report, and
we
did
feel you, Cardi.
Possible to document all of the different things that happened to her on that date of February 24th, 2018. The other important issue is Cardi B testified that she came to the building, at least downstairs of the building. She had a security guard with her.
In the car.
Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, that's her security guard. He didn't testify in this case. Why not? Where is he? Disappeared?
You sued her, counsel. It's your case to put on.
Miss Ellis testified that when she saw this security guard downstairs in the lobby, she met with him there, Mr. Newton apologized for what happened. Mr. Newton
That's not an evidence.
should have testified in this case and could have testified in this case.
So call him as a witness. Just call him as a witness. Call him as a witness.
Do it. But he didn't. And there is a jury instruction, KC Jury Instruction 203, which deals with a party having power to produce better evidence.
Yeah, counsel, you're the party that has the power to produce better evidence. And you didn't.
The jury instruction states, you may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. That's what the law is. So, where's Mr. Newton?
Why are my lights changing?
He was on the witness list. He should have came here and testified.
Ew. Objection. Objection!
Another important fact is, if a witness is not credible on one point, you can disregard their entire testimony.
When you go back into the jury room,
I'm looking for
you will
snacks.
have all of these different
That's what I'm doing.
jury instructions. And each jury instruction will be there for you where you can read and understand what the law is and how it applies to this case.
Okay.
And as I told you before, testimony is evidence, and you can rely on testimony alone to come up with your verdict. KC 107 states, do not make any decision simply because there were more witnesses on one side than on the other side. If you believe...
Excuse me, counsel, can you read that again? Because I wasn't sure that you understood that jury instruction. I didn't think, because you argued, well, the more people who say it, the more true it is. I didn't think you actually knew the law. So, I mean, I'm still not sure that you know the law, but you're reading it right now. You're reading the jury instruction right now. Weird that.
Before, testimony is evidence, and you can rely on testimony alone to come up with your verdict. KC 107 states, do not make any decision simply because there were more witnesses on one side than on the other side. If you believe it to be true, the testimony of a single witness is enough to prove a fact. So in this case, you've heard from different witnesses. Just because one side may have more witnesses or less, that's not how it works. One witness is sufficient to prove a fact.
Oh, now you want it to be that way, which shows how disingenuous your argument to the court was. Well, Your Honor, more people say it, it makes it more true. There's just no integrity to this attorney's arguments.
You initially heard that Ms. Ellis saw Dr. Nicole McKenzie. Dr. McKenzie testified. She's a psychologist. She treated the patient in her office, between her and other providers in her office, a total of 7 visits for a period of 8 months. Ms. Ellis did seek psychological care and received it. She also, as I said, went to Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher advised her that he could not do the plastic surgery for a couple reasons. One is you have to wait at least a year. You have to wait at least 1 year, 1 to 2 years, to determine if the scar will be...
That didn't come in. The objections to this were sustained. This shouldn't be in closing.
Become a keloid. I'm sorry, if the cut will become a keloid, if it will become a scar, sometimes it may go away on its own. In this case, it did not go away. After
That's not
that
evidence.
time period, if we all remember that in April of 2020, the pandemic occurred. We had this pandemic outbreak where everything was closed. You can't just go and have elective surgery. So the case...
And yet you brought this lawsuit in 2020. I wonder if you brought it in 2020 because the courts were shut down and you thought that everyone would just settle with you to make it go away. Oh, no, they filed it in February 2020. Okay, they filed it right before the pandemic. Emily, be fair. I can't. This attorney's really just irksome.
Was delayed. The medical treatment was delayed. That's why Ms. Ellis waited. Another factor is affordability. She had to find a doctor. We had to help her find a doctor that was willing to work on a lien basis. Dr. Mulliken testified that he would agree to that he treated her on a lien basis. What that means is she still owes the money. However, in a court case, what happens is the doctor will agree to treat the patient and delay payment. They delay getting paid. That's what Dr. Mulliken did. Dr. Mulliken testified that he fully examined Ms. Ellis. He then decided, with his expertise as a board-certified plastic surgeon, that it would be beneficial for Ms. Ellis to have plastic surgery and have this done in a surgery.
I can't. We're going to see if 1.5 makes it any better. It might not, but we'll see.
Center. 2 different surgeries were done over a period of 3 to 4 months so that Ms. Ellis could... there were 2 issues. She had hypersensitivity, a little bit of hypersensitivity, and also, as a woman, she doesn't want to have a scar to her face. And all the time, every day, waking up in the morning, looking in the mirror, remembering the event, it reminded her. It does remind.
That objection was sustained.
Now, the defendant had the ability to hire their own plastic surgeon and have their own expert.
This is objectionable as well.
I'm sorry. And in this case, the defendant decided not to hire one. So what does that mean? What that means is you really got to take what Dr. Mulliken says.
He treated I don't doubt that Dr. Mulligan treated your patient, your client.
With a lot of importance, a lot of truth. There is no other doctor from the defense side. They could have spent money and hired somebody and had them testify here and tell us, yeah, Dr. Mulligan's work is no good, or she could have done something different, but we don't have that here. You have one doctor on the plaintiff's side basically explaining all of his expert opinions. And he's a board-certified plastic surgeon for 30 years. He's...
It doesn't mean it happened.
Affiliated with UCLA, and even testified that he, in his career currently, does teach medical students at UCLA to help them in their careers of becoming plastic surgeons themselves. Now, when you go back into the
counsel, where are you going?
Jury room, you will see Dr. Mulligan's records and bills.
Where are you going?
Part of this case, they've been admitted into evidence, and you'll see his medical report, and you will see his medical bills. Those are admitted into evidence. You'll have that in the jury room, so you can see it for yourselves.
When he picks up his pages of notes, this entire closing seems to be typed out. That's wild. Also, yes, we're at 1.5 speed.
And if you remember, even Dr. Rosenberg had testified that he has seen Dr. Mulligan in other cases. He's been an expert in other cases working alongside Dr. Mulligan. And this is a very well-respected doctor. He went to Yale Medical School. Even Dr. Rosenberg testified that he had impressive credentials. He acknowledged that fact.
So...
And the other thing that I wanted to discuss would be the fingernails. The Cardi B testified that most of the time she would have long fingernails of 3 inches. That's her style.
She didn't say that.
And in this case, not only did she have these long, sharp fingernails, she also had rhinestones. If you remember Dr. Finke, he was a finger.
Not Dr. Finke, the fingernail guy. Stop it, counsel.
Fingernail, that was his thing. And he basically said he remembers the rhinestones, that they were protruding. They were raised.
Not what he said. That was sustained because it misstates the testimony.
When Cardi B testified, she acknowledged that she refused to listen to Miss Ellis, who was a security guard on duty at the time. There was also testimony by Cardi B that the two of them were chest to chest, touching. This was a touching that Miss Ellis didn't want. Miss Ellis didn't want to be connected to Cardi B physically, but Cardi B made that happen.
Touching hands, reaching out, touching me, touching you. Come on, counsel. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Boston's going to beat the Yankees, right? Right? Okay, let's get back to they were touching one another. Okay, let's go.
And that's an unlawful touching. That alone, aside from the rest.
That alone is an unlawful touching. Stop it.
That alone, Cardi B admitted to that fact. She said, that is what I did. I was chest to chest with Miss Ellis. Cardi B even testified that she was yelling and screaming so much that she acknowledged that it was possible that her spit went on to Miss Ellis. That was in the testimony. When Miss Ellis told Cardi B to leave the building, she should have left the building. Miss Ellis was hired by the owner of the building to keep the building secure and safe for tenants.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Cardi B right now. Like, sir, just, the woman is pregnant. Your closing is terrible. I feel for her. Like, Lord. Elf Wiggins in the chat said, why doesn't he refer to her by her real name? He asked her when she testified how she wanted to be referred to, and she said Cardi B. So she actually said she preferred it. But I feel for her. I feel for her.
And other patients and visitors. Cardi B refused to listen to the security guard who was working there.
Also, I wish
at some point
that the cameraman would just focus on the lawyer. Just leave it be.
At some point, Cardi B caused such a disturbance that what she was doing was trespassing. You cannot be on the property when
Objection.
the owner or an extension of the owner tells you have to leave. You have to leave.
Objection. Sustained. Move on, counsel. That's not in evidence.
Miss Ellis's mother, Leanne Schmidt, testified. She testified that Miss Ellis obtained a scar to her left cheek as a result of this incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
Miss Ellis's mother testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she saw changes in her daughter after this incident. Same with Miss Ellis's grandmother, Diane Schmidt. She also testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident.
I don't think I've seen somebody misstate the evidence as much as this attorney in closing. It's what, and they could be objecting more. They're objecting a lot. They could be objecting more.
And that she
Embarrassing.
noticed a marked difference in Miss Ellis after the incident. That's her granddaughter. The defense put on a Dr. Rosenberg, who was a hired gun, received $40,000 for this case and makes millions of dollars in this type of work. He criticized the Kaiser Hospital.
A hired gun, huh? Weird.
For not writing down that Miss Ellis had emotional injuries when when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge in 2022.
What? I mean, I know we zoomed through some of the testimony. What? I know we zoomed through some of the testimony, but I didn't realize they were going through her medical records like that. Okay. Oh, okay. Plaintiff, I feel bad for plaintiff, but this is the lawyer you hired. This is the lawyer you hired.
Dr. Rosenberg testified that there was an inconsistency when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser and didn't tell them about her emotional injuries. Why I'm bringing this up is very simple. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they don't talk about dental injuries. When someone goes to a gynecologist, they don't talk about emotional injuries. What really happens is...
I mean, doctors ask about your general well-being. So, yeah, doctors ask about your general well-being and what's going on.
When someone goes to a psychologist or psychiatrist, they tell them about their emotional injuries.
Have you never been to the doctor?
To a dentist, they tell them about their broken teeth. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they tell them about their neck pain, their back pain, their left foot pain, left ankle pain. This idea that every time you go to a doctor, no matter what specialty, you have to cover all these things is not real. It's not real life. Some of the doctors will even say,
"You're not real life.
Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm not writing it down."
Yeah, that's not what any doctor says ever. Every doctor does at least a baseline wellness. Well, it's generally the nurses because nurses are bae, but it's the nurses. But yeah, they ask at every appointment. They ask about your emotional state and your well-being.
Let's look at the yes, sir. We've all gone to doctors, and we all know when we go to a...
The court told him to move on.
Specialist, we'll focus on why we're there. Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital for vaginal discharge in 2022.
God damn it.
And different things throughout her time there. She didn't go there for emotional injuries. She didn't go to the psychiatric care there. She didn't get any psychological care there. None of that. So for Dr. Rosenberg to sit there and tell us there's inconsistencies because in Kaiser she didn't tell him about the emotional injuries, it just doesn't make sense.
The extensive malingering, though. Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
So I just want to remind you that when Miss Malcolm came out, 40 to 50 seconds had already transpired. She came to the aftermath. I know I've already said that, but I really want to hammer this home, that she is not a witness to what happened before. It's like a car accident. There's two cars, they have an accident. If the third car comes down the road a minute later and hits them, it's completely different. It has nothing to do with it. So that was inserted into this case.
Those are the cases you normally do then, counsel? That's your normal fact pattern then? Just so we're clear.
sense to muddy the waters, to kind of cloud what really happened. What really happened here in this case is Miss Ellis was working as a security guard. She had to be there. She was working as a security guard. And Cardi B came along and thought she's above the law. She could do and say whatever she wants and attack Miss Ellis emotionally, physically, and do whatever she wants in a building, which is inappropriate.
Hey, counsel, what in this case gave anyone the Cardi B thinks she's above the law and can do whatever the fuck she wants? Where is it? Where is it? We read an article about you on Above the Law earlier. That was interesting.
We all know that when we go to a building, we got to be respectful, especially to security guards that are working there. These are not just doormen or doorwomen opening the door for you. You have to follow.
What doorman hurt him? Like, what building did you not get allowed into? This is the second time. I didn't back up. You're not buffering. We're not hallucinating. This is the second time he's gone after the doorman. This isn't just somebody opening the door. They have a shirt that says security on it. What? So wild.
Along with what they say. Next, we heard from Dr. Finke. I want to talk about inconsistencies. There was an inconsistency between Malcolm.
Dr. Finke was delightful.
And Finke. Malcolm said, I don't know how I got this scratch on my forehead. I don't know. Dr. Finke comes out and says that Malcolm told him that Ellis had scratched her face. That's not true. That was never said. So this, if you remember, this is a 7.5-year-old incident.
I don't believe you.
And that's...
Hey, buddy. You getting ready to leave? Oh, hold on. I can't. Hold on. We're in the middle of the worst closing argument I've ever seen in my whole entire life. Hold on. No, they look good. Are they comfortable? Yeah. Oh, you have to wear all blacks for concert blacks? Do you want to come say hi to the law nerds before you leave? You look pretty fly, kid.
Wrong side.
Wrong side. You look very nice.
Hi.
Have a good time at the concert. All right. We'll see you later. I do. Juliet Has a Gun is a good perfume. I like it. It's actually a sample, but I'll see you. Hey, can you close the door? What? Why? Because I'm still streaming. Bye, buddy. Have a good time. Oh, yeah, I do. Bye, bud. Looking good. Leonard, say bye. Have fun. All right. My adult teen is on his way out to a concert in his concert all black situation. All right. Are we ready? Senior year things. I hate this closing argument so much. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Scratch her face. That's not true. That was never said. So this, if you remember, this is a 7.5-year-old incident.
We didn't check T's fingernails, but they are also black. Hollow Taco black licorice, I think.
And that's a few thousand days ago. It takes a lot of time has passed, and an incident can be perceived differently by different people. So Miss Malcolm could have perceived it one way, and Dr. Finke could have perceived it one way. But again, same problem with him is when he came, everything already been done. The whole incident already happened. The injury was already complete. And really, this comes down to believing Miss Ellis. He gave you no reason not to. She's been truthful through me and through herself and through her witnesses to give you whatever is there, to provide for you all that she could with the things that she has available to her, so that you could give her the peace of mind, the closure, and yes, she is asking to be compensated for the loss that she sustained. She lost something, and by you compensating her with money damages, you're then evening the playing field. You're giving her what she lost back. So she's not trying to gain something that she's not entitled to. Unfortunately, she was abused.
She's not trying to gain something she's not entitled to? Huh.
She was harmed. She was assaulted and battered by Cardi B, and Cardi B needs to pay for that and needs to be accountable. We need to hold her accountable. We should not just let her walk away and say, oh, everything you did was okay, and yeah, do it again.
Wild.
Now, in addition to seeing the two plastic surgeons and Dr. McKinsey, Ms. Ellis also received another 12 visits that she testified that she saw psychologist Dr. Avila and other people in his office.
Violation of the court's order.
Move on.
The court just told him to move on again. How much have we lost for this counsel? I think we should class action. No, we did this to ourselves. It was worth it, Launer, to be with you. We're still at 1.5. Objection. Violation of the court's order. Move on. And he is flipping page after page after page.
She could have filed a cross-complaint.
And then his next sentence is also completely inappropriate. Great.
The other thing that Cardi B failed to do, or could have done, is she could have filed a cross-complaint.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. And then I want to go over a little bit about
Chat has suffered emotional damage listening to you,
doesn't
counsel.
have to be an exact number, but there was testimony in this case that Ms. Ellis had $17,500 in medical bills from Dr. Malingering, the plastic surgeon, and another $18,000 in psychological care through her work comp and other things. There was also testimony from Dr. Malingering that he believed Ms. Ellis could benefit from one more surgical procedure, another one, to make it better. The cost of that was $15,000.
Objection, Your Honor.
The $15,000 that would be paid for that would, in Dr. Mulligan's expert opinion, it would make the scar better, meaning it would reduce, it would...
Not what he said at all. He said could.
Basically what I'm saying is there's still some scar on her face. And if you want to look at it, you're more than welcome. You can have her walk around. You can look at it for yourself. There is still some scar on her face. It's still there. It still bothers her. So that's why I'm asking that not only you give her the $17,500 in her past medical bills for the scar, that you give her another $15,000 for the future scar revision treatment. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be...
Okay. Counsel's asking for the monetary damages he wants the jury to award to him.
Scratched and cut and spit on, all these things. All of the things that happened to Miss Ellis are they're wrong. And we want to make this wrong right. And how can we do that? For each one of you. You have the power to make this wrong right and close the books for Miss Ellis so she can move on with her life as much as she possibly could. And yes, the only way to do that right now, for today's purposes, is to reimburse her for the losses that she sustained. Those are the medical bills, the past, and the future. The other thing that is an important way of compensating Ms. Ellis is for her pain and suffering. In every case where there's medical bills and there's medical damages, component of that is pain and suffering. There is really no way, there's no exact math to that. So for instance, if you said, I want to give her the $17,500, I want to give her the $15,000, and I want to give her another $250,000 for pain and suffering, you are allowed to do that. It is
I don't know if they're going to buy your pain and suffering argument.
a number that you can come up with. During the 7.5 years that she's been suffering, you may say, I would like to give her $100 a day. For 1 year, that's $36,000. And for 7 years, that comes up to $270,000. We're not looking for millions of dollars like the defendant said. That's not what we're looking for. We're really looking for...
Counsel, stop it.
For a simple amount of money that can make her...
Simple?
Give her something that's fair so she can get...
Zero simple.
Some form of compensation, some form of closure, and move on with her life. That is all we're asking you to do.
How about no?
So, when you go into the jury room, you'll be given a verdict form. And the verdict form...
This is actually helpful to show them how to do the verdict forms, especially in civil. They can be really confusing.
Will basically state, it covers all of the different...
I mean, unless you're in Massachusetts, and then it's always confusing.
Is the assault and battery. They are, in a sense, separate, because the assault is the swing, and the battery is the scratch and the cut to her face. However, it's very clear. Did Plaintiff Emani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? And then it goes down, it breaks it down. defendant Velkalis Marlenis Almanzar touched Miss Ellis with the intent to harm or offend Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis did not consent to being touched. Miss Ellis was harmed or offended by Miss Almanzar's conduct. A reasonable person in Miss Ellis' situation would have been offended by the touching. I would say that yes, all four of those have been done here. So when you get to that question, there is going to be on the right side. It's not broken down into four parts. It's all as a whole. So if you want to give money damages to Miss Ellis, you would check yes. Okay, and then you go to the next question. Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? And again, it breaks down for you the 5 different parts. Miss Ellis acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner. Miss Ellis did not consent to Miss Almanzar's conduct. Miss Ellis was harmed, and Miss Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis's harm. Again, if you want to give her money damages, you would check yes. That would be page 2, both of those. Then you have question number 3. Did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of self-defense? So the defense is trying to argue that all the things that Miss Almanzar did were in self-defense. There is no testimony of self-defense here. In fact, Miss Almanzar herself, her position was, I didn't touch anybody, and nobody touched me. So self-defense, no. You would say no. Then you can go. Then question number 4 speaks about the damages that she suffered. Past medical expenses. That's where you would put in an amount of money through the testimony that you heard and through all of the exhibits.
Also, I do have this sped up at 1.5. So 1.5 is where we're at.
You would put an amount of money that you believe Miss Ellis incurred in this incident. So you will have in the jury room exhibit number 4. You'll have exhibit number 4. It's been marked at the bottom right corner. You'll have exhibit 4-1 through exhibit 4-6, and then it will skip over and you will go to the bills, which will be 4-13, 4-14, and 4-15. If you combine all of these bills, you will get $16,500. So past medical expenses would be $16,500. That would be what you would write there if you want to give her the cost of all the plastic surgery she had to go through up until now. The future economic loss is the future plastic surgery. Dr. Mulliken stated that Miss Ellis would benefit from a future plastic surgery of $15,000. So you'd write $15,000 in that box. Pain and suffering. Again, there is past pain and suffering and future pain and suffering. The court read a time frame for you of how many more years Miss Ellis will live. And the jury instruction life expectancy, 3932, basically states that Miss Ellis will live for another 50 years. This is an estimate. It's not 100% certain, but it's the best estimate that we have based on all kinds of statistics. She has 50 more years to live. So if you feel that she's going to suffer from this point forward, then you can award her money damages for the future.
For her continued
suffering. And if you feel that she sustained pain and suffering in the past, then you can award her money for the 7.5-year time period. And again, you'll all have the jury instructions in the back when you go into the jury room. And the jury instruction on pain and suffering covers a whole bunch of different things. Very important. Very important. So I would
so
take a look
important.
at that one.
So important that you had it right in hand, right?
All of the different things. Embarrassment, pain and suffering, disfigurement, all of those. So if you look at...
Do not say disfigurement to this jury with a straight face.
3905, it talks about physical pain, mental suffering, and or emotional distress. And it basically says that there's no fixed standard for deciding the amount of these damages. This is a number that you will come up with. It won't be based on chance or a flip of a coin, but it will be a number that you come up with. If you decide you want to give her $500,000, you can do that. If you want to give her more, you can do that.
What if they don't? They can do that too.
So for past non-economic loss, you should put a number there. Because if you don't, the award will be thrown out. You got to have at least $1 there. You got to award some kind of pain and suffering. It's required. Now the amount would be up to you. A lot of times, Some people say, well, 3 times medical bills, 10 times medical bills. This is an assault and battery. It's just not a simple car accident where it's just, some bumps and bruises. This is a serious, serious injury. Very serious.
This is not, in fact, a more serious injury than a car accident.
And Miss Ellis has been suffering for the last 7.5 years. What kind of weight do we put to that? What kind of number do we attach to that? I don't know what number you're going to attach to that. But for purposes of now, for example, you could write $250,000 for the past pain and suffering. This was a violent attack. She was violated. She has a scar to her face now. She's gone through all kinds of medical treatment that she didn't have to go to. So much life was lost from her, time-wise. You can't get it back. All this time that she's lost and feeling embarrassed and all of that. What is the value of life?
What are you talking about? Your client didn't testify to any of that.
We all went through the pandemic, and we realized that after the pandemic, the value of life is much greater because we realized what life is really about.
What are you even talking about?
Future non-economic loss. Again, that's going to be for the 50 years going forward. You could pick what number you feel. Maybe you feel she's recovered. Maybe you feel she deserves another 10 years. Maybe the whole 50 years. I don't know what it is. But you as individual judges will work together as a team to come up with a number for the future non-economic loss. Then it goes into intentional infliction of emotional distress.
I was trying to get the white balance back on my camera. It's back now. I feel much better. This is wild.
Did Miss Ellis prove all the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? Number 1, Miss Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Miss Almanzar intended to cause Miss Ellis emotional distress. Miss Ellis suffered severe emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress.
Nope.
If you believe that Miss Ellis sustains emotional distress, then you would, on number 5, you would say yes. Then number 6, again, it says, did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of the privileged conduct defense? So again, it's similar to a self-defense of this, and it goes through a whole laundry list of different ways and finding excuses why the conduct was okay. So you would put no there if you believe that the conduct caused intentional infliction of emotional distress. Then number 7 has its own damages component. However, we've agreed and conceded to the fact that we don't want you to award damages for the same thing twice. That's not what our goal is. The goal is if you feel there should be separate damages, aside from the assault and battery, for the emotional distress, then this is where you can give that amount of money. There'll be a separate and apart damage area for you to award more damages. The same breakdown. You can give past medical expenses, obviously, past and future medical expenses. In this, if you awarded in the first box, then you would say 0 and 0 because we're not double dipping here. That's not our goal. However, pain and suffering. If you want to give
what
separate
is your
pain
goal?
and suffering for the emotional distress, separate pain and suffering for the emotional distress from the past and the future.
I'm going to pull up our member chats while he is
50,000
doing
additional for the past,
this.
50,000 additional for the future, and then we're going to move on to the last part, which is negligence and contributory negligence. And again, this is all from the form that you're all going to see when you go into the jury room. And I'll close with this. Did Miss Ellis prove all the following elements of negligence? Miss Almanzar was negligent. Miss Almanzar's negligence caused Miss Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis's harm. So what that means is, for example, was Cardi B negligent in thinking that the plaintiff was disseminating her privacy to others, photographing her, videotaping her? If you believe that Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, was mistaken, then that would be negligence. She was negligent. She negligently thought that all these things were happening. And then, again, it asks for the damages. Same thing. 0 and 0 for the past and future medical expenses if you have given it in the first phase. So there's different areas. Maybe you'll say, well, I don't really believe there was this, but I believe there was that. So anywhere on the form, we'd ask that you award Miss Ellis her medical bills of $16,500 for the past and $15,000 for the future, and in different boxes in different areas of this form to award her the pain and suffering that you feel is fair for all the things she went through, the assault, the battery, the emotional distress, all that she should be compensated for. And then there's a box, did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of contributory negligence? Miss Ellis was negligent. Miss Ellis' negligence was a substantial factor in causing her own harm. Well, Cardi B testified that Miss Ellis didn't touch her, didn't do anything. There was no physical contact. That was the testimony of Cardi B. So how can she say that there was contributory negligence? What did the security do wrong? So the answer would be no. And then it goes to number 11. What percentage of responsibility for Ms. Ellis's harm do you assign to Ms. Almanzar? Say 100%, and Ms. Ellis, 0. And the final page deals with punitive damages. Did you answer question 4 or 7? And you look back, and if you did, just the damages, then you put yes. And then it says, did Ms. Ellis prove by clear and convincing proof that Ms. Almanzar engaged in conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud? And then you would look at the case as a whole and kind of come up with your opinion. Did all of these things combined, did all of this thing that Ms. Ellis went through? And remember, it's or, so it's either malice, oppression, or fraud. So if you agree that there was, then you would say yes here. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my counterpart. They will obviously contradict everything.
Okay, counsel. I'm going to turn it over to opposing counsel, and they'll obviously just contradict me. Maybe don't misrepresent shit so much.
Turn it over to my counterpart. They will obviously contradict everything I will say, I've told you, and then I will have a chance to come back and rebuttal and clean up anything that was said. At this point, I'm basically Miss Ellis's mouthpiece, and I worked with her as best I could to convey all of the things that she wants you to know. I worked with her personally to tell you all what she went through.
She's not even looking at the jury.
And I did the best that I could with what I had. And
I did the best that I could with what I had. What a great concession. Just like, that's the lawyer version of my bad. My bad. I did the best I could with what I had. That's embarrassing. My bad. My bad, everybody.
we really, no matter what happens, whatever is supposed to happen will happen, because that's what's supposed to happen. And we want to thank you each individually for being here. Each of you as individual judges, we're thanking you very much. Thank you so much for hearing the story as to what Miss Emani Ellis went through, and I'm asking you to award Miss Ellis an amount of money that you think is fair that will make her whole for the losses that she suffered in this case. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, counsel. You okay? You want to...
The court's checking in with the court reporter about whether we are going to continue with closing. It sounds like we are going to continue with closing. And then the judge is checking in with the jury, who's probably like, can we go?
Want a break? We got started late. Okay, why don't we take a short break? Why don't we resume back at 11:20?
So they are taking a short break before they resume with closing arguments. Let's see if the court puts anything on the record real quick.
The modifier we. It's probably... The modifier we. It's probably... I wasn't going to get into it. It's
Yeah, counsel kept saying we.
Generally not proper to include yourself in terms of what we all went through, but that's why I was overruling the objections. One note, and is this grandmother here?
Yes. I'm going to slow down. I want to hear what court is saying. Court is talking to grandmother in the courtroom.
Ma'am, can I have you step forward? Can I have you step forward?
Oh, shit. What is going on?
And ma'am, you were previously sworn, and you understand you're still under oath? Sure. Did you have any conversations with alternate number 1 on Wednesday?
Alternate number 1?
What the fuck? The jury's out right now. The jury's on break. Grandma has been pulled into the court. Grandma's in the courtroom. Did you have any conversation with alternate number 1?
Nope.
What is happening? Grandma, we liked you so much. Don't talk to the jurors.
The woman on the corner? The woman who's on the jury? No. You don't recall any interaction with her?
She sat next to me and she was waiting on a break, but
she sat next to me.
Didn't speak.
You didn't speak with her? Okay. So you didn't talk to her about the trial at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right. You were just seeing, we thought that there may have been some discussion between the two of you. You don't recall that? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, something else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oof.
Although you cautioned counsel that he can't argue things that are not on
Good Lord.
the evidence, he repeatedly did. He even started talking about Dr. Avila's treatment, even though he was excluded.
Yeah, his closing was abysmal and brought in a lot of things that the jury should have been admonished about. And look at the court. The court's like, yeah, the alternate's going to get yeeted.
Over and over and over again. And all the jury sees is me objecting and Your Honor sustaining it. I would request that you admonish the jury to disregard all of the statements that you sustained objections to. I would also ask that you assign misconduct to counsel and that he be reprimanded because this has just been
sanctions. It took this long to get to, I ask that counsel be reprimanded.
ongoing.
Okay, we can discuss.
I want to respond.
Well, let me do this. I will.
Counsel, I want to respond. I bet you do want to respond. Stop it. The court's like, we're not doing this right now.
Give further instruction to the jury about that the argument of counsel is not evidence and that they should disregard any comments that were not supported by the evidence. I will give that instruction. We can discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC after the trial for any alleged conduct.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I please say one thing?
Set the order to show cause regarding misconduct. It sounds like the other defense attorney for Cardi B is asking to be heard.
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of the professional rules. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay.
Oh, shit. When he was talking to the attorneys in the part we zoomed through, the court admonished counsel that if he argued to the jury that Cardi said that photo was taken on the 24th, that he would be violating professional rules. I'm so glad she put that on the record because we were zooming through parts. Just abhorrent behavior, counsel. Just unethical and churlish. I have no other words.
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of the professional rules. And that's exactly what he did.
Okay. Well,
he did. Saska in the chat said he didn't sustain. He sustained almost all of the objections. He sustained all of them. Star D, uncalled for. Churlish.
well, why don't we? I don't want to do it now.
Well, I have to say something about it.
You don't. I said we'll discuss.
Defense counsel, or no, sorry. Plaintiff's counsel said, I have to say something about it. The court, no, you don't. We'll hear it another day.
That's whether or not we want to set an OSC and we can address it then. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Set the OSC. Oh, set the OSC. We're going to cover that too. I guess we're not done with this case when the verdict comes in because I want to see if counsel gets sanctioned. I'm invested. Get him. It's just appalling. He's done it so many times. And he's just like, I don't care. I'll fuck around. There's not any find out. And you know what? It's fair. The California bar doesn't come down nearly hard enough on attorneys. See Tom Girardi. For all of you asking for an OSC, it's an order to show cause. It's a hearing to determine what level of fucked you may be.
When you left the courtroom, Mr. Peterson made some remarks.
Oh shit, there's more? They're putting on there's more?
So, Your Honor, when you left the courtroom, Mr. Peterson made some remarks to me that were rude.
Why don't we do this?
Plaintiff's counsel just said, Your Honor, when you left the courtroom, counsel made some remarks to me that were rude. You joking? Are you joking? You violated multiple court orders. Your Honor, counsel was rude. Cry me a fucking river.
I'm not going to agree with that.
I ignored him. I didn't talk to him.
Okay. All right. We're going to bring in the jury.
It's complete fault.
The gaslighting of this attorney is so appalling. He knows there's going to be an OSC and that he can be sanctioned for violating court orders. And so what does he do next? But Your Honor, he did it. He did it. He did it. He just keeps trying to shift blame on everyone else. Ugh.
It's Mr. Anderson, too.
All right. Can we just get to the rest of closing arguments?
All right. Welcome back, everyone. We're back in the record in the Ellis matter. Counsel and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. And before we get started with the defense closing argument, you heard.
Tell him, Your Honor. Tell the jury to just disregard everything counsel said.
A number of objections during plaintiff's closing. Some were procedural or evidentiary in nature, but some of them were based on facts that weren't introduced during the trial. And so that's why I was sustaining those objections. To the extent that plaintiff's counsel mentioned any facts that weren't presented in evidence during the trial, please disregard any and all of those facts that he represented that weren't actually accepted into evidence during the trial. Okay? All right. With that, defense can give their closing.
Thank you.
All right. This is Cardi B's attorney giving his closing. I'm going to put this at 1.25. If we need to go to 1.5, we will. Wow.
Good morning, everyone.
It's just
I'd like
gross
to
behavior.
start by thanking all of you for taking the time to participate as jurors. This is how our system works, and it wouldn't work without jurors. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of both Cardi, my colleagues, and myself. I'd like to just mention quickly that counsel argued that Cardi swore and used profanities in the courtroom and that was disrespectful. Actually, all she
asked her to.
Was doing was repeating under oath what was said. In fact, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff, used profanities to describe what she heard. Counsel used profanities, and I have to admit I used profanities, but just to tell you what was supposedly said. Cardi has never gratuitously sworn at any point in this courtroom, and the suggestion that you should be prejudiced against her because of that is just unfounded and offensive. Last Monday, it seems like it's a lot longer ago, but last Monday in the opening statements, I told you what I expected the evidence to be, and I told you that you can treat my statements and counsel's statements as promises of what they were going to show, and that I would ask you at some point, today, to decide who kept their promises and who didn't. I also told you that I would have a second chance to talk to you directly after all the evidence is in. The evidence is in. The witnesses have testified that exhibits have been admitted. And if you remember, the judge told you the first day that the way trials work is that bits and pieces of evidence come in. This is my opportunity to tell you how we think those bits and pieces come together and how they establish that Cardi, you should decide in Cardi's favor. First, there's a couple of things I ask that you keep in mind throughout the rest of the trial. If you remember, Judge Fusselman told you last Monday morning that the reason we have juries is because they have diverse backgrounds and they have common sense. He reiterated how important common sense was when he said, we just need you to exercise common sense and evaluate, is this witness being consistent? Is this witness saying things, something that doesn't seem true? And does this piece of evidence fit in with all the other pieces that have been presented in this case? I respectfully suggest to you that using your common sense, there's only one possible outcome in this case, and that is a decision in favor of Cardi. Now, you'll be instructed that plaintiff bears the burden of proof of establishing her claim. she must convince you that the evidence shows that by 50% or more her claims are valid. Now, there's another way of putting it is, and you'll see this in the jury instructions that you get from the judge, if plaintiff fails to prove that her version of what happened is more likely than not what did in fact happen, you must decide the case in Cardi's favor. The concept of a preponderance of the evidence can be demonstrated by this slide. That's 50-50. That's where the plaintiff has put on as much evidence of as the defendant of a
Look, it's a linear closing argument. Wow.
fact, and you'll see that
So
that's where
great.
people talk about the 51%. But it is crucial to keep in mind that plaintiff doesn't start at 50%. She starts at 0. She has to raise that needle from 0 to 50% and more. She has to go beyond 50%, or you have to find for Cardi. Third, there is no dispute that there was yelling and some curse words in the hallway at the medical building around 1:30 p.m. on February 24th,
Shock me.
2018. But the judge will provide you with the jury instructions. In fact, he already has. That arguing, yelling, even using profanity is not something you can sue over. That's just part of normal life, and that is what we're supposed to bear. In fact, that would be crazy that someone could sue if they cause someone else to use profanity. The question really is whether Cardi ever struck plaintiff, and who caused this confrontation? Who caused the incident? And the answer is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly proves that Cardi did not strike plaintiff, and Cardi did not cause this encounter. As a result, plaintiff has failed to establish, by the evidence you heard last week, that by a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that Cardi was the cause. The way I'm going to try and do this in a very organized fashion, and the way
Yes, please.
I'm going to do it is going to be demonstrated by this chart. And so we have on the left-hand side plaintiff's evidence, and then on the right-hand side defendant's evidence. Now, plaintiff started with her own testimony. Last Monday, she testified under oath. Importantly, though, in plaintiff's evidence, she never called as a witness either Tierra Malcolm or Dr. Finke, both of whom were present.
Objection, Your Honor.
Both of whom were present at this very time of the incident. Now, plaintiff's
Yep. You're allowed to argue, hey, the plaintiff could have called the witnesses.
evidence, plaintiff's testimony, and we should keep in mind that just because plaintiff says something doesn't make it true. Okay? She has her version, but the fact that she alone says it does not actually make it true. And later this morning, maybe stretch into afternoon, I'll tell you, or I'll identify the many inconsistencies in plaintiff's story over the course of this litigation, actually going back to February 26, 2018, when she did her incident report. In the meantime, plaintiff claims that she was assaulted and scratched or cut on February 24, 2018. The plaintiff did not see a doctor. She didn't go to an emergency room. She didn't call the police or make a police report. And she actually testified.
It doesn't misstate the testimony.
She did not know if the scratch that has supposedly ruined her life was even bleeding. She also testified last week that she didn't even put a Band-Aid on this scratch. What did she do? She claims that Cardi mauled her, basically, cut her face, and this woman went home, and what did she do? She took a nap. That was her own testimony. She took a nap. The fact that on February 24, 2018, plaintiff just went home and took a nap is corroborated by plaintiff's own T-bill, cell phone records for that day. As you'll see, and this was an admitted exhibit, you'll be able to see it, it's exhibit 200. She gets calls, and she makes calls from 11:20 a.m. all the way to 3:35 p.m., and then nothing until 9:08. That's when she took her nap. That's what she did. She didn't call a doctor. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't put a Band-Aid on her face. She took a nap.
Right.
Now, importantly, when plaintiff testified as her own first witness in her case, she admitted that in 2021 she hit her head in a car accident. She's put on no proof that that wasn't the source of the scar, which is a pretty obvious reason that she would have a scar if she had one. And importantly, 2021, a car accident in 2021, is after plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April 2018 that Cardi almost touched her with a fingernail. Not touched her with a fingernail, and I'll talk more about that later, but almost touched her. So after the plaintiff tells Dr. McKenna, her workers' comp physician or psychologist, that Cardi almost touched her, Plaintiff was then in a car accident, hit her head, and that's when she went to Dr. Mulligan. She went to plastic surgery 4 years later after being in a car accident.
Isn't the timeline helpful?
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Plaintiff also testified, by the way, that she was in another accident in 2023 and filed another lawsuit over that.
She did say that.
Plaintiff has argued, and he said again today, that plaintiff's counsel has argued and said again today that plaintiff has some special status as a security guard. But she testified she became a security guard by having her fingerprints taken.
It's like TikTok privilege.
Sent to California. That's it.
Doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make her a policeman. Also importantly, when testifying last Monday, plaintiff admitted that she knew on February 24, 2018, that Cardi was in the medical building because Cardi was going to a medical appointment. Plaintiff's own testimony establishes that at 1:30 p.m. on that Saturday, plaintiff could have been at that security guard booth that counsel showed you a photograph of. She could have been on her rounds, going through the whole building. She could have been in parking, checking, because that's what security guards do. But plaintiff, who has testified she was a fan, just happened to be outside Dr. Finke's office when Cardi B was showing up to see an obstetrician. From those facts alone, you can infer that she was actually laying in wait. She wanted to photograph and videotape Cardi. She would then be able to post it on YouTube, maybe start a new career.
We asked about that, didn't we? We asked about whether she knew that Cardi was there. Whether she was going to post it on social media, whether she was going to sell it to TMZ. We asked if she might have known. And he's allowed to make that argument.
Be a follower? I don't know. But from the facts you've seen and heard in this case, she very well could have done that on purpose. But even if we assume that plaintiff just happened to run into Cardi B in a 5-story building that afternoon, plaintiff testified that she knew Cardi thought that plaintiff was using plaintiff's phone to tell someone that Cardi was there and to videotape her. What would a reasonable person do at that point? By her own testimony, plaintiff had the chance to be professional and avoid all of this by putting her phone away. That's all she had to do. But the evidence is she kept that phone in her hand all the way through as she advanced on Cardi B and forced her into a corner in the hallway where Tierra Malcolm found her. Plaintiff also testified that after she was fired as a security guard, she got a new job that paid more money. That's why you don't hear any claim for lost wages or anything like that. She was better off.
Not claiming lost wages.
This case is about money damages, counsel. Plaintiff's counsel is objecting. But they're allowed to say, look, she's not asking for that because she is better off.
That summarizes what plaintiff testified to, and I'll talk later about the inconsistencies in it. But let's talk about her second and third witnesses, plaintiff's mother and grandmother. Both very charming. But her mother and her grandmother weren't in the hallway that afternoon. Her mother and her grandmother were not witnesses. And they testified that because plaintiff is the mother's daughter or the grandmother's grandchild, that they believe her. They don't need evidence. They just hear what she says. And that's understandable, of course. We all have relatives, and we hope our parents believe us, and our grandparents. But remember what Judge Fusselman said at the very beginning: common sense. Okay, we all know that parents are not with their children every minute of the day. We all know that children don't always tell their parents everything, and they especially do not tell their parents that they're embarrassed or guilty about what got them fired. That's what plaintiff left out when she talked to her mother and her grandmother. Is anyone surprised that plaintiff did not tell her mother and grandmother that plaintiff cursed and yelled at a pregnant Cardi, half her size, that plaintiff cornered Cardi in a medical building hallway, and that plaintiff knew she was probably going to get fired? Is that the kind of thing you'd say? Guess what, Mom? Guess what I did today? So it's completely understandable, using common sense, that the mother and grandmother would not know actually what happened. In fact,
it's such a better strategy for counsel to acknowledge that Grandma and Mom were likable. They were charming. But of course they believe the plaintiff, and of course they want to believe the best for her, and of course they want to believe the best of her and support her. He's like, of course, it's completely understandable. It just doesn't make it accurate. And it is a very good way to address it.
Plaintiff didn't tell them that she had apologized in her incident report to Allied and the building for her own behavior. She left that out. Because I asked both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter...
I like the court reporter's green top,
And they said
too.
no. So we know that plaintiff left that part out. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said that plaintiff is a peacemaker. Okay? Well, that sure doesn't square with the testimony.
Trying to zoom in on the back of plaintiff's head is not going to help. Can we just put the camera back on counsel?
Of Tierra, Malcolm, Dr. Finke, or Cardi, and I'll discuss that later. And maybe what we take from that is she's a peacemaker when she gets her own way. We know what she's like. We've heard testimony what she's like when she doesn't get her own way. But there's another word for that other than peacemaker. It's a bully. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said they saw a scar on plaintiff's cheek. But on February 26, 2018, 2 days after the incident, plaintiff emailed her incident report
with
to
no
her
pictures,
supervisor, Jasmine, stating that Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. So how is it that the mother and grandmother are saying that, well, when this happened around that time, our daughter said that Cardi had scratched her cheek. But in plaintiff's own incident report, she said she told her supervisor Cardi scratched her nose.
The incident report is such good evidence. The incident report is such good evidence. Between the incident report, the members at Dr. Finke's office, and when you look at the third parties in this, and the expert with the malingering, it's pretty telling, isn't it? If you take the plaintiff and the defendant out of it and look at all the other evidence points to this did not go down the way plaintiff said it did. And then when you weigh plaintiff and defendant and see who's more believable, well, I think that it was defendant's testimony that came across much more credible.
Nose is not a cheek is not a nose, and there is something wrong about what's going on because, again, apply common sense. Plaintiff's mother testified that she saw a scar, but she didn't testify when she saw it. Counsel asked her, did you notice after the incident that Emani Ellis had a scar to her face? Answer, I did. When did she notice that? 2018, 2019, 2020? We don't know. And in response to one of your questions, because the judge was kind enough to allow jurors to ask questions, which doesn't happen all the time. You were lucky in that regard. One of your questions, the judge read, and in response, plaintiff's grandmother said she spoke with plaintiff right after the incident. Right after the incident, she spoke with plaintiff. But plaintiff testified last Monday. Question, you didn't call your grandmother, though, did you? Answer, no. Okay? So again, common sense tells you something is very wrong here. Now, plaintiff's mother and grandmother testified that plaintiff became depressed. If so, there could have been many different reasons for it. And for example, it could have been because she got fired. And as we'll see in a few minutes, she felt guilty. That's what plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April. On April 26, 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenna that she feels guilty. Ultimately, the testimony of plaintiff's mother and grandmother just doesn't move the needle for plaintiff. They weren't there, and
I agree.
They're relying on what plaintiff told them. Now, plaintiff's third group of witnesses is Dr.
Anita,
Mulligan. That's what
this private medical office did not have cameras.
She offered to support her claim. Of course,
it wasn't
Dr.
at the hospital.
Mulligan also wasn't there on February 24, 2018. He didn't witness what happened. Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff came to him in November 2022, or more than 4 years after the alleged incident. Dr. Mulligan is a plastic surgeon, not a psychiatrist. So counsel pointed out that Dr. Mulligan testified that plaintiff told him she has post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and headache. But Dr. Mulligan said, that's what she told me. I did not make a diagnosis to that effect. That's just what she told me. Now, Dr. Mulligan, and I hope he's not insulted, but his testimony was confusing and inconsistent. He testified that in November of 2022, plaintiff had a scar, had 2 to 3 scars, had 3 scars.
He did say that.
And even plaintiff doesn't claim that she has more than 1 scar. But Dr. Mulligan thought there were as many as possibly 3.
He did
Somehow
say that.
The no scar from the beginning turned into 2 scars and then 3 scars. Also, though, Dr. Mulligan's own photograph, Exhibit 228.
I mean, she did have an intervening car accident in between the things,
which he testified was taken with a digital camera before any treatment. It sure doesn't appear to show a scar. That is you'll have a copy of the actual photo. It's admitted as exhibit. You can look at it, you can decide.
Chad is saying 2 car accidents. There was 1 car accident between the time this incident happened and the treatment. There was another car accident after she started treatment with Dr. Mulliken. So there were 2, but 1 in between the treatment with Dr. Mulliken.
Counsel actually challenged you. Look at the photograph, and we invite you to. If you see a scar, that's news to us. And this is before she was treated. Importantly, Dr. Mulliken testified at his deposition. You've all heard about depositions. They're under oath. It's just like a trial, except there's no judge. And that the claim scar was about an inch long and most likely made by a right-handed person who scraped or clawed downward with 3 fingers. Okay? That's what he testified to. That's what was in his deposition.
That is what he testified
and that's what he testified to here. But plaintiff herself claimed in her deposition that Cardi jabbed her with a straightened index finger, like this. That's not a scrape. Your Honor, I don't think I need to ask for permission, but we'd like to show the. Okay, then we'll show. This was played for. This was played for.
Just show it again. Show the deposition again. You're now after a 3-day weekend. We've condensed this trial from 4 days into 2 days of streaming, but the jury saw it over a week ago. Show them the deposition again. Yeah, great.
The jury before. It's Cardi's testimony. Excuse me, plaintiff's testimony as to how she was supposedly cut by Cardi.
Yeah, good use of exhibits.
She put her finger. Pointing, yes, so like this, pointing her finger in my face. Yes.
That is directly and irreconcilably in conflict with Dr. Mulliken's testimony that it was a right-handed person who scraped with an index finger and 2 other fingers downward. Those are completely different things. They don't correlate. The testimony is clear that plaintiff and her plastic surgeon have completely different explanations for the same claimed scar. And once again, common sense. Something's wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. Now, maybe the scar that Dr. Mulliken says he saw, and his explanation, maybe it was a car accident. I don't know. But it is irreconcilable with plaintiff's own testimony that she was jabbed with a straightened finger. And to add to that, Cardi is not right-handed. I want to say that again. It's very important.
She's a lefty.
Mulliken says that in his professional opinion, and counsel talked about how well-respected he is, that it was a right-handed person who scrapes 3 fingers downward across plaintiff's face. But Cardi is left-handed. She is not a right-handed person and could not have done that. Plaintiff's counsel tried to get Dr. Mulliken to testify that a left-handed person might have made the claim scar. But that's not his opinion. He admitted that it would be hard, in fact testified it would be hard for a left-handed person to reach across and strike a person on the opposite them on the left side of the face.
It would be like a backhanded, I don't even know how that would work.
Now, here's another important thing. Dr. Mulliken testified that he can't say when plaintiff got the claimed scar. He testified there's no way of knowing the age of the scar. That's important because plaintiff admits that she hit her head in a car accident in 2021, almost 2 years before the November 2022 appointment with Dr.
Lyndon said certified southpaw in the chat. And I said, no, certified freak, 7 days a week. I'm going to leave the rest of the lyrics alone. But we will continue.
Mulliken. And Dr. Mulliken also testified that he can't say whether the claimed scar was caused by an intervening accident or some other cause.
Objection of the state's testimony, Dr.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the evidence. Please rely on your recollection of the evidence and rely on your own recollection to the extent that it differs from counsel's representation.
And, Your Honor, we also have a cite to the reporter's transcript. There are other odd things about...
Counsel's like, Your Honor, we can just cite to the reporter's transcript. We have the receipts, Your Honor.
Dr. Mulliken's testimony.
Receipts.
For example, he calls a 3-minute long session of outpatient microneedling a small part of plaintiff's cheek, which serves, as reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. A 3-minute microneedling session, in his mind, is reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. Now let's talk about why he would say that. He has a broad version of surgery that enables him to charge an additional $11,000 for an operating room. He testified surgery is anything that includes a doctor, a nurse, a scrub technician, and an operating room. No matter what you're doing, even if it's microneedling, even if it's pulling a splinter out, you go into that room and he charges $11,000. Dr. Mulliken testified he is the sole owner of the surgery center with that operating room.
Dr. Mulliken, who decided to do the microneedling in an OR, owns the surgical center. Weird.
So he has a strong financial incentive to use and charge for that operating room, whether
Ding,
he's
ding,
doing
ding.
real reconstructive surgery or microneedling. Now, perhaps because his photograph doesn't seem to show the plain 1-inch scar, Dr. Mulligan also provided confusing testimony about hidden scars under the skin.
And you can bill insurance for a whole bunch of different shit if you put it in an OR.
I don't know if you remember that. It had my head spinning. But he never testified. There's no testimony from Cardi, from Dr. Mulligan, or anyone else that plaintiff has a hidden scar. In fact, it's supposed to be this really big embarrassment that she has this terrible scar on her face that you can decide whether you've seen it. If you've walked by her. If you see a scar, well, no one else. A lot of us don't, I should say. Dr. Mulligan also testified that he charged $17,500 on a lien basis, which means he gets paid only if plaintiff wins or if plaintiff pays him. But plaintiff testified under...
He gets paid if plaintiff wins. Because it's on a lien.
Counsel's own examination on Monday that she couldn't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 plastic surgery bill. So we know she's not going to pay Dr. Mulligan. Dr. Mulligan knows that he is going to get paid, if at all, his $17,500, only if his testimony helps plaintiff recover money in this case. That is a big incentive, and because of that risk, he testified he added a 20% premium to his bill. That's plaintiff's side of the...
And because he knew he might not get paid, he added a 20% premium.
Scale, which keeps disappearing. And it pales in comparison to Cardi's side. So, of course, Cardi's evidence starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly.
I don't know what's going on in the courtroom, but everybody's looking back and forth and back and forth. Something's going on. I just don't know what it is. I don't know what they're responding to.
Thank you. Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018 she was pregnant. You may remember in this trial that plaintiff's counsel asked Cardi, why does that matter? You're pregnant. No one knows, but why does that matter? Well, it did matter, and Cardi testified, and you should consider, and I hope you remember Cardi's response. She felt her privacy was completely being violated, and that her medical issues are not anyone's business. Quote, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy. It's yours. No one knew she was pregnant. Her parents didn't know. And she shows up for an appointment, and this woman is photographing, filming her, and then getting belligerent. Now, I mentioned that Cardi testified her parents didn't know she was pregnant at the time, and it's common sense that no daughter would want their parent to find out that she's pregnant by social media.
On TMZ.
This was a secret. There was
Yeah, nobody wants that. I think Cardi's testimony about keeping her pregnancy private was incredibly vulnerable and touching, honestly. But yeah, I hadn't told my parents yet. I didn't want people to know yet. She's 12, 13 weeks pregnant. She doesn't want to tell people yet.
Special arrangements made so that she could see an obstetrician while in LA on a Saturday. Now, Cardi testified that she came to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend, and concerned she made an appointment with the obstetrician for Saturday afternoon. I'll get to the photograph in a minute. Cardi testified that she got off the elevator to go to the doctor's office at about 1:30 on the 5th floor of that building, and plaintiff started filming and photographing her. Cardi objected, and plaintiff apologized at first, saying, "Oh, my bad," which is effectively an admission that she was doing what Cardi thought she was doing. Cardi testified that plaintiff wouldn't stop and just kept following her with her camera, with her phone out. Cardi testified that she was very concerned and nervous and confused by plaintiff's conduct. That is understandable. Cardi testified that she was concerned about her unborn child. Cardi referred to plaintiff as security heavy. She's a large woman. She's almost twice the size of Cardi. Cardi's pregnant, early in her pregnancy, and this...
She did say that. She said she looked like she could guard the building. That's what she said.
This person comes up to her in black boots and starts yelling at her. Cardi was concerned about her, and scared, frankly, about what she might do to her unborn baby. Cardi also testified she was confused. Why is this going on? Why is a security guard doing this? Why is she filming me? Why is she following me? Cardi also told Plaintiff specifically that Plaintiff was invading her privacy. But when Cardi told Plaintiff to leave her alone, Plaintiff went berserk. She yelled, it was Plaintiff's phone. Plaintiff said, "That's my phone. This is my building. You can't tell me what to do." That's what Cardi testified, and it's consistent with what Tierra, Malcolm, and Dr. Finke testified. But Plaintiff advanced on Cardi, screaming and yelling and forcing Cardi backwards down to the hall to a corner, coming chest to chest with Cardi, yelling at Cardi about how this is her building. She can do whatever she wants. Now, hearing the yelling, the doctor's receptionist, Tierra Malcolm, and then the doctor intervened and tried to get Plaintiff to stop and leave. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Cardi testified that she and Plaintiff yelled and used curse words, but neither struck the other. Cardi did not strike Plaintiff. Plaintiff tried but did not strike Cardi. Cardi testified.
I don't want to interrupt. We're coming up on a break if there's a logical place to stop.
I can stop there if you want.
Okay. All right. Why don't we stop there, folks? We're going to resume back at 1:30.
Not the lunch break in the middle of closing. No. All right. We get to zoom. That's a long lunch break. All right. We're zooming past the lunch break. That was a long lunch break. All right. To the rest of closing.
Testified in this courtroom that the whole encounter was maybe 45 seconds, less than a minute. Counsel has urged, and I'll get back to this as well, that she didn't see what happened before. But if you add her and compare her estimates with those of Tierra and Dr. Finke, who said that it lasted about 45 seconds, it's clear that they came out right at the beginning. Now, Cardi also testified in front of you and under oath that she never spit on Plaintiff. She never struck or cut Plaintiff. She never touched Plaintiff's face. She never used the N-word. She never threatened to get Plaintiff fired. Cardi also testified that she is, in fact, left-handed, and we've talked already about how that undercuts Dr. Manikan's theory that a right-handed person caused the claimed scar. Cardi testified that she didn't have any 3-inch nails at the time of this incident in February of 2018. She also testified that she was in Los Angeles. She lives back east, and she was in Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend in 2018. And we put into evidence a photograph of Cardi to prove that her fingernails were an inch or less. It's a photograph that she testified was taken at the NBA All-Star Week. And you heard counsel earlier say that Cardi testified that photograph was taken on the same day of the alleged incident, on February 24th. That's absolutely untrue. She did not testify to that. If you are unclear, the record can be read back to you.
I appreciate that counsel's addressing this because it was so appalling the way that counsel for the plaintiff misrepresented that. I'm glad he is clarifying.
But I expect that you were here and heard Cardi.
Are we just zooming in on the ring? Is that what we're doing, or the nails?
Testified that she was here for a week or so and kept the same.
Cardi said those are definitely not 3-inch nails. No, they're not.
Fingernails this entire time, and that includes February 24th. The assertion by counsel that she testified to something she did not, in fact, testify to is something that Your Honor that the judge had already indicated is something you should disregard. Now, she testified that the nails she was wearing while she was in Los Angeles were coffin square and not pointy. That was a new one on me. Apparently, coffin square means the shape.
Yes, counsel, it does.
And a square, and it can't cut anything. She also confirmed and testified that the rhinestone images were flat. They were not pointy, and they had no sharp edges. Apparently, you can get little rhinestones either as little decals on fingerprints or as rhinestones themselves. I'm not like Dr. Finke, a fingernail expert, so I won't talk about that. But the point is, rhinestones can appear on a fingernail, a decorated fingernail, either as three-dimensional or as flat, which, of course, flat can't.
Rhinestones can be on a fingernail. That is what we've learned.
Cut anything. And she testified, as did Dr. Finke, well, excuse me, I misspoke. She testified that they were flat. Dr. Finke, counsel had said, testified that they were sharp. He actually testified he didn't know whether they were sharp or flat.
Because Dr. Finke is a fingernail guy, but he doesn't know.
actually also that while plaintiff's testimony about what happened is uncorroborated, she called no witnesses who were actually there, Cardi actually did have 2 witnesses. And we'll get back to that. I do want to mention something that plaintiff's counsel raised, which is there's testimony from Cardi that as plaintiff advanced towards her swearing and pushing her back, that their chests touched. And counsel told you that that's an assault right there, that his client wins. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Just touching chests like that is not an assault. And if it is an assault, it's an assault by plaintiff on Cardi. Cardi was being pushed back. That's the testimony from all both of the witnesses and Cardi herself. But I should mention, just in case you want to know, there is an instruction in the jury instructions that deals with the defense of self-defense. Counsel said that that is inapplicable here because Cardi denies that she touched anyone or had to act in self-defense, or that she cut plaintiff. The point he's overlooking is that is up to you. You've heard the evidence. We think it's overwhelming that Cardi did not touch plaintiff at any point in time and did not touch this magic appearing, disappearing scar. But we
the
have
magic
to be careful
scar.
Lawyers. So we've included
Cardi B and the magic scar. Oh, she should make an entire album about this.
Self-defense, a defense of self-defense instruction, which means that if you were to find that Cardi did touch plaintiff, or that somehow a chest caused by plaintiff is assault by Cardi, which we dispute strongly, there is an instruction that the judge has given you that self-defense applies if a person reasonably believes that another person was going to harm her or him, and the person uses only the amount of force reasonably necessary for protection. I think there can be no doubt that Cardi was faced with someone bigger than her who was trying to hurt her. We know that from both Cardi's testimony, Tierra's testimony, Tierra Malcolm, and I believe also Dr. Finke. But let's talk about Ms. Malcolm. Tierra Malcolm, we called her as a witness, so we'll add her there. And she is one of the 4 people who are in the hallway, and she testified as an eyewitness, and she has no axe to grind. She's not a friend of plaintiff. She's not a friend of Cardi. She doesn't work for Cardi. They never met before. And so, again, she's an independent third-party witness.
Right.
She testified that she was Dr. Finke's receptionist and expecting Cardi for a secret appointment. As a receptionist, she was near the front door. That's why she got out first before Dr. Finke, whose office was in the back. She testified it was a Saturday and all the other offices in the building were closed. And they closed early because, quote, they didn't want anyone there when Cardi arrived. When Ms. Malcolm, she testified that when she heard yelling, she immediately ran out. She's near the door. There's nothing she really could have missed once the yelling started. Right. The defense counsel has argued that, again, that she wasn't there in the beginning, but we know from her testimony that she was near.
Even defense counsel said defense counsel. Plaintiff's counsel. Even defense counsel said defense counsel. That's funny. I've done it a couple times this trial. Well, in the last 2 days that we've covered this trial. But yeah, plaintiff's counsel.
The door, immediately ran out when she heard yelling. Now, we have a visual rendering based on plaintiff's own photograph of the hallway outside the doctor's office.
Ooh,
and
a rendering.
Based on the testimony and Cardi of Ms. Malcolm. This shows how far. You see the elevator bank, and you see the doors that are depicted in the photograph that plaintiff showed you, plaintiff's counsel showed you. And where did they end up? They ended up in that corner. That's how far this demonstrates, based on the testimony and evidence in this case, how far plaintiff forced Cardi B backwards and into the corner that Tierra Malcolm saw her when Tierra opened the door into the hallway. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified that when she opened the door, she saw that plaintiff had Cardi against the corner. Ms. Malcolm testified that she said, "What are you doing? You're at work. Go back to your post." And that the plaintiff just refused. She was going after Cardi. She was yelling, screaming. Ms. Malcolm testified that she got between them, with Cardi behind her and with Ms. Malcolm facing plaintiff. The evidence is that at that point, Ms. Malcolm testified that plaintiff was swinging at Cardi, who was behind Ms. Malcolm. That's what she testified to. Now, Ms. Malcolm didn't realize at first that she was hit. She went after
she was in the moment.
Finke came out and tried to deal with plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm took Cardi into the office, and someone else at the office, this is what she testified, what Ms. Malcolm testified to, someone else at the office said, "What happened to your head?" That's when she found out. In all the brouhaha, she did not realize with Cardi behind her
ruckus
and plaintiff in front of her swinging away, Ms. Malcolm did not realize that she had been hit. Now, counsel told you in his opening statement that Ms. Malcolm didn't know she was hit. She knew she was hit. She went back to the office and she saw the scratch on her own head. Counsel has argued
Your
that...
Honor, I would object to him referring to counsel. We can talk about facts about counsel.
Plaintiff's counsel has argued to you that the
court overruled.
That Ms. Malcolm didn't know who hit her.
At least he didn't say it was a, ballroom blitz. We're not there.
And he dwelled on that a lot in his
Brouhaha, yes.
cross-examination of Ms. Malcolm. And with all the things flying, with all of plaintiff's hands flying
With
in the
all
air,
the things flying.
what Ms. Malcolm explained is her back was to Cardi. Ms. Malcolm specifically testified she did not see Cardi's hands go in front of her, go by Ms. Malcolm's head. But she did see plaintiff flailing away trying to get to Cardi. That's why she concludes that it was plaintiff who hit her. And it only makes sense. Cardi was behind Ms. Malcolm, and Ms. Malcolm was hit in the forehead, face to face with plaintiff. Again, I apologize for the language, but it's important that you hear this. Ms. Malcolm also heard plaintiff.
Stop apologizing for the language. It just is what it is. No one is going to be that deeply offended. It is what it is.
Was almost double the size of Cardi, expressly threatened in no uncertain terms to harm Cardi. Quote, I will F your shit up. That's what Tierra Malcolm testified.
Alan Jackson would never. Alan Jackson would say, ladies and gentlemen, this plaintiff, this security guard, told Cardi B, I will fuck your shit up. Come on, counsel. Stop tiptoeing around the cursey words. Just let it happen. Also, to the camera guy, we're not going to get any expression from the back of plaintiff's head.
She heard plaintiff threaten Cardi. That's an express threat. If anyone was being assaulted by threats of immediate offensive contact, it was Cardi who was being assaulted by plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm testified
Chat, you're correct. You're correct. Alan Jackson, I probably would have done the same thing too, would have started closing with, I will fuck your shit up. That's what this plaintiff said to Cardi B. Who assaulted who? Because it certainly wasn't the plaintiff that was assaulted. She was going to fuck Cardi B's shit up. And Cardi B was vulnerable, pregnant, and being filmed. And then she was backed into a corner to the point where the staff from the medical office had to come out and interject. It's offensive that you're sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, that you had to take time out of your work. And thank you for doing that. This jury system does not work without you. Thank you for being here. But it's offensive that you have to sit here day after day and listen to this. This plaintiff chose to sue Cardi B after saying, I will fuck your shit up. She's the one who scratched the receptionist. She didn't get scratched. And yet here you are, day after day after day, to listen to what? Her mom and her grandma were lovely, but they didn't see what happened. The plastic surgeon who owns the surgical center gave her 3 minutes of microneedling under anesthesia, apparently, in his own surgical center. Why in the world would he do that? Well, let's count the dollars. The ways. And you heard Cardi B, in her own words, tell you that she was vulnerable and afraid. She's the one that was harmed here, not the plaintiff. So let's talk about the facts. And then you go from there. You just lean into it. Cardi B told you that this woman had the audacity to sue her for $24 million. Are we serious right now? Courtrooms are for people who have been really harmed, who have suffered injustice, who can't have the things done to them righted. But that's not this case. And that's not this plaintiff. Not by this defendant. Cardi B didn't do anything to this plaintiff. And we're going to talk about the evidence and we're going to talk about the witnesses. But at the end of this, I'm going to ask you to award this plaintiff nothing, because that is the only just result in this case. So let's talk about the witnesses. Lean into the F words, counsel. Just lean in. Anyway, let's continue on with this closing argument, because we didn't lean into the fuck words enough, I don't think.
Cardi was behind her, and Ms. Malcolm was face to face with plaintiff. Ms. Malcolm did not see any scratches or cuts on plaintiff's face, any blood on plaintiff's face, any injury at all on plaintiff's face, or any spit or spittle on plaintiff's face. Ms. Malcolm also testified that Dr. Finke came out of the office into the hallway and tried to get plaintiff to stop and leave. Ms. Malcolm then got Cardi into the doctor's office. She testified that throughout this, plaintiff had her phone in her hand. I want to repeat that, since she testified here that she was using earphones. We've got another witness who says plaintiff was...
Come on, counsel, use props. She had her phone in her hand. And then she had her phone by her ear. And then she was holding it like this, because what was she doing? Come on. Oh my God, it's Cardi B. It's exactly what she was doing. Come on, counsel. This could be way more fun. Beauty from Ashes said standing ovation. We weren't even done yet. I did have one jury clap for one of my closing arguments. The entire jury clap, they got admonished. They got admonished by the court that they weren't allowed to clap for closings. But yeah, that happened. Let's continue.
Standing there, flailing away with her phone in her hand. Now, Ms. Malcolm also testified, and I know this gets a little bit repetitive, but it's important you remember this testimony and you take it into account when you
counsel be interesting, and they won't care if it's repetitive.
That Cardi did not hit plaintiff. That Cardi did not cut plaintiff with her fingernails. That Cardi did not use the N-word. Cardi and Ms. Malcolm testified with Cardi behind her, almost touching her back. She did not see or feel Cardi swing at plaintiff. They didn't touch each other, although counsel asked what about chest to chest, and Ms. Malcolm testified, which seems truthfully, when plaintiff had Cardi in a corner, Malcolm could not tell if their chests were touching. That's because she's behind them. She's coming out of the office door. Ms. Malcolm also testified that a few months later, plaintiff asked Ms. Malcolm to help her go after Cardi. Now, if you remember, counsel for plaintiff elicited testimony from plaintiff that she never really intended to sue Cardi. She never intended to go after Cardi. But that's not what Ms. Malcolm says. Plaintiff was trying to elicit witnesses to support a claim against Cardi. And Ms. Malcolm said, thank you, but no thank you. And she did that because she felt that plaintiff was at fault and, quote, she handled everything unprofessionally, close quote. Now, we also called Dr. Finke. He, too, was there the day of the incident, and he, too, has no axe to grind. He is not her regular doctor and never has been. He saw her that one occasion on February 24, 2018, when Cardi was here for work.
I like
for
this
the
point.
All-Star weekend, and was concerned. She was pregnant. She wanted to see an obstetrician.
Yeah, fair.
And an appointment was made. He is a completely disinterested third-party witness with no axe to grind. Now, Dr. Finke, like Cardi and like Tierra Malcolm, testified that plaintiff, well, first of all, he testified his office was at the back of the suite. He heard yelling, and he immediately ran to the front. Okay, so he gets there very quickly, too. And he just has a little more distance to cover. And he testified, like Cardi and like Ms. Malcolm, that plaintiff had her cell phone in her hand. He saw her trying...
Oh, Cardi's definitely tired, y'all. But again, pregnant, in court, under the lights, and listening to closings. I don't blame her.
He saw plaintiff trying to hit Cardi. He saw poor Ms. Malcolm in the middle. And by the way, do you remember in the
We got to Malcolm in the middle. I don't know how long. I don't know why it took us so long to get to Miss Malcolm in the middle, but it took us so long to get there.
Opening counsel for plaintiff said, "Well, Ms. Malcolm threw herself into the fight. If she gets hit, she gets hit. That's what happens when you try to help." I mean, really? I mean, she's a doctor's receptionist. She sees a patient coming there for a secret appointment, a pregnant patient. She tries to stop a security guard who's got the patient cornered in the hallway. And that's like, she asked for it? Is that really the answer? Dr. Finke also testified that...
I'm glad he pointed that out. He is making counsel eat some of those arguments, as he should. Counsel's demeanor is more restrained, which is his demeanor. It's appropriate, but I'm glad he's bringing it up. It's like, come on, this is wild. But it's really what counsel argued. And I appreciate that he's pointing out the ridiculousness of counsel's argument.
Ms. Ellis had scratched, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff had scratched Malcolm's head. If you remember, the evidence is that Tierra Malcolm did not realize she was scratched until someone else in the office, the doctor's office, pointed it out. And also that Dr. Finke, once he got plaintiff to leave, which he refused to do, that he went back into the office. So he had a chance to see her at that point. That supports his testimony that he saw the scratch on Malcolm, not on plaintiff. Dr. Finke also testified that he told plaintiff, do your job, you're a security guard. But plaintiff kept yelling and she refused to leave. Kept yelling at them, kept yelling at Cardi. Now, while Dr. Finke tried to get plaintiff to leave, he was face to face with her. He testified they were within a foot of each other. And he testified he saw no cuts or scratches to plaintiff's face. He saw no blood on her face. Despite the fact that he testified that a cut on one's face bleeds more than a cut on any part of the body. This woman claims that she was cut in that encounter, but no one has testified that she had blood in her face. In fact, she testified she doesn't know if she had blood in her face from a scratch that supposedly ruined her life. He also testified that he saw no spit or spittle on her. He also heard, he was there when plaintiff expressly threatened harm to Cardi by saying, I will F your S up. Now, Finke testified that Cardi did not spit on plaintiff or anyone else.
Counsel, just say it.
Did not take a swing at plaintiff, did not hit plaintiff, did not cut or scratch plaintiff, did not threaten to get plaintiff fired, did not use the N-word, and did not call plaintiff fat or poor. Dr. Finke also testified that once Cardi was safe in his office, he examined her in an examining room, and she did not have 3-inch fingernails. Now, in an interesting term, that was a surprise to me as well. He said he actually notices his patient's fingernails because it's a way of calming them down. It's a way of lightening the mood in the examination. So he's seen a lot of fingernails. And he looked at hers, and hers were not 3 inches.
Right.
There were allegations, and you've heard little bits of it, that Cardi supposedly got plaintiff fired. Actually, Dr. Finke said it was him. He told
there wasn't really an insinuation of that, but Dr. Finke was like, no, this is unacceptable. Fair.
This administrator, his practice administrator, that this was outrageous, and based on the conduct he saw, plaintiff had to go. Cardi did not make a complaint. Cardi is not the reason that plaintiff got fired. Plaintiff is the reason that plaintiff got fired.
I mean, that claim got dropped, counsel,
also included
but
plaintiff's February 24, 2018.
We're all of you who are just popping in for replay crew who are like, we're still live. I know, we're powering on through. We're almost there. We're invested and we're almost done.
Incident report. Plaintiff was asked in discovery, and we read
it is
some of that
late,
to you,
though.
which are formal written requests for documents or information, sworn under oath by plaintiff in this case. We asked for documents relating to the incident, emails relating to the incident. She never produced her incident report. We had to subpoena it from Ally. That's how we got it. We didn't get it from her. She claimed it didn't exist. Once again, common sense. There's something wrong there. We had to serve a subpoena on Ally, who produced a copy of the incident report, and we relied on that incident report because of plaintiff's inconsistencies and admissions. Now, it contains a lot of her accusations, and we believe the evidence is clear that they are false, but it also includes some interesting statements by plaintiff. And this is 2 days after the February 24, 2018 incident. Plaintiff, who testified, if you remember, that incident reports are very important. And she testified, and in the incident report, she told her supervisor...
Yeah, counsel, they're with you.
...that Cardi had scratched plaintiff's nose. Not cheek, nose. 2 days after the incident, when she's blaming all of this on Cardi, which I think it's safe to assume that she was improperly doing so, given all the evidence we've heard. Plaintiff told her supervisor 2 days later, Cardi, with 3-inch nails, the evidence is against that as well, scratched plaintiff's nose. Nothing about a cheek. And again, a nose is not a cheek. They're different.
Shocking.
This raises 2 points, really. Plaintiff's first statement that Cardi scratched her nose is directly contrary to plaintiff's sworn testimony here.
Counsel, you've well made your point. You have.
That Cardi scratched her cheek. Okay. So if we accept that, then the statement that she put in her report is clearly false.
And she didn't
Because
include
she's now
pictures.
saying, and she's been saying for a couple of years, no, it wasn't my nose, it was my...
Great use of exhibity and demonstrative in closing. They pulled up the incident report email and then they highlighted the point that they're talking about. It's perfect.
my cheek. Second, plaintiff admits that her nose was not scratched. So this is a very important document because it confirms that she...
I'm going to move me out of the way real quick, but it does say, in fact, my screen is just covering it, but it says that at this time, she continued to yell at me and point her 3-inch acrylic fingernails into my face, scratching my nose. I advised Cardi B that she needed to get her finger out of my face because I had not did anything to her. That is what is highlighted.
She made false statements about the incident. At a minimum, she made the false statement that Cardi had scratched her nose. This statement, this incident report that she said is very important, also apologized.
It's interesting because if you read what this says on the screen, and we didn't get to read the whole thing, the email says, I greeted the rapper by saying, oh my gosh, hi, Cardi B, in which she something responded, hi, and walked past me. Right.
To Ally and the building owner, quote, for behaving the way I did. Okay? Why would she apologize?
The highlight now says, this situation has left me emotionally traumatized. I apologize to Douglas Emmett and Allied Universal for behaving the way I did. It will never happen again. And I have learned so much from this unfortunate, I don't know what it says next. 2 pages of the email.
To them if she was attacked. Why is it something that she would apologize for? Again, common sense. She was apologizing because of the way she was behaving. She's apologizing to them for her professional misconduct. She's apologizing to them for attacking a medical patient who's trying to go in for a medical exam. Can I have a little bit of extra time since counsel got extra time?
I don't know that you did, but please try to wrap up.
Okay.
Counsel, you can wrap it up in 10 minutes. We're there.
I'm going to do this a little bit faster, and I apologize. We also called Nicole McKenzie. Nicole McKenzie is an interesting person because she's a psychologist, a workers' comp psychologist, and plaintiff called her too. It's baffling why he did, because all of her testimony only helped Cardi. First of all, no one called Dr. McKenzie as a psych witness. There were no psych witness questions. We called her because what plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie in April of 2018, just 2 months later, is directly contrary to what she's been saying. Ms. McKinnon testified that let me rephrase this because I'm trying to cut some of this out. Ms. McKenzie, who you may remember, testified in this case that everything that she was saying was what plaintiff had told her. And she testified that when Dr. McKenzie did the evaluation, plaintiff made no mention of being scratched, cut, or even touched by Cardi. She actually said Cardi, quote, almost, close quote, touched her.
Yeah.
Almost is not touching. Plaintiff has offered no explanation as to why she told Dr. McKenzie Cardi almost touched her. Ms. McKenzie also testified that in doing her evaluation, she would note any physical symptoms. And she confirmed that plaintiff identified no physical symptoms 2 months after she supposedly got cut in this incident. In response to one or more of the jurors' questions, the judge elicited the response from Dr. McKenzie that it was her standard practice that even if someone came to her just for a psychological examination, that she would also note any physical symptoms that were reported, and also that if she saw the patient and saw, if they've got a cut or a scrape or a bruise or whatever, she'd note that as well in the report, and none of that was noted because none of it existed. We also asked plaintiff about her Kaiser medical records. At this point, I'll just mention that she testified and admitted that out of 161 pages of medical records over 2 years, there was no mention of any cuts, scratches, anxiety, PTSD, or anything else.
That's pretty strong evidence.
We called Dr. Rosenberg.
Counsel, I know you're trying to speed up, but I'm putting it at 1.5 so we can get through this. We're tired. But, yeah. Okay. It's strong evidence. He could have synthesized
who is a lifetime board-certified medical doctor who specializes in psychiatry. He has impeccable credentials and decades of experience.
He does. He was great.
He, by the way, does not work on a lean basis. He does not work.
Great.
He does not work on a lean basis, so he doesn't have the same incentive that Dr. Mulligan has to spin his story. Dr. Rosenberg wasn't asked.
Dr. Rosenberg was great.
To diagnose any psychiatric conditions that plaintiff has. So in this report, he specifically said no diagnosis. But he did come to conclusions, okay, which is different than a diagnosis. And what he did was he had a 6-hour recorded interview of her, and he had her take a gold standard test of 335 questions. And what he learned from the test was that she claimed symptoms, different symptoms, and so many
extraordinary.
Symptoms, only 2 out of 1 billion people in the world have those symptoms. He also testified.
Only 2 out of 1 billion would have those symptoms. And he said, and those 2 would be hospitalized. It was so bad.
That there were inconsistencies with her story. We talked about the McKenzie.
It was so bad.
Analysis, in fact, that the plaintiff didn't mention any problems or physical injuries to Dr. McKenzie. We've talked about the initial incident report, which says a scratch on the nose, but not a scratch on the So with all these different inconsistencies, that went into his analysis as well. Now, he also considered that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Counsel, no. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. Defense attorneys being like, well, counsel for some reason is focusing on vaginal discharge for whatever reason. He did. He said it went 3 or 4 times during his closing argument. The chat's like, Emily, don't back up. Yep, we're backing up. Yep. Was it actually a wait? No, Emily, stop it. Stop it. Grab a bucket and a mop. All right, let's continue.
Consider that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut or scrape. But that's not what Dr. Rosenberg testified to. He testified that in April 2022, plaintiff went into Kaiser for a complete history and physical, and plaintiff specifically, in questioning, denied any kind of mental health issues, including anxiety or sleep problems. In April 2023, she went in again, and for hand pain that time, and she was specifically asked.
Even the court is yawning. This is all regarding the expert testimony about what was in the medical records or not in the medical records. That's why this is coming up for those of you that are like, what the fuck is happening? Yeah,
Dr. Rosenberg said that's what Kaiser does.
Literal
They
WAP.
ask you about everything, just noted in the records. And she was asked, but again, reported no emotional problems and did not request mental health assistance. I should also mention this claim about PTSD. Dr. Rosenberg testified that you can't, quote unquote, an argument or an unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. The claim of PTSD is frankly an offense to those people who actually have it. She had a 45-second argument. She was fired. That is not what gives you post-traumatic stress syndrome. And we know that because we've heard it from a licensed psychiatrist who did all those tests and interviewed her for 6 hours. I should mention that Dr. Mulligan is a...
We've heard enough about Dr. Mulligan. We're over Dr. Mulligan. We know, just let them have the verdict forms.
Plastic surgeon. He's not a psychiatrist. So Dr. Mulligan couldn't and didn't rebut Dr. Rosenberg's conclusion that plaintiff is feigning. Counsel said, well, why didn't the defendants call a plastic surgeon expert? Because we don't see a scar. To call someone to say, can you examine this person? Do they have a scar? You can look at the photograph. Why would we call a plastic surgeon? Conversely, though, they want to prove...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, look at the photo yourself. Common sense.
Plaintiff had psychological injuries. Why didn't they call a psychiatrist? Let's talk a little bit about plaintiff's shifting stories. First of all,
you should have led with the shifting stories. We've gotten there.
Plaintiff alleges that Cardi spit on her. It's a disgusting allegation, of course, and I hate to even mention it. And everyone else says it didn't happen. But for her part, plaintiff...
The vaginal discharge you're fine with. The spitting, though, that is over the top.
Also hasn't gotten her story straight. if you remember, last Monday she testified in her February 26, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff told her supervisor that Cardi spit on her before people came out of the doctor's office. But at her deposition, plaintiff testified that Cardi spit on her after they came out. She can't get her story straight. That's that simple. Counsel has referred to spittle. And so what he's basically backed off of is initially it was terrible spitting at her client. Now it's, well, maybe it was an accidental spittle. Say it, don't spray it kind of thing from junior high school. There's no evidence that happened, but it's also not an assault. It's also, when you look at the jury instructions, you'll
say it, don't spray it. Okay.
see that assault requires intentional conduct,
It's all very
intentional
wet.
battery. Accidentally, spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault, and there's no evidence that it even happened. Plaintiff also is strikingly inconsistent regarding her claim that Cardi touched her. We'll go through this quickly. We talked about him in the February 26, 2018 incident report. Supposedly Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. In April of 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie that Cardi almost touched her. In sworn responses and discovery in this case, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi viciously beat plaintiff about the head, face, and body. You haven't heard that, in this trial. No one said that occurred. In her deposition, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi struck her on her nose and cheek, and plaintiff acted out Cardi jabbing plaintiff's face with an outstretched index finger, which is directly contrary to, and you saw that.
They have put up a roadmap of inconsistencies, if you will. It is a panoply of inconsistencies, so the jury can see it. The jury knows. This has been a pretty short case. The witness testimony has been clear. We can stop talking about fluids and give them the verdict forms.
Videotape of that. It's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulligan testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're just going about over an hour now.
What's your objection?
That we agreed to 1 hour.
Okay, counsel, what's your rebuttal?
I didn't hear what counsel said. I'm going to slow this down real quick because I'm curious about the objection because now I'm way too invested.
Contrary to, and you saw that videotape of that. It's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulligan testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're just going about over an hour now.
What's your objection?
Oh, the objection's that he's gone over an hour. Objection, he's used too much more time. It's not fair, Your Honor. We only had an hour. I spent half of it walking around the courtroom and looking for my papers, but he's had more time.
We agreed to 1 hour.
Okay, counsel, what's your rebuttal?
Can we have 3 minutes? Okay.
I also don't think counsel needs 3 more minutes, but you can't just wrap it up in the middle. Oh, of course, plaintiff's counsel is watching the clock. I had different thoughts about what to cover for next week, but I want to pull the documents on the OSCs and on plaintiff's counsel. That might get added to the docket for next week. We might just have to continue. We might just have to continue here for a moment, because I want to know more about the case in front of Judge Rakana that got mistried because counsel got into a physical fight with opposing counsel. I want to know way more about that. We didn't have time today. So next stream, that's what we're going to have to do, because I'm now invested.
But I've got to go. Ultimately, this case comes down to what happened in a minute in a medical building hallway. And to believe plaintiff, you would have to disbelieve Cardi, you would have to disbelieve Ms. Malcolm, you would have to disbelieve
That's a good way to wrap it up.
Dr. Finke, and you would have to ignore all of plaintiff's contradictory statements, including
That's a good way to wrap it up.
cell phone, whether she had an earpiece, all that stuff.
Good wrap up,
This
counsel.
is not a difficult case. It is not a close case. Plaintiff has the burden of proof, and the evidence is overwhelming in Cardi's favor. Plaintiff has not met her burden of proof. And plaintiff's demand for whether it's the $24 million that was testified to at trial or the $250,000 plus that you heard today makes no sense. She suffered no injury. Cardi did not do anything wrong except try to protect her baby and get to a doctor. The court will provide you with a verdict form, and we urge you that the evidence and common sense.
This is one of my biggest pet peeves in life, and I have not pet peeved at this attorney very much at all. The other attorneys caught all of the smoke this case. But when you are asking the jury to do something, when you are asking anyone to do anything in life, look at them. Look at the jury. When it comes to, ladies and gentlemen, we are asking you to give this plaintiff exactly what she deserves. And that's nothing. Look at them. Don't look down at your paper. The court gave you a minute. Take a breath, look at the jury, and ask for what you want. It was a good, I appreciated the way he went through. You would have to disregard all of this. But Look at the jury and ask. It is one of my pet peeves. I hate it when I see attorneys do it. You get wrapped up in what you're doing in the moment. You know what you're asking them for. Look up from your papers and ask. Because if you can't look the jury in their faces when you're asking for something, why should they give it to you? Look at them and ask. Especially when you're right. Like, he's 100% right. Look at them.
Require that you answer questions 1 to 2 is no. That will skip you over to section B. We ask that you answer question 5 no. That will skip you over to section C. We ask that you answer question 8 no, which will skip you to section D. We ask that you answer question 12 no, which is then the end of the verdict, and you can have the foreperson sign it. I also want to note that for each of these questions, as the judge previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different...
This is a very fair point, because civil doesn't have to be unanimous this way. So I appreciate that he's explaining this to them. It's needed.
Previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different group of 9 people on another. And we ultimately, we thank you for your time,
there you go.
Consideration.
Good.
And,
just look at them.
You know how we wish you rolled, so thank you.
All right.
Good. Just look at them. Unfortunately, now plaintiff's counsel gets to go again.
And folks, as we indicated, plaintiff gets the first and last word, so time for a rebuttal case for plaintiff.
Yes, thank you.
Plaintiff's rebuttal. Plaintiff's rebuttal. Oh, I went too fast. Okay. I was just trying to zoom to his rebuttal, and I went too far. All right.
Spit on her, which isn't.
I mean, at least he's looking at them. All right.
So this is the end of the road now. Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming.
This is way too many. This is way too much closing for this case on everybody.
Coming back. So this is the end of the road now. I said a lot of things this morning, and I basically don't want to repeat all.
You did say a lot of things. Just repeat the true parts.
All of it. The main point that I want to highlight.
I'm going to put him back at 1.5. He's at 1.25, and he sounds like he's at regular speed. It's just way too slow.
Which what counsel has brought up is the incident report. In the incident report, Ms. Emani Ellis tells her supervisor that the defendant put her fingernail into her face. You will see that. Into her face.
Not into her face, in her face. Not into.
And scratch her nose. She caused damage to her face. It was a physical contact. As far as the spitting, I never brought up the word spittle. I don't know what that exactly means, but in either event, Emani Ellis, who was there, who was a witness to this incident, testified that the defendant spit on her, actually spit on her, which is an assault and a battery. Everybody gets an attorney. Everyone gets to have an attorney. Even Cardi B gets to have an attorney. All of this.
The fuck does that even mean? Even Cardi B gets to have an attorney. Cardi B would be a better attorney for plaintiff at this moment.
Comments and all of these things are smoke and mirrors to hide up the truth. Bottom line is, Miss Emani Ellis, who was there, testified multiple times. She never did anything wrong in her life.
Her medical records say she has overwhelming feelings of guilt. But go off, I guess.
She was a model citizen, a good person. And she basically was doing her job as a security guard, and the defendant refused to cooperate, caused a disturbance, physically assaulted and battered her, spit on her, took a swing at her, and ultimately a couple of witnesses came after the fact, and they were not witnesses to the entire incident. The entire incident really took place between Emani Ellis and Cardi B, and it really is going to come down to who do you believe? Who do you believe? Are you going to believe Emani Ellis, who was a security guard, who did her job, who was there, who never had any problems of any
former security guard. Former. Who are you going to believe? Emani Ellis, the security guard? Okay.
Or are you going to listen to somebody who's yelling and screaming, has anger management problems? Objection.
counsel. So inappropriate. Has anger management problems. Who are you going to believe? The security guard who's never done a wrong thing in her life, or the person yelling and screaming with anger management issues? That's not even what the evidence shows.
Got angry on that day. There's no question. She admitted it. She said she was angry. She got angry. She attacked the plaintiff. She spit on her. She used the N-word, disrespectful. She took a swing at her. She did everything possible to cause her so much emotional anguish and try to get a reaction out of her. I don't know how it was that Emani Ellis was able to contain herself. Maybe because she is so peaceful.
Counsel, were you in this trial? I don't know how she was able to control herself, but it's because she's so peaceful.
We heard lots and lots of testimony about how she was peaceful. The issue with Dr. Mulliken, at some point I did ask Dr. Mulliken.
Not on that day.
Could this cut have been done by someone who's left-handed or right-handed? At the end, he was very clear. You can ask the testimony to be read back to you. He said it could be done by either a right-handed person or a left-handed person, either one. And when we had
okay, counsel.
Cardi B on the stand, she said she was disabled because she was pregnant, but at the end of the day, she wasn't disabled with her hands, and you can cut someone with either hand, both hands. Go to the bench press, both hands. Anything can happen with both hands. This is not somebody who was taking a swing with a basket. In baseball, you must use the correct. No, this injury could happen with the right hand or left hand, and Dr. Melka clarified that and said it could happen with either hand. Again, the evidence that needs to be brought forth needs to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. We don't have to prove 100%. We have to prove featherweight more than 50%. In this case, we have given you so much.
We've given you so much evidence. The lies. We just have to prove a smidge over 50%. We've given you so much evidence. No, you haven't.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Different evidence from different people, which was Emani Ellis, her grandmother, her mother, and all of the medical records. We have a plastic surgeon who came here and explained everything. You now have the case before you where you can now determine what you feel Emani Ellis should receive to make her whole. And counsel brought up some points to try to maybe muddy the waters in a sense and try to change what really happened here. At the end of the day, we have overwhelming evidence that Emani Ellis was assaulted and battered.
Excuse me, counsel, you're talking about yourself again.
And we thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Oh, thank fucking God. He's sitting down. He's sitting down.
That concludes the presentation of evidence and argument. You're now going to be shown to the jury room. We do have a hard stop at 4:30, and by no means would I suggest that you should try and...
This is Los Angeles. They do stop at 4:30. The clock on the stream shows that it is 2:44 p.m. when the jury goes out. But y'all know they come back with a verdict the same day. They get the case at 2:44 and come back with a verdict. So let's just fast forward to that, shall we? Let's just zoom to verdict time. So the jury's out for what? Let's see when they're coming back. Less than an hour? The jury's out for less than an hour. So let's see the jury coming back for verdict. I should swoop. We should swoop to verdict. Verdict time. Are we shocked that they came back in like an hour? Nope, no one is surprised. I'm going to put that at normal speed for the reading of the verdict. And we will just zoom. We're almost there.
Question first. So just in the
I tried so hard not to miss it and I missed it. All right, there we go.
presence of the jury, question for counsel, just in the interest of...
Jury is back. Verdict has been reached in like an hour.
Saving the time to read the verdict, can the clerk only read the call to the question, for example, for number 1?
He's going to try to truncate the verdict forms.
Did plaintiff Emani Ellis prove all the following elements of battery, and then yes or no, rather than reading the entirety?
That's fine with us, Your Honor.
I would like the entirety of the verdict.
Did you see the court's face? I would like the entirety read, and the court goes, okay.
Any particular reason? It's not going to change the answer.
Well, I feel like the verdict form was
You'll get the verdict form at the end.
not the verdict form.
Ways to continue to piss off the court. It's not going to change the answer. The jury is coming in. The court asked counsel to allow him to read a shortened version of the verdict form. And he was like, no.
An alternate, and who is the foreperson? Do we have a foreperson, number 3? And have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
Can you hand the verdict to the clerk, please?
All right, I'm going to fast forward while they're handing the verdict to the clerk. The court's going to review the verdict. Hold on. There we are.
1 through 50. And
The clerk is going to read the verdict.
All right, can the clerk please read the verdict?
Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Los Angeles. Emani Ellis, plaintiff, versus Vocales Marlenes Almanzar. Cardi B, does 1 through 50, inclusive defendant. Case number 20 STCV 07031. Verdict. We, the jury, in the above entitled case, answer the questions submitted to us as follows. Section A, assault and battery. Question 1. Did plaintiff Emani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? 1. Defendant Vocales Marlenes Almanzar, Ms. Almanzar, touched Ms. Ellis in the intent to harm or offend Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis did not consent to being touched. Number 3,
This is what they were trying to
harmed
truncate.
or offended by Ms. Almanzar's conduct. And 4, a reasonable person in Ms. Ellis' situation would have been offended by the touching. Answer, no. Question 2, did Ms. Ellis...
Right. So Cardi B wins. They tried to truncate that, and plaintiff's counsel was like, no. Right. The answer is no. Was there assault and battery? No.
prove all of the following elements of assault? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Ms. Ellis. Number 2, Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner. Number 3, Ms. Ellis did not consent to Ms. Almanzar's conduct. Number 4, Ms. Ellis was harmed.
They should have let them truncate this.
Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no.
Nope.
Cardi B is not liable.
Section B, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Question 5. Did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? 1. Ms. Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. 2. Ms. Almanzar intended to cause Ms. Ellis emotional distress. Number 3, Ms. Ellis suffered severe emotional distress. And number 4, Ms. Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. Answer, no.
Are we done?
Nope.
Section C,
Nope, not done yet.
and contributory negligence. Number 8,
Negligence and contributory negligence.
Elements of negligence. Number 1, Ms. Almanzar was negligent. Number 2, Ms. Almanzar's negligence caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress. And 3, Ms. Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no.
Nope.
Cardi B won on all counts.
Section D, punitive damages. Question 12.
There's
If you
not.
answer question 4 and
There's not going to be punitive damages because they didn't find any liability, but they're reading it anyway.
7, answer no. Signed this date, September 2nd, 2025, by foreperson George Uloa, number 3.
Good job, jury.
Pull the jury? All right, let me ask.
Do you wish to poll the jury? Cardi B's lawyer, no, Your Honor. Plaintiff's lawyer, yes, Your Honor. Poll the jury.
The foreman, was it unanimous as to all the questions?
Yes.
All right, so the question that the clerk is going to be asking is,
It was a unanimous verdict. It didn't have to be at civil, but it was a unanimous verdict.
was it unanimous as to all questions?
Question 1.
Or just all questions?
As to all questions?
Was it
Yes.
unanimous?
Was it unanimous?
Yes.
And go through each of the jurors. Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous, juror number 1? Yes. Number 2? Yes. Number 3?
Yes.
Number 4? Yes. Number 5?
Yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Number 7?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Number 9?
Yes.
Number 10? Yes. 11?
If you guys aren't watching and listening in the background, come on back real quick where they're polling the jury and Cardi B just throws it up. She's just so cute.
Number 4? Yes. Number
That's
5?
cute.
Yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Number 7?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Number 9?
Yes.
Number 10? Yes. 11?
Yes.
And 12?
Yes.
All right, sounds like it was a unanimous verdict as to all questions.
It's really unanimous.
Can the clerk please record the verdict?
Big unanimous.
Has been recorded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and dedication to this case. I know that you've paid a great deal of attention throughout the matter, which was especially evidenced by the questions that you did submit. I want to thank you for that.
This jury asked incredible questions. They also clocked this case. They deliberated for less than an hour and filled out a quite extensive verdict form. Yeah.
That time and attention on behalf of myself, the parties, the court system, as well as the people of California. As I indicated before, this.
How the fuck does it take till the judge is saying goodbye for the sound to get decent? What happened? Seriously.
The system does not work unless people like you are able and willing to serve. And so I want to thank you once again. Throughout the trial, I have admonished you that you could not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. And at this point in time, I am relieving you from the admonition.
Right, you can talk if you want to.
Speak with anyone about the case from this time forward. I suspect that there's going to be not only the parties that will want to speak with you, but I suspect also the members of the
good
press
point.
are going to want to speak with you. And so I'm
Great
going to tell
point.
you this. I'm telling the members of the media this. And I'm telling the parties and their assistants that it's up to you whether or not you want to speak with anyone. If you don't want to speak with anyone, then you can just head right out the double doors, out the elevators.
And just
if there's
leave.
press outside that want to speak with you, you
walk
can
on
just
by.
walk past them. Don't let them stop you. If you do want to speak with them, then go ahead and you can wait outside the double doors.
If you want to.
We're not going to be speaking with anyone in the courtroom. And if you do speak with someone, please be respectful of the views of any of your other jurors in terms of the
Share about you, but
deliberations.
not about them.
You can speak with respect to your point of view and how you saw the case. And the other admonition or the other issue with respect to speaking with people is that it's got to be at a reasonable time and place. And so if people start bothering you, or if people reach out to you that's inconvenient for you and they continue to do so, let me know and I'll take care of it, okay? All right. With that, once again, I want to thank you. You are now dismissed.
All right, the jurors are dismissed.
Leave your...
I have no idea if any of the jurors spoke. This court feed is over. This trial is over, but we are not done. So if any of the jurors spoke, we will cover it next week. There is a brief press conference, and we are at almost 9 hours of streaming. There is a brief press conference we will look at, but that means I'm not going to be able to get to questions. We'll be okay. Next week, I am going to pull some more articles and documents about the case that ended in a mistrial because plaintiff's counsel physically assaulted his opposing counsel in another case. And then we're going to take a look at any of the documents in this case about the order to show cause. The order to show cause hearing, the first one is set for this month. So there is an OSC set for later this month on this case. We're not doing that today. We're going to do that next week. So if the jurors speak, we'll do it next week. We are going to look at Cardi B talking about this case, and then we're going to look at plaintiff's counsel. We'll do just a day of lawyers behaving badly, and we'll talk about this, and then we'll talk about one of the other cases with sanctions that I want to talk about. We'll do that next week. Next week is also my kiddos' fall break, so I'll have a little bit of a lighter stream week to spend some time with the family. It is needed. So we'll do that too. I didn't expect to be out sick, so we'll do that. But here we are. Let's go real quick to that press conference. Thank you to Miguelina and the mods for pulling that. You guys are the best. Let me just grab this real quick, and we will take a look at the post-court press conferences. When I say quick, I really do hope that I mean quick. I think I mean quick. I'm optimistic that quick can happen, but I have time blindness, so one never knows. One never knows. So we're going to go to outside of court after the verdict and take a look at this. I don't think it's that long, so fingers crossed, and we'll see.
So first,
oh, hold on. Let me put this up on the screen. There we go. Outside of court after the verdict. Yay.
First, I want to thank my lawyers. I want to thank the jurors.
You should definitely thank your lawyers. Opposing counsel was kind of the worst.
I want to thank the judge, and I want to thank the respectful press. I really, really appreciate that. And I want to thank everybody at home supporting me. I know you guys having a little key with the moment, but to be honest with you, I have missed my kids' first day of school today. I missed my kids' last week of school yesterday because of this.
That sucks.
And I'm not even playing around. I will, even if I'm in my deathbed, I swear to God, I will say it in my deathbed. I did not touch that woman. I did not touch that girl. I didn't lay my hands on that girl. And with that being said, this time around, I'm going to be nice. The next person that try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue. And I'm going to make you.
She's like, you want to come for my bag? I'm coming for yours. That's fair. She's like, I let it go. But you want to try this shit with me again? Let's fucking go. Good for you.
Pay. Because
it's not okay.
Be nice. The next person that try to do a frivolous lawsuit against me, I'm going to countersue. And I'm going to make you pay. Because this is not okay. I think people have like this misinterpretations of celebrities, like it's like, oh, well, we could ask for this and they're gonna settle. You don't work at home, and you don't work all day, and you don't work for your money to give out your money. Mm-hmm. So don't ever think that I'm just gonna give you my money that I work hard for. I don't lay in bed all day. I work all day, and I work hard for my money, for my kids, and for people I take care of. So don't you ever think that.
She's like, don't you come for me to try to get a payday. I'm not doing it. Good for you. She works hard for the money. So hard for it, honey. Yeah, it's your money. People shouldn't just come ask for it for no fucking reason. Get it?
You're gonna sue me and I'm just gonna settle and just give me my money. It's not gonna happen. I do also want fans at home, though, not to find their social media, her family's social media, her social media, and bother her. I hope that this is something that I leave.
Good for you. She just gracious and firm. It's an appropriate boundary. It's an appropriate boundary. I am not your bank account.
Behind that she leave behind. Don't go bother her. Don't be talking about her. Don't be talking about how she look. Don't call her no nasty names.
We're going to talk about her lawyer, though. We're not going to talk about her. We'll talk about her lawyer, though. Because you know what? Here's the thing. That was a rude pause. Here's the thing. A lawyer should have looked at this case and said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. I love her for saying, leave her alone. Just leave her alone. We're going to talk about her lawyer. But a lawyer should have looked at this case and said, no, ma'am, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. Lawyers should have looked at this case, looked at the facts of this case and said no. And they should have told the plaintiff no.
Let's just put this behind, but I'm giving a warning. I am not that celeb that you're gonna sue and you think it's gonna settle. I'm not gonna settle.
We know
Especially
this.
when I'm super completely innocent. I know I got a little reputation, but I swear to God I'm innocent. I swear to God, like this, like I'm really innocent for real. And I just want to say thank you, everybody.
She's like, look, if I'm going to drag somebody to hell, I'm going to drag them to hell. I was not dragging. I didn't do shit. She's like, look. I love it.
It's been really tough. It's been really long nights for me. I'm in the middle of album rollout, so it's been late nights.
Take the time to plug your album.
And early, 5:30 in the morning. I gotta get up 5:30 so I can look like this for y'all.
Facts. She's like, I'm fucking tired. I gotta look good for court.
Muchas gracias para toda mi gente latina que me están soportando y vinieron toda la mañana. Ustedes se ven bien, maquillada, pelo, cuerpo bonito y vinieron para acá para show me support. 5 días. Y los hombres también.
Una peluca diferente.
I'm telling you guys, when I say that my forehead is raw from changing all these wigs, raw.
I love her so much. She's just so great.
Raw. And yeah, thank you for the witnesses and thank you for everybody that just took their time to come on. No.
Cardi, they came back so quickly with this verdict. What does that say to you?
They came back so quickly with this verdict. What does it say to me? That they looked at Cardi and went, yep, for real.
It says that it's bull.
Accurate.
De que cualquier persona que te vuelva a hacer algo así, que demandar, vas a contrademandar.
Voy a contrademandar, tú a ver. Si me joden otra vez, lo voy a contrademandar.
Cardi, tell us your courtroom strategy. The internet has been on fire with people saying, keeping it classy, but also keeping it real.
I agree. She did keep it classy and keep it real. I agree.
You approach some of those questions and making sure that you are getting your point across?
By just telling the truth. It's really funny that people are just like, oh, she's amazing up there. And I'm like, I'm just saying the truth. I'm just telling everything as much as detailed as I can remember. I'm just telling the truth. To be honest with you, like, I didn't do nothing special.
Tus abogados hicieron
She's like, I just told the truth. That's fantastic.
un gran trabajo.
Sí.
Tus abogados hicieron un gran trabajo. ¿Cuál crees tú que fue la estrategia perfecta de ellos para contigo y ganar este caso?
Diciendo la verdad, siempre diciendo la verdad, tratando de tú sabes.
I'm surprised the closed captioning can't pick up Spanish. Just saying.
El tiempo, las horas, investigando, tiene que investigar.
Por eso tú decidiste irte a un tribunal, ¿verdad? Porque sabías que eras
Ay, tú piensas que es fácil darle a una gente tu dinero, que tú estás trabajando, una mierda.
Todos sabemos que era
I'm not giving that at all.
Ay, es fácil, yo pensé que yo
Oye, Cardi, ¿tus hijos cómo están?
They're good. I got 2 birthdays coming this week.
She's like, the kids are good. I got 2 birthdays coming this week. Just down to earth.
Un saludo al gordo y la flaca. You guys have amazing team.
Can we get a picture?
Okay, guys, I have to go.
She's so funny.
High five.
Emani, are you just...
Look what it looks like when somebody's filming. Look, as they pan by, you can see people filming.
Okay, guys, I have to go.
High five.
Right there. That's what it looks like when somebody's filming you. That's exactly what Cardi described. Cardi right now is in a public place, so fine. But that's exactly what that shit looks like. Uh-huh. I appreciate that they cut to the plaintiff's press conference. I'm curious to see what she has to say.
Are you disappointed with the verdict?
Of course.
Not at all.
Of course she's What do you mean not at all? What do you mean not? Well, I'm surprised by that. Okay.
Emani, are you disappointed with the verdict?
Not at all. I don't think that it reflects the truth, but I'm not disappointed.
Girl, what?
We know that the justice system is sometimes flawed, and unfortunately, that was the case for me. Like I said,
Ma'am, this is not the justice system being flawed. That's not, ma'am, that's not what this is. That's just, yeah, that's not what this is. The lawyers, damn it. The lawyers did not tell you the truth is the thing. The lawyers did not tell you the truth. The lawyers needed to tell you that this was not a winnable case. The flaw is your attorney. The jurors did their job.
Firm on my position. I still stand firm on my attorney. I think we fought a good fight, but like I said,
I want to talk to your attorney about fighting a good fight.
more importantly, it's about accountability. I had my day in court. I showed up. I held my head high, and I can walk away and say that I showed up, and she had to look me in the eye. I had to look her in the eye, and we did our best.
Are you sorry you brought the case in retrospect?
Are you sorry you brought the case in retrospect? That's a great question.
Not at all.
Is your bank account sorry that you brought the case?
I showed up, and she had to look me in the eye. I had to look her in the eye, and we did our best.
Are you sorry you brought the case in retrospect?
Not at all. Not at all.
She said that she would refuse to countersue in this case. She said that if anybody else, brings a case, this is her words, that's frivolous, she called it, she would be countersuing, not to basically mess with her again. What do you
Can
mean
you
with
ask?
that?
Wait, no. Can you ask Grandma if she really spoke to a juror? Grandma, did you speak to one of the alternates? Because the court had questions.
This is for me?
Yeah.
Well, my statement is, obviously, you never know what a jury's going to do. You could try a case.
Sir, anyone could have told you what this jury was going to do when you looked at all the facts in this case. Did you read all of it? Did you read all of it? Did you read the documents in this case?
In different courts with different juries, and you'll have 10 different outcomes. You just never really know what a jury's going to do.
No, this one is not a close. This one's not close. No, the evidence in this one's not close, counsel.
We did our best to present the facts that we needed to present to the jury, and we obviously have a right to appeal, and our intention is to appeal.
You're going to appeal.
How do you feel about
Appeal what? Appeal what? What are you going to appeal? Don't waste y'all's money on a fucking appeal.
how the defendant conducted herself in court?
I thought it was totally unprofessional. I think it showed volume to her character, the type of person that she is.
We're all just not seeing the world the same way today, are we? You thought her behavior in court was unprofessional and spoke to her character. Okay.
A lot of her body language, her body gestures, her facial expressions, her disrespect for the court, I think speaks to who she is. I think we saw how I conducted myself during this trial, and I think that speaks volume.
Sir, could you say and spell your first name and last name?
Sure. My name is Ron Rosenjanfaza. I'm the attorney for the plaintiff. I've had this case.
My office is located on Wilshire Boulevard in Beverly Hills, Wilshire. I'm on Wilshire. Didn't the appellate court deny your appeal about your sanctions for assaulting another attorney? I have questions. We're going to cover that next week, though.
For a number of years, I did take it over from another lawyer, and we put it together as best we could with what we had to work with. I
Counsel.
Disagree with the verdict. As you know, you can see from Cardi B, she has a history of doing these things. Even today in the
Counsel, she has a history of winning cases that are brought against her. Yes, she does. She has a history of not backing down to people. Sure she does. She won $4 million in Georgia. Yep, she does have a history of doing these things. Winning cases when she goes to court. She does. She does. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. That's what she did.
You can see from Cardi B, she has a history of doing these things. Even today in the courthouse, right in where I'm standing in this area, she threw something at one of you. And I think that's just, very poor judgment on her part to go ahead and do something like that here in the courthouse. This is a court. You don't do this. It's wrong. And she really, made a fool of herself, in my opinion.
With a unanimous verdict, what is the
Are we existing on the same timeline, counsel? What?
basis for an appeal? Would it be a factual error, something that the judge did wrong? What would the basis be for an appeal?
Well, there's many different things that occurred. I can't really get into the details now. That would be for the appellate attorney that I work with, who's going to be handling that with me, and we will decide how we're going to handle it.
Ms. Ellis, what's next for you?
I'm going to law school.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. I
Did this
appreciate that.
case prompt you to decide to go to law school?
I had already had plans on going to law school, but I think during this case, it kind of amplified a lot of those dreams.
Do you feel like you've been painted in a bad light in the public?
I think from the defendant, yes, but that's what she's.
The defendant didn't say anything about you. Good luck with law school, ma'am. But your counselor is not the. Don't be a lawyer like your lawyer.
Gonna do. She's gonna make me seem like a bad person. I know who I am. I know the things that I've accomplished. So that's all that matters to me.
Do you think Cardi B tried to make this in court? Do you think Cardi B tried to make this plaintiff look like a bad person?
You started out as a fan of her music. Are you still a fan today?
No.
Will you be listening to her new album? It drops in 6 days, she keeps saying.
Not at all.
Miss Ellis, Cardi did ask.
Ma'am, if yelling in the hallway with Cardi B did not was this traumatic for you, law might it might not be the best option.
That the public please leave you alone, not slander you, say things behind your back on social media. Does that mean anything to you?
That's news to me. She's never told me that. She's never even offered me an apology.
Why would she apologize? Sure. All right. Well, that's the end of the interviews. Okay. I think we see I think we see very different perspectives still on this case. I think Cardi B handled it with a lot of grace, transparency, authenticity, but also grace. And her saying Cardi B didn't even apologize to me. I don't know why Cardi B would apologize to her at all. I think it's unfortunate when lawyers do not get real with their clients. It does not go well. So that's 2 days of a 4-day trial. Well, we just zoomed all of it. And well, we're not done with this one. We can't say case closed. Cardi B won this case, but there's still an OSC regarding this attorney's behavior in court. So I'm real curious to see what plaintiff's counsel has to answer for. And I really want to look into the other case. I'll look and see if any of the jurors spoke out. I'll look and see if I can find what counsel was referring to at the end of the case. We'll cover it next week. It's been a 9-hour stream day. It's been a very long stream week. So we'll look at it for next week, and we'll pick up on this next week. We'll take a look. I'm real curious about, we looked at that case real quick where counsel caused a mistrial. Plaintiff's counsel caused a mistrial by putting hands on opposing counsel. I want to know a lot more about that case. So we will cover that next week. You guys stay tuned with the Law Nerd app. I will keep you in the loop about when we're streaming, what we're streaming next week. My kids are off of school, so there will be a truncated streaming schedule because of that, so I can spend some family time because, well, it's much needed. And when the kids are off of school, I would love to, well, we're not going to have 8-hour stream days. While the kids are off, we're going to spend some time with the kiddos. So Law Nerds, I will keep you in the loop on the Law Nerd app. Hey, buddy, you're home from the concert. I'm just wrapping up. I'm almost done. I want to hear about the concert. I'm glad you're home. We should. You guys are like, all we want is Wingstop. I know we got too invested in this case. I'm glad we didn't cover it in real time. I think the Adelson case was important to take a look at, but taking a look at civil cases and what's going on in different courtrooms across the country is interesting. And I think there have been times we've looked at juries and been like, what are they thinking? And then there's times that we look at juries and we know what they're thinking. These jurors submitted excellent questions. I think they were great. They were diligent, and they clocked this case. I'm not surprised by this jury verdict at all. I'm surprised that this went to trial. But then again, when it comes to a celebrity and they think there's going to be money, I'm not that surprised, right? So Cardi B also put a warning out there. Hey, I am not your ATM machine. Do not come for me because I'm not going to back down. Not going to back down at all. So, and we've seen that from the two cases we've covered of Cardi B's. We covered, even though it was a federal case, it wasn't streamed. We covered the defamation case in Georgia against Tasha K, and we covered this case. The Tasha K case, I think, is still going on as to trying to recover the $4 million plus in damages. So I think we are going to continue to see, and we have seen a growing trend of celebrities putting their foot down and saying, no, I don't care how much it costs. I'm going to fight it. I'm just going to fight it. We're not doing this. We have some of those cases we need to peek back in on because there's a lot going on in that Jay-Z lawyer litigation too. So we have some lawyer things we need to check in on. Maybe we just do a lawyer day. Lawyer day. Trisha Lynn said, I heard they recently settled for $1 million in the Tasha K case. They might have. I need to take a look for sure. But I think that this was an interesting civil case to cover. I thought we would be able to zoom a little bit more, but it was fascinating. So, Law Nerds, I hope you enjoyed the minimally truncated Cardi B trial in 2 days. It was interesting to see. I can see why they clipped Cardi B on the stand so much because it was absolutely clippable. We're going to get a lot more of Cardi B memes out of this case, I am sure. So, Law Nerds, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Have a good weekend. I will see you next week. Stay tuned in the Law Nerd app. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'm going to go check in with the family because I have not seen them all day. And I'm going to go look at the new books. So thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Team Baker. You guys are the best. All right, everybody. Good work. I will see you soon. We're kind of done with this case, but not all the way. Just not all the way. So I'll see you next week. We'll talk a little bit more about this case because, well, lawyers fighting, causing mistrials is something I'm keenly interested in, and I can't let it go. So we're going to talk about it. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android so I can keep you in the loop because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.